Important update about YouTube playlists. Hey everyone. We've received many messages asking why our YouTube playlists aren't showing up. Do we create YouTube playlists? Yes, we absolutely do. So why can't you see them? Honestly, we're not sure. We've been in contact with YouTube support for several months now, but we still haven't received a clear answer or solution. After much discussion, our team has decided to take matters into our own hands. We believe the issue might be related to the number of playlists we've created on a single channel, possibly too many. Our solution? We're launching 2 additional YouTube channels, giving us a total of 3. This way, we can organize our audiobooks better and avoid the playlist visibility issue in the future. This change only affects our YouTube audience. If you're a patron supporter, you can still access all our audiobooks by visiting the collection menu on Patreon. Thanks so much for your time and continued support. Happy listening. Obi Rama vetoed such things outright. The other villages grew curious about what was going on in Hidden Leaf Village, sending an endless flood of spies, while the Anbu spent all day dealing with them. Hashirama sat in the village, so any caught spies got flung in prison to wait for ransom. Hidden Leaf Village had already sent out notices, yet so far no one had come with money. Most likely because they couldn't fathom what was happening. Chunin exams? Link stood inside the Hokage's desk area, still feeling like this was unreal. The next second, he was plopped into the seat. A 3-year-old Hiruzen Saratobe hopped onto the desk, shoved a mountain of files at him, smacking his lips. Don't worry, by the time you attend the exams, Biwaka will have finished sewing your Hokage robes. After all, making a kid-sized robe was simpler. In a ninja's hands, it wouldn't take long to sew. Eh? But Link eyed the stack of files towering above his head, feeling something ominous. He reflexively looked to Hiruzen for help, but that little rascal had already jumped out the window. Turning to the advisors, he realized each of them had even more files than he did. Tsunade hasn't been back to handle village affairs for ages, Koharu said with a hint of bitterness. They've piled up forever. The last business she took care of was promoting Haruno Sakura to Jonin. So she's basically done nothing since before I left? Link thought, flipping open one file. Don't you usually need the Jonin's confidence vote to become Hokage? Oh, that. Koharu nodded. They voted this morning while you and Tsunade were out meeting the daimyo. You passed unanimously. She stamped a document and set it aside, pulling another from the pile. Anyway, once you've processed these documents, we'll go back to handling day-to-day affairs in the village. Your main job is just to show up at important events. It won't disrupt your training. Hamura added. Then what's all this? Link saw that the top page was a medical core application, and he had no idea how to respond. Hamura's previously stiff face broke into a grin. Both he and Koharu wore smiles now. These are files we've already dealt with, Koharu explained, head still lowered over a document, stamping away. It's just so you can get familiar with the kind of work a Hokage does. If there's anything you don't get, just ask. We'll tell you why and how we handled it. In truth, a Hokage's workload was immense. Sitting at the mission desk, handing out assignments to ninja, commanding the Anbu, approving promotions, coordinating personnel, dealing with VIP visitors, plus reading and acting on intelligence from the entire region. After all, a ninja village was a military organization, and for it to function smoothly, someone had to be the final decision maker. For efficiency, they couldn't indulge in much democracy. The Hokage was the village's brain, all other departments were hands and feet. Being busy was normal. Leafing through the reports, Link felt a headache. Sure, he used to daydream about being Hokage, but the now actually sitting here, facing everything head-on, his scalp tingled. And being your direct subordinates meant placing squads to do missions, guard the borders, sniff out spies, and keep watch on powerful clans, etc. Even though Jonin just had to do the missions themselves, the Hokage had to worry if they could finish, if they'd need backup, or if some special conditions might arise. Piles upon piles of random intelligence left his head spinning. He spent half the day either flipping through documents or listening to the 2 advisors muttering endless clarifications. Only at lunchtime did he finally catch a break. Then he realized something, he really wasn't cut out to be Hokage. Sure, he was great in a fight, had weird and powerful ninjutsu, held a unique position of prestige. But running a ninja village like this was a nightmare. Most importantly, Link was an adequate ninja, but as a Kage he lacked many necessary qualities. Just skimming the monstrous volume of intelligence, sorting it, and deciding how to act would eat up enormous chunks of time. The 2 older advisors near him could glance at a page and instantly see what to do, summarizing it neatly, thanks to a lifetime of experience. No wonder Naruto in the future timeline was always swamped despite peace. Link wouldn't fare any better. After lunch, Link said seriously to the two advisors, "Is it possible to resign as Hokage?" The pair exchanged knowing looks, amusement lighting their faces. Koharu answered, "Sure, as long as there's someone qualified who's willing to take your place." Different times, indeed. Once upon a time, people fought fiercely over the Kage title. Now it was becoming a hot potato no one wanted to hold. Homura recalled his old friend Denzo, resurrected as a small child. Once a fanatic about being the root of Hidden Leaf Village. Denzo was now in the second parallel world, diligently serving the Ninja Alliance. After seeing what a whole separate world was like, how could he possibly crave such a restricted seat as Hokage? Maybe I should think about retiring soon too, storing up enough contribution points to be resurrected as a child and enjoy a leisurely life, he sighed inwardly. Time marched on, leaving them behind. Koharu and Homura gave each other a gentle smile. Indeed, the new generation had plenty of people capable of supporting the future. Even if they died right now, they'd have no regrets. Chapter 316, What's Going On with Hidden Leaf Village? 2 days later, at the Chunin exam venue. Lord 4th Kazekage, long time no see. Wearing a hastily sewn Hokage robe and the Hokage's hat, Link lounged against his chair without moving, lifting a hand to greet the newcomer. There was no helping it, the rushed job on the Hokage robe came with one big problem. The old lady responsible for embroidering the successive Hokage symbols couldn't finish it properly in just a few hours. The final product was, well, let's just say it was beyond words. A flash of surprise showed in the 4th Kazekage's eyes. Once seated, he remarked, "I truly never imagined you could become Hokage at such a young age." He was genuinely taken aback. Who would have thought Hidden Leaf Village would allow a 12-year-old kid to become Hokage? That sounded entirely far-fetched. Still, Hidden Leaf Village's actions in the past half-year had been strange indeed, refusing many high-paying missions, buying up massive amounts of supplies, warding off infiltration, and quietly covering up the third Hokage's death. For reasons unknown, Hidden Leaf Village had become a black hole in the ninja world's intelligence. Hidden Sand Village had even gotten hints from Hidden Stones Village, asking if they wanted to start a war. Maybe they could both attack Hidden Leaf Village together. After all, the Hidden Rain Village had mysteriously been destroyed. The Land of Rain was so chaotic it was even less stable than the Land of Rivers, making it easy to pass through if you wanted to invade the Land of Fire. If war broke out again, they'd just do what they did during the Third Great Ninja War. "Yo, say sorry, even you can be a Kazekage's bodyguard these days?" Link raised his gaze to see two short figures behind the Kazekage. They were Gaara and Say Sorry. Ahem. The 4th Kazekage cleared his throat, subtly hinting that as Hokage, Link shouldn't be so casual. Then he took his seat beside him. Link pretended not to notice, winking at Gaara. A shadow rose up behind Link's chair and pressed a hidden lever. The chair, custom made at his request, rose up high. So that Link's legs dangled in midair and his head was now half a head taller than the Kazekage. The 4th Kazekage felt all the diplomatic words he'd planned getting stuck in his throat. It was his first time meeting a Hokage this childish. He was a Kage, not some minor village's leader, but one of the 5 great shinobi village's top figures. Yet here was a little brat. Beyond words. Gaara, who'd been standing behind his father, initially wore a blank look, astonished to see his friend. Catching Link's mischievous expression, Gaara found the corners of his own mouth twitching upward. Meanwhile, Say Sorry stared intently at Link in his robe and hat. He remembered how, a month ago, they'd had a bet. Link said he'd request sealing knowledge or original body cells from the Hokage. But then 5th Hokage Tsunade abruptly vanished for over a month, so Say Sorry had to negotiate with the 4th Kazekage. He figured he'd catch up with Link again at this event. And now, before he even had time to react, Link had become the Hokage. He couldn't help feeling tricked, toyed with. Even though he was technically a puppet, human puppet, strong emotions could still disturb his mind. Link found Say Sorry's intense gaze somewhat awkward. If you still want to study. 6th Hokage. The 4th Kazekage interrupted pointedly. The exams are about to begin. Purely trying to divert Link's attention, and bring the conversation back. A Hokage socializing so casually with the Kazekage's bodyguards, ignoring the Kazekage's presence, was improper. Too absurd. Link responded with an "I'll catch you later at training ground 7" kind of look. Then he calmly leaned back, gathered his chakra, and began watching videos on the net. What's that look supposed to mean? Say Sorry could make no sense of Link's vague signal. Gaara didn't think too much about it, he just stood quietly, focusing on the arena below. Some of his fellow rookie ninja from the sand were competing, and he wanted to keep an eye on them. He's gathering chakra. Maintaining some jutsu? As for the 4th Kazekage, he was now extra on guard. He himself had once tried to sabotage Hidden Leaf Village in the Hidden Leaf Village Crush plan, so he feared a surround and assassinate plan might be used on him. That scrawny brat was too unpredictable. If a direct fight started at close range, who knew how it would end? From old intel that Baki once delivered, a single touch from this kid could rob your ability to form hand seals. And from the latest info, Gaara plus 3 others hadn't even beaten Link's shadow jutsu. If it came to a close-range battle, he might end up worse than how the third Hokage battered him last time. Down in the arena, the first matches ended quickly. Low-level ninja fights tended to be very short, neither side could take more than a single good hit, so the focus was on evading, hiding, and ambushing. The stage was cramped, nobody could run far, and there was limited chakra. So typically, a fight took anywhere from a few minutes to maybe 10 or so at most. To finish a set bracket in time, they also held preliminary eliminations. The entire tournament would last 3 days total. Day 1 had 8 participants making 4 matches, Day 2 had 4 making 2 matches, Day 3 was the final. Short and simple. Link spaced out, continuing to browse net videos. Net video had recently overtaken Net's forum in popularity. The reason? Experience. The forum only allowed text and audio, while videos were more fun. People posted everything from scenery tours to new foods, or even black market forays that ended up blocked. Exotic glimpses at life. Sure, the ninja world had TV, some broadcasts, and even movies. But the reality was that ninjas rarely had time or resources to produce entertainment. The entire entertainment sector was underdeveloped, and TV shows were perfunctory. From Link's Earth perspective, it was all bland, with an overload of meaningless data and minimal highlights, plus no creative naming sense. Half the time it devolved into adult or unsavory content. Just too uncultivated. Similarly, net video was a bit chaotic. Creating a video was simple: pour in chakra, rummage through your memory, process it, and upload. Many videos were boring, but they were genuinely real, which was novel enough to intrigue watchers. Thinking about it gave Link a small buzz. As an isekai two-dimensional nerd, launching a cultural invasion or making new games might be fun. Sitting beside him, the fourth Kazekage felt like he was on a roller coaster. He could sense the Hokage's mood spikes from his chakra fluctuations. Hard not to be nervous. And if the intelligence was correct, letting that brat even brush him once would cost him the ability to form seals. At this range, could he evade? According to the latest data, even Gaara's 4-man team lost to Link's shadow jutsu. If a scuffle broke out at close quarters, he might be in the same boat. Chapter 317, Lord 6th Hokage. Yep. Lord 6th Hokage, please wait. The 4th Kazekage, who had been watching the Chunin exams with mixed feelings, noticed that the Hokage's entire chair was being carried off as if to depart, and hastily called out for him to stop. Huh? What's the matter? Link asked, somewhat puzzled as he looked over. He was the Hokage now, so he had to keep up appearances. A single extendable chair alone wasn't enough. Once the Chunin exams ended in a couple of days, he'd have to attend the 5 Kage summit. Organizing his words, the 4th Kazekage said. About the upcoming 5 Kage summit. I was wondering how the 6th Hokage plans to approach it. He worried that the loss of a Jinchuriki could spark war. The Raikage, according to intelligence, was notoriously hot-headed. Any misstep might mean open conflict. If Sand and Hidden Leaf Village had formed an alliance, they could join forces against him, right? But, well, that's a separate matter. Oh, that. Link truly hadn't put much thought into it. Doesn't have much to do with us, does it? We'll just pop over and see what's up. He didn't mean he hadn't considered the potential dangers. He just didn't care. The phrase 5 Kage summit sounded lofty, but really, it was just 5 village leaders sitting down to bargain and compromise. But Hidden Leaf Village wasn't asking for anything right now. The second parallel world base used to need supplies shipped from the main world. Ever since the Ninja Alliance was established, though, that place no longer lacked resources. In fact, with Shinobi's productivity, the second parallel world had begun sending goods back to the main world last month. Otherwise, how could the village keep operating after turning down so many lucrative war missions? They were surviving on profits from the second parallel world. Here in the main world, everything still needed rebuilding. In Senjutobirama's plan, they would defeat Kaguya, let the Ninja Alliance get on track, produce a sufficient management layer, then come back and handle the rest of the main world's ninja villages, dissolving them and removing all Kage positions except the Hokage. So as for the 5 Kage summit, who really cared? The 4th Kazekage was momentarily speechless. He'd planned to probe the boy further, but all that got stuck in his throat. Part of him wanted to grab this brat by the collar and demand, "Do you even understand politics? Is there anything else? Otherwise, I've got stuff to do, so I'll take my leave first. Link was ready to head off to Training Ground 7 for more practice, to give his mind a break. At sunrise every day, the Anbu who guarded his home would drag him out to the Hokage's office. He'd sit there flipping through files, listening to the two advisors lecture about intelligence handling and personnel changes. Just like punching a time card at an 8-to-5 job. Physically, it wasn't exhausting, but mentally draining. He wanted to train a bit, then come back to the office. Even if he doubted he was suited for the Hokage position, he still had to learn how to adapt. If worse came to worst, he'd figure out how to step down later. My subordinates recently vanished somewhere in the land of fire. The fourth Kazekage ventured cautiously. Ah, so those were the ones who snuck in as Anbu spies, right? Link flipped through the files that Homura had posted on the net. Reading them as is, he recited the ransom demanded. Just pay up for their release. If that's all, we'll talk another time, Lord Fourth Kazekage. He said. No sooner had he spoken than a shadow lifted the entire chair and carried him away. Same old Link, alright. Gar's face held a barely noticeable hint of nostalgic funness. Even if he became Kage, Link didn't change. A wonderful thing indeed. The fourth Kazekage couldn't decide whether to laugh or fume. He noticed that Sasori had also slipped away at some point. He wanted to be upset, but in the end could only sigh in helplessness. Honestly, who wouldn't want to do what Link does, if they had the power? But I'm just not that strong. He was still the Kazekage simply because there was no suitable successor in Sand. The only one qualified and strong enough was a certain Sasori. Someone nobody liked, who wouldn't even pass a Jonin confidence vote. How did he pass the Jonin vote in Hidden Leaf Village, anyway, that evening, Hokage's office? Link stretched lazily, setting aside the last file. Yawning, he said. Thanks for all your help today. Let's call it a day, you two. Great work, Lord Sixth Hokage. Homura said formally with a slight bow, departing the office. Koharu paused at the doorway. Lord Sixth, do find an assistant soon. Homura and I plan to retire next month and head to the second parallel world. According to Obirama's revised mission system, amassing the 10,000 contribution points required for reincarnation was no joke. None of their older merits or service counted, everything had to be accumulated anew. So far, only the second parallel world's Minato no Mikaze, the youth version, has managed it. If they stayed in the main world aimlessly, they might never rack up enough in decades. They'd rather move on early. Reportedly, the second parallel world needed administrative personnel. The sooner they arrived, the sooner they could earn their points for reincarnation. Growing old was miserable, so they'd rather hurry. Understood. Link replied calmly, seeing the two advisors off. Then he let out a weary sigh. What now? Someone with enough qualification, ability, and willingness to serve as a Hokage assistant. Well, Hidden Leaf Village just didn't have anyone who fit the bill. Sure, Kakashi was perfect, but he was constantly running off to the second parallel world on missions, practically wearing escape on his forehead. An assistant's essential, but can't be some random kid. Maybe I can ask Lord Shikaku to help. But he's already in charge of the Jonin group. Might not have time, click. The office door opened a crack. Anko Mitarashi peeked in, carefully scanning the room, saw only Link present, and stepped inside with an easy grin. Congratulations, Link. She walked straight to the desk, thumped her chest, and laughed. I voted for you, so you'd better treat me, you hear? Ahem. Link cleared his throat and tried putting on an air of authority. Address me properly as Lord Hokage. Anko just planted herself on the desk, arms folded. Oh, come on. Don't be so distant with me. Hey, you. Link was about to put on a show of dignity when the window swung open. In a flash of orange, a boisterous figure burst in. Fifth Hokage-sama, Fifth Hokage-sama. This version of Naruto had never gone through the same experiences with Tsunade, so he was still polite with the title. Then he caught sight of Link, wearing the Hokage robe and hat. He blinked in confusion. Why are you messing around wearing that, huh? Grandpa Third would scold you if he found out. Oi, kid. Anko jumped down from the desk, hands on hips. You'd better show some respect to Lord Sixth Hokage. Naruto froze, eyes darting between Anko's serious face and Link's self-satisfied grin. Huh. Chapter 318, Crazy Experiment. Second Parallel World, Kanabi Bridge-based swoosh. Two childlike Madarochi has landed simultaneously, one on each side, their movements mirroring each other. Then, in perfect unison, they turned to confront the new arrival who had suddenly appeared. Final chapter. Sasuke gazed at them impassively. Madaras, huh? Two of them. No matter which version, it was impossible not to be concerned. Even though he'd been told that, in this world, they had resurrected Madara for help against Kaguya, Sasuke still believed Madara was untrustworthy. No one spoke. Each side recognized who the other was. Almost immediately, final chapter Naruto arrived, followed closely by Tobirama, the child version, and the main world's Sasuke, wearing white robes, albeit a bit later. Now the scene was quite strange. Obviously, they were all supposed to be allies facing Kaguya. Yet each stood apart, forming a scattered tableau that hinted at deep mistrust. The two Madaras isolated themselves on either side, refusing to trust each other. Or anyone else. The final chapter pair stood together, while Tobirama stood alone, and main world Sasuke, in white, hung around the outer edge. Everyone, aren't we here to fight Kaguya together? Final chapter Naruto spread out his hands in an attempt to break the awkward vibe. A moment later, once childlike as Uchiha arrived, the first Madara took the initiative to speak. Since you called me back to gather troops against Kaguya, let's not waste time. Final chapter Sasuke cast his gaze over them all. Forget Kaguya. Just the Six Paths Obito or Six Paths Madara they'd battled during the Fourth Great Ninja War. Aside from himself and Naruto, no one here could stand up to even one of them. No time-space ninjutsu? Then how would they deal with the teleporting Kaguya in battle without dragging everyone down? More importantly, without a Six Paths level double Kamyu or a Six Paths planetary devastation. How could they seal her immortal body? Yeah, guys, let's discuss our cooperation from here on. Final chapter Naruto said, forcing a smile. Still, the mood only worsened. The two Madaras, who had just returned, clearly weren't eager to team up. Both had seen Kaguya's terrifying might. Even if they regained their old power after being reincarnated, they still weren't confident. Yet their plan to become Ten Tails Jinchuriki was vetoed, so they were stuck waiting, unwillingly. Without the first Hashirama to smooth things over, the massive Uchiha presence made the tension inevitable. Tobirama, watching from the shadows, reflected. He knew from the future events that even with future Naruto and Sasuke able to hold their own for a while, truly killing or sealing Kaguya, who could shift dimensions at will, wasn't certain. Main world, outside Hidden Leaf Village, in a mountain valley seal the head. First Hashirama, hands in a seal, wearing sage mode markings on his face. An enormous Myojinman crashed from above, fully pinning the rampaging monster. Even its 10 thrashing tails behind it were suppressed by a combination of ground-based pre-prepared sealing formations. The beast's chakra gradually calmed. Yet the body, covered in blackish seals, still writhed and bulged, like something was trying to split free. Incredible power. Hashirama commented solemnly. Even with sage art, gracious deity gates seal the head. They only managed to suppress most of the Ten Tails' strength. Without the giant pre-prepared seal, the Ten Tails might still resist. No wonder in the future the Ten Tails Jinchuriki, Obito and Madara were so unstoppable that the allied shinobi forces couldn't beat them. Link-kun, let's see how your 5 elements seal affects it, said Orochimaru, staring at the colossal form, tongue flicking. What immense power. He marveled at how future Naruto and Sasuke supposedly overcame Ten Tails Jinchuriki. This was beyond comprehension. I came back only to jump into such a wild experiment? Link, inhaling a breath, detached the hand he'd used 5 elements seal on and had one of his shadows carry it over. With a few body flickers, the 8 gates empowered shadow pressed the hand onto the Ten Tails. The next second, countless 5-colored markings spread across its brownish hide. Gi. Even though the beast had shown no reaction to sage art, gracious deity gates, it now let out a blood-curdling roar. As expected, Orochimaru nodded calmly, eyes glued to the Ten Tails while typing a storm of notes on the net. The essence of 5 elements seal was to hamper the target's chakra flow via forcibly controlling natural energy. As a combined creature of all 9-tailed beasts, the Ten Tails boasted chakra far beyond the 5 elements seal's safe threshold. Being forcibly restricted, it was no wonder it howled in agony. Its entire body swelled, the force smashing and cracking the Myojinman. Its resistance is intensifying. That chaotic power is uniting under pain, plus it's mixing in more natural energy. The Myojinman can't hold. Hashirama clung to his hand seal posture. Everyone, get back. No hesitation. Link signaled his shadows to retreat, while Orochimaru had already fled behind them. Crack. Boom. The seal the head Myojinman shattered. An instant later, the Ten Tails, momentarily freed, howled upward. But then froze, motionless. Yet the more it unleashed chakra, the more natural energy it drew in, and now its entire body was covered in a 5-colored glow, continuing to expand. If we don't do something, it's done for. Orochimaru concluded. The Ten Tails had mindlessly gathered far too much chakra plus natural energy. Even if it tried to stop now, That unstoppable tide of natural energy was poised to blow it apart. Wait. Blow apart? Orochimaru's eyes widened. He dove underground to escape. His senses told him that enormous natural energy had almost taken tangible form. If it exploded, the results would be catastrophic. Hashirama, whose sage mode perception was sharper, realized the moment the 10 tails began to balloon. He grabbed Link and sprinted off at full speed. Whoosh! Boom! In the next instant, the sky turned white as day. Chapter 319, Seaside of Hidden Leaf Village. Summoning, Quintuple Rashomon. Wood style, Nativity of a Sea of Trees. Wood style, Wood-locking wall. Standing off to the side, Link watched as first Hashirama unleashed one wood-style jutsu after another. The spreading shockwaves from the explosion were halted roughly 10 kilometers from Hidden Leaf Village. Even so, the ground trembled violently, the mushroom cloud on the horizon refused to disperse, and the air temperature had risen by at least 20 or 30 degrees. Link felt his hair curling from the heat. Strange. Is Hashirama's power always this strong? He wondered. Phew, that was a risky jutsu indeed. Orochimaru emerged from the underground. He had fled so fast he actually managed to keep up with Hashirama, who had activated Sage Mode. As he spoke, he gave Link a subtle side-eye. Orochimaru had known for a while that the 5 Elements seal had reached its developmental limits. He'd never imagined that technique could interact in such a way with the 10 tails of all things. Thinking back, one could brand that technique onto tailed beasts as well, turning them into living weapons. From a bomb-making perspective, perhaps the 5 Elements seal still had potential. First Hashirama looked perplexed. Frowning in thought for a moment, he said. That monster's power just now was almost identical in nature to natural energy. So when it took that seal, the effect was far greater than on anyone else who's been sealed by it. And in its own, mindless way, it used the seal's natural energy to try and free itself from Myojinmen and the other seals. By the time it clashed with something it couldn't override, it was all too late. Link, don't just carelessly use your 5 Elements seal from now on. That technique doesn't merely restrict chakra. It repels all foreign energy. It's too dangerous. Because the order of the 5 Elements can melt the body and reject other energies. Of course Orochimaru knew this. Weak energies, like certain people's chakra, would simply vanish under it, as had happened with Kimimauro's KK Genkai or his chakra. But Kimimauro's cursed mark, also powered by natural energy, could fiercely resist, until eventually an explosion occurred from the rejection overload. What surprised him was that even a monster like the 10 tails couldn't crush the 5 Elements order. Interestingly, the Sealer A plus Myojinmen had worked together to apply so much pressure that the mindless 10 tails, in blindly harnessing the 5 Elements seal's power, couldn't handle the clash and ended up blowing itself to bits. After waiting a while, the three returned to the site of the explosion. Thanks to the terrain of the valley and the earlier wood-style barriers Hashirama placed to contain the 10 tails, more than half the blast's energy had gone underground. Now the area was fully transformed into a massive fissure. No one could tell how deep it went, and white-hot magma, over 1,000 degrees, poured along the bottom. All forests in the vicinity lay in ruins, and the mushroom cloud overhead lingered, refusing to fade. The natural energy here is so abundant. Hashirama observed from atop his wooden dragon. His gaze swept over the ground. The blast hadn't gone straight downward but at a slant, plus he deliberately channeled the force skyward, earthward, and toward uninhabited seas. The resulting chasm meandered haphazardly like a jagged scar. Sploosh! Before he finished speaking, thick magma bubbled, then came the roar of surging seawater. Waves thundered in from far off, hissing into steam as they met the molten rock, sending up colossal plumes that blew away the dust-laden mushroom stalk. Massive dark clouds quickly formed, lightning cracked, and a raging wind kicked up, dropping sheets of rain. The sea rapidly healed that ghastly planetary wound. Found them. Hashirama pressed his hands together, then thrust one palm forward. A wood dragon sprouted rapidly, burrowing into one side of the chasm. After a few seconds, it yanked out the 8 tails. Normally towering in size, the tailed beast was only 2 or 3 meters tall now, looking pitiful as the dragon coiled around it. He liked to keep seeds on him, just in case. Right now, it came in handy for controlling the situation. The tailed beast actually survived? I assumed it would have to be reborn after that. Link was stunned. He'd thought they'd have to wait for a tailed beast respawn. Clearly the 8 tails was beaten down, it didn't even resist. The aura of its chakra felt far weaker than before, and it passively let its tentacles wrap around the wood dragon. Hashirama repeated the process, and in just over 10 minutes he retrieved each of the other 7 miniature tailed beasts. The 9th tails, of course, was absent because there were 2 of them. One was sealed in Kushina Uzumaki of the second parallel world, and the other in main world Naruto. The complete 10 tails here had been formed through Link's intel, using the Ginkaku brothers as supplementary material. Presumably, they'd been blown straight back to the Pure Land by that explosion. These 8-tailed beasts originally belonged to the second parallel world. Thanks to Link's earlier notion of collecting tailed beasts, fusing them into the 10 tails had gone surprisingly smoothly. A side note, for the main world Minato's reincarnation, he'd given his half of the 9 tails to Naruto. Otherwise, the seal might not have been so shaky. Naruto had gotten it undone almost casually, but fortunately first Hashirama was there. If a full 9 tails lost its temper, they'd have faced another 9 tails rampage. The three soared overhead for a while, searching in vain for the Jido statue. Perhaps it was destroyed or plummeted into the rift. That newly formed canyon had swiftly become an extension of the sea. That final detonation effectively turned Hidden Leaf Village into a coastal village. Returning to the village with 8 subdued tailed beasts. Miniature versions, for the moment. Practically every ninja stood along the outer walls, watching warily. The commotion had been so huge that Hidden Leaf Village was already on wartime footing. "What were you all doing?" Tobirama demanded, arriving after being summoned by the Funetsu. Orochimaru calmly explained. "Too weak." Hashirama interjected after hearing it all. "Judging by the natural energy I sensed, the blast's power was underwhelming. Something clearly blocked the 10 tails at the last second." He added. "I'd expected its might to be 3 or 5 times greater. I was prepared for half. Or actually the entire land of fire to be wiped out. Moreover, my jutsu felt different." He lifted his hand, staring at the sun-like mark. "Right before the explosion, I received extra power, which strengthened my technique. So not only did the 10 tails get briefly held back, but I was able to redirect the brunt of the blast away from inhabited areas." Tobirama, hearing the account, wore a thoughtful look. "Tobirama," Hashirama said sternly. "Don't toy with this approach. You could destroy the entire third world in one shot. If that subtle blocking or Hashirama's sudden power boost hadn't occurred, even Hidden Leaf Village couldn't have escaped. If they repeated it, forcibly boosting the explosion scale, then sure, it might kill Kaguya, but it would also obliterate that world." He knew his little brother well. If they didn't restrain him, he'd create a massive uproar in no time. Chapter 320, Meeting Hagoromo. Deep in a hazy consciousness, sinking into, drip. Drop. First Hashirama opened his eyes and found himself lying atop the surface of the water. With each breath he took, ripples spread outward in gentle rings. "I shall bring peace. Never mind, oh well." Hearing an unfamiliar male voice, Hashirama lifted his gaze. "I am Hagoromo," said an old man with horns, clad in a white robe, looking quite helpless. "The founder of Ninshu, also called the Sage of Six Paths." Oh. Hashirama sat up cross-legged, bringing his fist to his palm as though having a sudden realization, then burst out laughing. "So that's it. I'm dreaming." He really was that kind of simpleton, no help for it. The Sage of Six Paths didn't seem surprised. Though he didn't watch every single generation of reincarnation, the upheavals in the Pure Land lately had been impossible for him to miss. Take, for example, what happened last night. If not for him using yin-yang power, relying on the net's immense spiritual energy to seize control of the 10 tails shell, dissolving its natural energy bit by bit, forcibly separating the tailed beasts and thereby weakening the final explosion, then that mindless monster would likely have blasted half the ninja world to oblivion. So, why would I dream of a Sage of Six Paths I've never even met? Hashirama scratched the back of his head, laughing. Could it be because we're about to achieve world peace or something? As if. The Sage of Six Paths couldn't help a retort. He wasn't some relic stuck in archaic ways. But bridging ears to speak with people always brought some awkwardness about dialects and slang. Thanks to that odd little brat, he'd been able to gather much of what happened in the living world through the Pure Land's net, so he was somewhat used to modern mannerisms. Ah, then it must be a dream. Hashirama reaffirmed, nodding confidently. No way the mighty Sage of Six Paths would speak like that brat. Hagoromo sighed. He already knew the previous Azura reincarnation was a bit of an idiot, but still, this was quite something. He could only hope the next reincarnation would have more common sense. Anyway, Hagoromo said. About that 10 tails experiment you all attempted last night. Please do not repeat it. Originally, he'd felt pleased seeing these reincarnations walk a new, unprecedented path. But after witnessing them gather tailed beasts from a parallel world to form the 10 tails and nearly blow everything up, well, he was done. That power alone can destroy the entire world. Hashirama nodded vigorously, still convinced this was all part of a dream. Additionally, the Sage of Six Paths staff rose from his side, floating behind him. You are my son Azura's previous generation reincarnation, right? Hashirama cut in. Right then, the water's surface reflected some unknown man's silhouette, and Hashirama happily stirred it with his hand, as if disappointed there were no stones nearby to skip. He babbled out the entire backstory of the Otsutsuki clan that Link had told him, thinking, it's just a dream. Might as well speak freely. Hagoromo's impassive expression gradually turned to astonishment, finally showing both regret and relief. He didn't bother asking how Hashirama knew so much. Considering that future reincarnations had shown up in this era, it wasn't surprising that the living might know even more. He was aware they intended to fight Kaguya, but not the specifics of her modern-day revival. Indeed, the world's tides always had secrets that rendered even prophecy incomplete. Thank you for telling me all of that. The Sage of Six Paths said. Seems you know more than I do. As the water rippled, 8-tailed beasts from that other world rose into view. I have a favor to ask. Hagoromo said, his tone calm. Seeing the tailed beasts showing fear. Taken from parallel world Jinchuriki, then sealed or stuffed inside the Tentails, tortured. Hashirama realized that whether in Kaguya's body or the Tentails, they'd still been aware, and the 5 elements seal had been agony. No matter how aloof or proud they might have been, in front of the sage, after all these beatings, they were as meek as could be. They're all living creatures, even if they hail from another world. Hagoromo said. I hope you'll treat them well. So. This isn't a dream. Hashirama eyed the kindly old man sitting cross-legged before him. Hagoromo pressed his hands together, then parted them. His palms glowed blank. I'm lending you my power. All you need to do is get both hands on Kaguya, and you can complete the seal. I hope you succeed. Hashirama glanced at the crescent mark forming on his other palm, blinking. But why don't you handle it? Wasn't it you who blocked the Tentail's explosion last night, reducing its force? I can't. Hagoromo answered calmly. If not for the Pure Land's net collecting countless souls, plus the Tentail's presence surfacing in the living world, there'd be nothing I could do. Then reincarnate. Hashirama said matter-of-factly. Then reincarnate. Link said matter-of-factly. The Sage of Six Paths beheld 2 different mental spaces. Each figure uttered the same line at the same time. He gave a wry smile. It was rare for him to meet the father and child reincarnation so simultaneously. And that strange kid was someone he'd long wanted to see. I'm already dead. I shouldn't interfere too heavily in the living world's affairs. He said mildly. But you did interfere last night. Link pointed out. If you truly refused all involvement, you wouldn't have stopped the Tentails from blowing itself up. He'd spotted the sun mark on Hashirama's palm and suspected the old man's intervention. But since there was no direct way to contact Hagoromo, it hadn't mattered before. He was half expecting a scolding, but instead the sage was here to say thank you. Look at that. He's thanking us. Link thought smugly. Hagoromo fell silent for a while, pondering. Chapter 321, Your Goal? Six Paths Sage, or rather, Otsutsuki Hagoromo, had practically taken his own life. Back then, after sealing the divine tree, he noticed a new possibility in his son, Azura. So he split the Tentail's power inside his own body into 9 parts, sealing the Tentail's outer shell in the moon. Note that normally, a Tentail's Jinchuriki doesn't die after losing its tailed beast. They're left in a state so weak they seem dead, unable to move for months, but they don't actually die. On the condition that the Jado statue still retains considerable vitality. But in Hagoromo's case, while extracting the tailed beasts, he also sealed the Jado statue to prevent the Tentails from reviving. That was what caused him to grow old and die. A very avant-garde style of suicide. As for that so-called new possibility, in short, he chose to believe in everyone's strength. Believing that unity through love was the real power and the future. Thus, he willingly sacrificed himself, hoping his son could guide humanity toward peace. In ancient times, the conceptual thought level was primitive, everyone was still groping in the dark. Rare patches of peace were either created by Kaguya, who ate the divine tree's fruit and used her unrivaled power to end the wars, or by Hagoromo himself founding Ninshu and ending the wars. Essentially, they were using great power to suppress all conflict. Though it might look like peace on the surface, Hagoromo, who could connect people's hearts through chakra, knew better. So to open a new path, he chose to give his life. Sadly, things went awry, the 2 sons quarreled endlessly, and the living world transformed Ninshu into ninjutsu, fighting without end. Had he wholeheartedly believed in the child of prophecy changes the world from the start, he wouldn't have decided to entrust everything to his son's new path and give his life. By the time of the 4th Great Ninja War, he pinned his hopes on Naruto, the child of the prophecy. Purely because there was no other option left. As a deceased soul, his remaining power was limited. Set aside to deal with the Tentail's resurrection and prevent the divine tree's return. For anything else, he could only watch from the Pure Land as people twisted his painstakingly created Ninshu into something else. If anyone claimed he didn't care about the living world, that would just be lying to himself. But about actually reincarnating, the sage just gently shook his head. He was disappointed enough in humanity that he felt no urge to revive. And if he did come back, so what? He didn't wish to end the wars by brute force again. The Otsutsuki's power was simply too great. Over-reliance on that kind of power could never lead to true peace. It was better to wait, to see if humans could learn to understand one another and bond through love someday. Given all he'd witnessed, he knew that clinging to fleeting hopes could lead only to greater disappointment. Once you defeat Kaguya, do you have any wishes for the future? The Sage of Six Paths turned simultaneously toward Link and first Hashirama, asking them the exact same question. I dunno. Hashirama answered without hesitation, scratching the back of his head and laughing. Now that I get to meet the Sage of Six Paths or whatever, it really feels like I'm dreaming. I don't have any big plans for the future. Maybe my younger brother Tobirama has some, but as for me, honestly, ever since I was resurrected, I've been trying to figure out what I should be doing in this new era. But even now, all I've done is use my strength where it's needed. Maybe I'm just too dim-witted. But I do believe that someday, everyone can sit together for a drink without needing to threaten each other with power. I believe my village is working hard toward that goal, too. He let out a hearty laugh, showing no trace of embarrassment at his own cluelessness. He had no doubts. Once he'd decided on something, he committed wholeheartedly. In that sense, he and Naruto were indeed quite alike. The Six Paths Sage didn't show much reaction. Over his long existence, he'd seen far too many good or evil, righteous or wicked humans. Everyone's personality and dream were shaped by their era and environment. A war-ravaged world inevitably gave rise to throngs of people longing for peace. Yet working hard for peace didn't guarantee a good outcome. It might not bring peace at all. In the manga, even seeing Sasuke controlling the nine-tailed beasts for his revolution, Hagoromo stayed calm, saying, "So it's came to this after all." Such was the perspective of someone who'd lived so long. Nothing was truly new to him. What about your answer? He wondered. The old man's heart, usually unruffled, now held a bit of curiosity. He'd asked that question countless times before, but for once, there was something novel about this strange kid. Someone who genuinely opened a new era. Hagoromo found himself slightly expectant. A wish for the future? Link thought for a moment, then said frankly. To keep getting stronger, settle anything that rubs me wrong, live together with my friends, then maybe explore other worlds and start a new adventure. He'd never planned on roping the Sage of Six Paths into serving him or anything. That just wasn't realistic. And aside from preventing catastrophic threats, Hagoromo wouldn't bother taking a hand in worldly affairs. That's surprisingly plain. The sage wasn't sure whether to be disappointed or not, but he still couldn't help asking. And about peace? Do you have any thoughts? Peace? Link scratched his cheek with a finger. Well, the kind of everyone truly understands one another peace you imagine probably can't happen forever. Humans are the sort of beings who see each other through thick barriers. Mental or material. Being misunderstood is what we humans are used to most. He paused, recalling his friends and those elders who trusted him, and flashed a slight smile. Even so, the fact that people still trying to connect, to trust, to change, makes it all the more precious and beautiful. Maybe peace never actually comes. Maybe after an endless timeline, all our efforts are futile. But at least we've tried. We start with those around us, aiming to make the world look a bit better. Who knows how far that can spread? We do our best with our own lives, and maybe that helps us see the world a bit more pleasantly. He locked eyes with the elderly figure across from him. That's it. He wasn't one for grand proclamations about peace or talk of sacrificing people for that lofty, intangible word. His path to strength was partly so he wouldn't be stepped on, and partly so that his own will could guide things to a best-case outcome. That's the will of me, Link, understood. Hagoromo nodded. On his tranquil face appeared a faint trace of a smile. It's still a pretty ordinary, cliched answer. But with your power, maybe you can actually accomplish it. He watched as Link turned transparent, vanishing from that shared mental space, quietly reflecting, I'll keep my eye on you. Chapter 322, Sudden Visit. Hokage's office. Phew. Link lifted his head groggily, yawning as he glanced at the time. Past 4 in the morning. Darn that old Six Paths geezer, invading my dreams. Wait, can the Sage of Six Paths actually appear in dreams? He felt uncertain. Never mind the details. Chatting with someone in his dream had somehow banished his fatigue. Yesterday night, the three of them had made such a big commotion that even Tobirama was alarmed. Although first Hashirama specifically stated he chose an uninhabited direction for their experiment. The sudden terrain changes risked collateral effects, so Hidden Leaf Village had to mobilize collectively, sensory ninja went along the newly created coastal bay searching for survivors. Earth-style ninja reinforced the seaside cliffs to prevent tsunamis from surging into the village. The Anbu went out to patrol the borders, and patrol teams roamed all night within the village. The two advisors and Shikakunara immediately went to explain things to the daimyo. First, Hashirama was dispatched to plant trees along the coastline, preventing further collapse of the blasted shores. Naturally, Link couldn't escape responsibilities, either. He had some of his shadow clones help, plus a few Eight Gates shadows keeping watch around the village. During the current chaos, if some clueless enemy tried attacking, it would turn into a joke. After all, Hidden Leaf Village's list of foes was hardly limited to the other 4 large villages. Plenty of small countries bore grudges, and the past wars and missions left no shortage of lingering vendettas. Besides that, he had to remain in the office as a kind of human stamping machine, approving documents and addressing emergencies at once. Thanks to the net, if he was uncertain about anything, he could consult the two advisors remotely. Finally, out of nowhere, he felt exhausted, dozed off at his desk, and then dreamed of the Sage of Six Paths. Link thought, rubbing his face. If it had happened at some other time, so be it. But having such a boom during the Chunin exams, when so many VIPs and daimyos were present, could easily turn into a political incident. An explosion that nearly swallowed Hidden Leaf Village sounded terrifying. Within an hour of it going off, the nobles and daimyo had demanded to leave, and only because the village was sealed off from the blast zone did Link manage to grant permission for them to depart en masse. The Chunin exams essentially existed so ninjas could show off to prospective clients. If all those moneyed patrons were fleeing, tomorrow's exam might not even proceed. Rank promotions were one thing, but what if allied nations got nervous or it triggered a war? The second world was still planning how to strike down Kaguya, and the main world was already swirling with war clouds. Ridiculous. Link massaged his temples. How can we achieve peace if we're stuck dealing with all these parasites? The second world was busy, too. Gathering all of the ninja world had unveiled countless new issues and conflicts. Obirama and Tsunade couldn't leave for long, only popping over occasionally to see how things were. They simply didn't have time. Preparing to fight Kaguya or coordinating with the final chapter world both required time and manpower. Once they finally formed a team to attack, and first Hashirama was sent over, that would leave the main world with Link as the biggest figure in charge. Lord 6th Hokage. Ananbu landed with a swish, placing another stack of documents on the table. Link pinched the angry veins around his eyebrows, easing his mental fatigue. He threw the memory of the sage's dream visit aside and continued working. Who cared about the 6 paths or 7 paths? Day-to-day life still had to go on. Tomorrow he had to make time for the original plan. Together with Tobirama, he'd summon Obito Uchiha and see what they could glean. Because if they were fighting Kaguya, a master of space-time jutsu, then aside from Flying Thunder God, the next best jutsu was Kamui. They had to prepare thoroughly before dispatching the anti-Kaguya squad. He just wasn't sure how effective Kamui would be without any 6 paths power boost. Could it even phase Kaguya? Never mind. Worst case, I'll check out Dragon Ball or some other world to recruit a big name. Haha, Link shook his head, stamping another document. He'd always stuck to the Naruto worlds out of caution, worrying that a misjudged crossing might dump him into Warhammer 40k or some such. That would be a fate worse than death. If even the synergy of final chapter Naruto Sasuke plus a sage-powered first Hashirama couldn't handle Kaguya, then as a final fallback he might indeed go scrounge up someone from another series. But hopefully they could manage. He was drawn from his thoughts as a figure emerged from the shadows behind him, an Anbu who leaned in to whisper a few words. At this hour. He hesitated, noticing the documents were mostly stamped. Closing the stack, he said. All right. Send him in. Knock, knock, knock. Before long, the office door rattled. Come in. Link called. As the door opened, a robed Sasori of the Red Sand stepped in. The next day at noon, Hidden Leaf Village's front gates. Lord 6th Hokage, then we shall meet again in the Land of Iron, 1 week from now. Wearing a wide-brimmed hat and face mask, the 4th Kazekage inclined his head slightly, then led a dozen sand shinobi off toward the Wind Country. Among them were over half of the same infiltration squad who had tried stealing Hidden Leaf Village's intel earlier. Gaara and Kankura waved goodbye. Tamari stood with one hand on her hip, the other hand raising a forefinger, smiling. I owe her a date, huh? Link grinned back, returning their waves. Then he took off his hat and robe, handing them to Ananbu to deliver back to the Hokage's office, before heading straight to the lab. How's it going? He asked. That fellow's a genius, too. Obirama remarked, referring to Sasori of the Red Sand. Early that morning, Sasori had come to the Hokage's office to defect from Hidden Sand Village. Indeed, if one could betray one's village once, one could do so again. Perfect demonstration. He exposed how Hidden Sand Village and Hidden Stones Village had been secretly colluding, then proposed cooperation on research into the Five Elements seal. So Link passed him off to Orochimaru. They happened to be researching ways to harness natural energy to fight Kaguya. A talented puppet user might yield breakthroughs. It seemed promising enough. Chapter 323, The Key of Link Jutsu is Faith? He's learning very quickly. Orochimaru is walking him through those earlier research materials. Obirama tapped a few keys on the computer. Next to him, a coffin-like device thunked open, revealing a white zetsu sealed by Fu in jutsu inside. The prototype for this device came from the old setup of the Akatsuki base used for storing corpses for Pain to use. Later, Obirama and Orochimaru felt it was pretty handy, so they manually refined it into a tool for storing white zetsu. On a side note, Obito had manufactured tens of thousands of white zetsu underground. No one knew for what. But he got caught off guard when Hashirama and Madara teamed up and took him out. Then, once first Madara summoned the Jido statue, they followed that lead and captured all the white zetsu. After analyzing them, Obirama and Orochimaru decided white zetsu would replace Mr. D as their favorite test subject. After all, the sheer numbers made them an ideal resource. Especially once first Madara confirmed he could go on using the Jido statue to cultivate white zetsu with tailed beast chakra, they basically threw caution to the wind. Even first Hashirama, who generally frowned upon using original summoning, impure world reincarnation, had no objections to using white zetsu for summoning, impure world reincarnation material. Because presumably, white zetsu felt no pain. Probably, Link had no idea whether white zetsu felt anything. Anyway, so long as they were useful. No telling if the Jido statue got destroyed. Obirama lamented. Tomorrow we'll have Madara swing by and try summoning it again. He paused, then asked, "Word is both you and my brother dreamed about the Sage of Six Paths?" Yup. Link helped haul out a white zetsu. Well, his shadow clones did the heavy lifting. And offhandedly said. But that old sage was stingy. He gave Hashirama power-up, but I got zilch. Obirama slapped a sealed sample of Obito's flesh onto a scroll, preparing and summoning, impure world reincarnation array. They say that legendary yin-yang power from the sage is immense, and my brother really did get something major out of it. I wonder what it might have been like if you had gotten it. Their idle chit-chat ended there, for Obirama called first Hashirama via the net. A short wait later, Hashirama arrived, and Obirama activated summoning, impure world reincarnation. A newly formed, mindless white zetsu body crumbled into dust, taking on the shape of Obito Uchiha. Crack. Wood-style bonds clamped down, pinning the summoning, impure world reincarnation body. Obito, sporting a pair of Mangekyo Sharingan, didn't resist. Of course, he couldn't muster the chakra for Kamui anyway, not under that yang power-enhanced wood style. You sure are being cautious, he said calmly. So, what do you want? A hush fell over the lab. Between what they knew from first Hashirama's account and from Madara's own words, plus all the atrocities Obito had committed, one thing was clear, Obito was the purest of pure Uchiha. Right now, though, wasn't he way too mellow? Hashirama scratched his head. Thing is, we're facing a monstrous threat bent on wiping out the world. So we might need your strength. I see. Obito tried to nod, but his head was locked by wood style. He remained relaxed. All right. I recall that little brat Link can summon the dead to fight for him, yeah? Just bring me along. In the past, he'd gone all out but couldn't defeat the combo of Hashirama and Madara. Even sacrificing his Kamui didn't let him survive, he died, illusions shattered, and ended up seeing Rin. In short, he was hammered by reality courtesy of Hashirama and Madara. Death with no Rinnegan aftermath. And a single hug from Rin in the afterlife had settled him. But as for whether he'd truly moved on, Obirama stared silently into Obito's eyes as wood-style pinned him to the floor. After a while, he wordlessly undid summoning, impure world reincarnation. The body broke apart. Then Obirama said, sure enough, he hasn't let go. Without going through Naruto's art of negotiations therapy, or seeing for himself how the Eye of the Moon plan was a sham, Obito obviously hadn't changed. I see. Hashirama looked rather disappointed. After hearing about the Fourth War's outcome for Obito from the future Naruto Sasuke, he'd been hoping they could become allies. Everyone was working for peace, right? Brother, don't be naive. Obirama's blunt words shatter that illusion. He has committed countless crimes. The only reason we bring him back out is to let him atone. No way we'd let him be resurrected for real. Originally, Obirama never intended to let a monster like the man behind the Nine Tails rampage live again. No chance. Hashirama froze, a flicker of tension in his expression. Then met Madara. He realized that Obirama's stance toward Obito might reflect on the two Madaras. One of them had caused enough tragedies to fill a book, and the other directly ended up destroying an entire world. Unforgivable in either case. Obirama was silent. He never hid anything from his brother. I get it. Hashirama sighed. Indeed, hatred could not simply be cut off, not even by rebirth. This was all because of the looming threat of Kaguya. Madara could guess it, too. We're right back to how it was when the village was first founded. He said nothing more or tried to defend Madara. Just quietly walked off. Yes, you can forgive a perpetrator as a victim, but not everyone has the right to do that. We absolutely can't let Madara roam free again. Tobirama watched his brother leave, thinking, when the village was built, we let Madara go, and it ended in a sudden attack. One had to remain on high alert with any Uchiha, especially Madara with so much previous history. He gave his head a shake, discarding such trivial musings. They hadn't even defeated Kaguya yet. No point worrying about post-war matters. About that new jutsu I developed for you. Have you studied it? Obirama asked. Link had been quietly spectating. Put on the spot, he answered. I failed. Obirama had named them Resurrection of the Dead, basically controlling a corpse with chakra threads. Creation of all things, some basic trick with the transformation jutsu, and space-time leap, pumping chakra at his feet to jump farther. Just a glorified hop. They sounded impressive, but failed didn't mean Link couldn't cast them. He could, but they came out too normal. It was like his ninjutsu warping ability no longer worked. Yet ironically, just a few days ago, his practice with Wind Blade had succeeded, letting him produce a half-transparent blade that moved freely. Figures. Obirama wasn't surprised. Rather, he nodded thoughtfully. Remember your usual teleportation jutsu? Condensing chakra in your feet to burst with speed? Sure, that was basically a standard ninjutsu, the instantaneous teleportation jutsu. But your ninjutsu is different. Clearly, your mental energy, or say, your subconscious, is judging ninjutsu. He tapped his temple. If you aren't aware you're learning new ninjutsu. If you wholeheartedly believe it isn't brand new but rather a shortcut. Then. So. Link interjected, realizing the issue. The key is faith. Chapter 324, Ganjutsu Oneself. Damn it. Why'd he have to tell me all that? Link lay in bed feeling a bit troubled. If he'd stayed ignorant, he could have simply continued with his training. But after learning that his own subconscious was the culprit, he couldn't help worrying, what if the ninjutsu he tries to learn from here on out no longer mutates? Maybe letting someone's Ganjutsu override all my defenses is an opportunity. Right then, he recalled Tobirama's meaningful expression and question, are you willing to trust someone enough to let them control you completely? Don't underestimate my tolerance, you jerk, if using Ganjutsu to manipulate his subconscious could actually make anything possible. Like a sort of wishing machine. Then what might he do first? He'd start bending the world to his own liking, obviously. Ugh. He flopped onto the pillow, listening to the heavy downpour outside. His thoughts flickered to Sasuke, to Utakata, to countless plans swirling in his head, until he finally dozed off. He hadn't slept properly in the last 3 days. Ever since becoming Hokage, he'd been stuck at the office day and night. It's not easy being the 6th Hokage. Upon waking, it was still dark. Probably his body clock adapting to the schedule. This time he roused on his own without the Anbu's prodding, and just as naturally had his shadow clones get everything in order. In short, he dressed up, lay on a lounge chair, and let his shadows carry him into the Hokage's office. After processing the intel that had arrived overnight, he felt more awake. Hidden Stone's village had made a move. Link noticed that Hidden Grass Village's ninja had incidentally crossed the border multiple times last night. Like the old proverb, grass can turn into a grass ninja turncoat. In the Third Great Ninja War, Hidden Grass Village allied with Hidden Leaf Village only to betray them. That was how the Kanabi Bridge mission happened. Hidden Stone's village ninja used grass territory to slip silently into the Land of Fire and nearly annihilated Hidden Leaf Village's defensive forces. Now, with this massive explosion and chaos in the Land of Fire, Hidden Grass Village leaning toward an already aggressive Hidden Stone's village seemed plausible enough. Just like history repeating itself. Same old trick, I guess? His fingers tapped the desk. Eyes closed, he pondered the next steps. The two advisors, being elder folks, had woken at 4:30 a.m. already, but they left his messages on read without replying, evidently forcing him to handle this himself. Utakata. Link opened his eyes. Here. Said Utakata, stepping out from the shadows. Lately, with first Hashirama away, replanting the entire Land of Fire after that fiasco, or attending strategy sessions in the second parallel world about Kaguya. Yukata now filled the role of the Hokage's bodyguard. He'd previously had a relaxed schedule, but circumstances changed. Take Karen and go investigate Hidden Grass Village. Link directed. Nominally, Hidden Grass Village was still an ally, so sending official Anbu or top-level Jonin might prove ineffective. If Hidden Grass Village had truly sided with Hidden Stones Village, or if they'd grown hostile, Hidden Leaf Village's envoys might be officially turned away or even set up for a trap. Plus, Hidden Leaf Village had a manpower shortage. Many elites were stationed in the second parallel world, drawn by the lure of resurrection or to care for their resurrected kin. Like Kiranai's father, Might Guy's father. Plenty of older folks had come back. Rather than overstretch Hidden Leaf Village's limited Anbu, sending Karen, already labeled a missing ninja, together with violent sensor ninja Utakata, a reliable Jinchuriki of the Six Tails, seemed better. A medical sensor plus a brute sensor. If they encountered trouble, they could request help via Link's netjutsu and hopefully kill or escape as needed. This real-time, range-free communication is truly up. His mind drifted for a moment. Utakata nodded. Stay safe, and contact me if anything happens. I'll investigate quickly and return. Have a good trip. Link set down his Hokage's hat, smiling. Check in regularly. Utakata waved and vanished with a whoosh. Out the window. Ugh, again with the window. No one around here uses doors. Link had the shadows close it. Rain hammered the glass. With the newly blasted coastline just a dozen kilometers away, half vaporized by magma, half flooded by the sea, Hidden Leaf Village had seen non-stop downpours these past 2 days. He wondered how long it would last. I've decided, once I've got that wish fulfillment power, the first thing I do is fix Hidden Leaf Village's damn weather. He chuckled at the idea, then got back to work. 6th Hokage, huh? 6th Hokage equals Donkey's workload, that's what. Another day, mid-morning, training ground 7. Link, I heard you needed me for something? Main world Sasuke still wore his usual white robe. No denying it looked stylish, but kind of weird for an aspiring pastry chef. Still, he seemed to don it almost constantly. I see him wearing that white outfit a lot. Noticing Link's pensive stare, Sasuke smirked. I bought multiple sets of the same clothes. He said, reading Link's thoughts with some amusement. Ahem. Link coughed, trying to save face. Then he explained his mutated ninjutsu logic. I'm hoping your Ganjutsu can help me see if it's possible for my ninjutsu to mutate when I think I'm learning something brand new. He wanted Sasuke to cast an illusion so convincing that Link himself couldn't tell it was fake. If that succeeded, maybe he'd unconsciously trigger new ninjutsu variations. But that was dangerous. Relying on illusions so thoroughly as to lose track of reality. Letting someone else hijack his mind was unsettling. Despite all that, he'd never succumbed to illusions before. Even the idea made him uncomfortable. I see. Main world Sasuke nodded, Mangekyo in his eyes flickering. Then he withdrew the Sharingan's blow. An instant later, Link's muscles relaxed, his gaze losing focus, as if he were sinking into a trance. Chapter 325, Failed. Ugh, what was I planning just now? Link was groggy and confused. Then he opened his eyes and absent-mindedly sat up in bed. Oh, I just woke up. The plan for today is... He rubbed his cheek, failing to recall exactly what he was supposed to do today. Probably continue training, he guessed. Right, I learned the Flying Thunder God technique, so now I should use it. Leaping over to the training ground 7, he rubbed his face while standing there, faintly aware something felt off. Why wasn't a shadow carrying him? Why wasn't he in the Hokage's office? Why was the sky so grayish? I need to cast Flying Thunder God right away, then go taste the new desserts at Dango shop with Sasuke. At the thought of desserts, his mood brightened, and he set about gathering chakra and forming seals in high spirits. Wait, what's the process for using the Flying Thunder God? He suddenly blanked, his hands frozen in mid-seal. Do I actually know it? And then Link noticed there was a height scale mirror in front of him. 1.95 meters. He reached out to check, lips curving in delight. He reformed the seals, releasing them. So it was all just Ganjutsu. He felt a twinge of disappointment at discovering the entire scenario was an illusion. He looked up, main world Sasuke was pressing both hands against his eyes, blood streaming between his fingers. Link reflexively cast delicate illness extraction technique on him. Startled by how serious the injuries looked, somewhat like how Naruto would hurt himself with the Nine Tails chakra. He repeated the fine point extraction twice more, popped a specially modified high-grade soldier pill, and was about to cast a third time. No need. Main world Sasuke caught Link's wrist, wiping the blood from his face with the other. The Ganjutsu experiment failed. And he hesitated, then said, I don't think it's likely to succeed in the first place. Most illusions interfere with the five senses, manipulating the chakra in the brain. It's easy to disrupt your five senses or use other methods to immerse you in a genjutsu. But the moment you try casting ninjutsu inside the illusion, your mental energy gets involved. That force. He paused for several seconds, concluding grimly. Is so strong I can't even see where it ends. Not only is your own spiritual energy involved, it also connects, through the net, to everyone else's spiritual energy. Even that future version of me couldn't possibly control you under those conditions with mere illusions. Even the future Sasuke, who had defeated Kaguya and seized the nine-tailed beasts at a glance, couldn't do it. So that plan, using genjutsu shortcuts, was gone. Link's feelings were complex. Learning he was essentially immune to illusions was good news, but failing to harness illusions as a shortcut to fully manipulate that power was a letdown. Why was I so wary of genjutsu all this time? Recalling the lengths he'd gone to avoid illusions, he found it almost comical. It was as if someone tried training a certain body part to enter prison, only to land in the women's ward by accident. No worries. Main world Sasuke, sensing Link's inner conflict, spoke in reassurance. Will be your strength. Not just him and Utakata. The entire Uchiha clan would serve as Link's strength. So said the new young head of the Uchiha family, including even someone as legendary in the old timeline, and now obscure, as Shizue Uchiha. But in terms of sheer power, maybe the Uchiha aren't that big a deal these days. Link's instincts size them up. Knowing that if he activated his mutated ninjutsu, illusions couldn't touch him, it meant the Uchiha basically pose no threat. Even Sasuke's eternal Mangekyo, best known for its perfect Susanoo, had been neutralized with ease by Hashirama's demonstrations before. An 8 gates shadow plus Link's scalpel-like chakra technique might smash Susanoo like it was nothing. So I'm really that strong now. He finally realized that compared to when he first started, only first Hashirama clearly surpassed him. Even Obirama's stance had shifted. In fact, the third Hokage's younger self had essentially surrendered the Hokage position to him. He gently smiled, murmuring, "Yeah. You'll all be my strength." Some strength wasn't purely about raw firepower but also mental support. Though the shortcuts had failed, simply knowing he was immune to illusions was a victory in itself. Feeling more at ease, Link asked, "What about your side, then?" "Tomorrow, we're heading to the third parallel world to attack Kaguya." Main world Sasuke replied. Pleased Link wasn't beating himself up. Better get it over with than stand guard forever. After all, you can't guard against thieves day in, day out. The Ninja Alliance's grand dream of peace wouldn't progress if they kept cowering from Kaguya. But aren't they supposed to wait until that natural energy technology yields more results? Link frowned. He was worried for his friend. Obirama's going, too. Sasuke explained. The nature energy research has already come up with a decent prototype. They tested it on some remote isles in the second world twice, got a pretty formidable result. Plus, Hashirama got the sage's yin-yang power for sealing Kaguya. Wait, yin-yang? I thought he only got the yang half. Link was confused. He recalled that night, after the explosion, Hashirama had shown only a sun-like mark on his palm. No. I just heard from those two from the future timeline. Main world Sasuke shrugged. Must have been the old sage visiting in a dream again, giving away the yin power. That miser. Link clenched his fist. He wasn't jealous. No way. Right. No envy at all. He definitely wasn't bothered that the old man claimed to trust him yet gave Hashirama the freebies. Next time that old geezer turned up as a toddler, Link might just. He let go of the thought. He did recall Kaguya's skill with space-time jutsu. Anyway, best to end it fast. Sasuke said. Then those future versions can leave. He understood Tobirama's sneaky strategy. He'd given them copies of the technique but not Link's special chakra. So the scroll was basically worthless. Clever. Let's hope things go smoothly. Both of them said in unison. Chapter 326, all participants are ready. Second parallel world, Kanabi Bridge, laboratory. I hear you plan on going to the third world yourself? Link leaned in and asked. Obirama shot him a glare. Weren't you told not to come over here? Although his words sounded harsh, his face showed little anger. Ever since his big brother abruptly received the Sage of Six Paths power, giving him strength on par with the two future men and making him the linchpin of the upcoming assault, Obirama was less worried about Link being snatched away. At least if hostilities flared, they had enough force to fight back. Your Genjutsu experiment failed? He glanced over the boy, seeing no changes, and more or less guessed the outcome. This kid is softer than I'd thought, trusting some Uchiha with absolutely no reservations. TCH, but to Tobirama, that wasn't necessarily bad. At least the junior he'd painstakingly raised wasn't some ungrateful turncoat. On another note, being so trusting might cause Link trouble one day. One more thing to worry about, huh? He shook his head slightly. He couldn't count how many nights he'd lain awake scheming ways to protect Link. Maybe he was used to it by now. Even so, I'm only 3 years old, yet here I'm losing sleep about peace and ensuring the younger generation's future. How pitiful. Link merely gave a nasal grunt. Then he said, going to fight Kaguya is dangerous. Why go yourself? Flying Thunder God. Obirama replied succinctly. He elaborated, Kaguya is adept at space-time jutsu, we can't trust Obito from the main world. So I, Minato, plus the other world's Minato as well, will all go to coordinate strikes using Flying Thunder God. Link frowned. But what if she ambushes you? He recalled how first Madara mentioned Kaguya had blindsided them with space-time ninjutsu. If she catches us in an ambush, that'll buy my brother time to finish the seal. Obirama sounded unconcerned. He tugged his collar aside, revealing a 5-pointed black cursed seal on his neck, giving a peculiar grin. That woman likes to absorb chakra. She'll be free to gorge on it. So that's the latest achievement Sasuke mentioned? Link eyed the marking. Something like that. Obirama gave a deliberately vague answer. Your 5 elements seal harnesses extremely antagonistic natural energy. Orochimaru processed the original body cells, and the 2 Minatos plus Kushina did the sealing. I managed the chakra control to form a pattern like this. He paused, patting the seal. It may look unimpressive, but it's constantly siphoning in natural energy. In about 20 hours or so, it'll reach the limit the seal can hold. If Kaguya seizes me, I can effectively dump all that natural energy into her at once. Even storing just a few hours worth would hamper the Tentails, so theoretically it could be a way to handle Kaguya. Link's eyes widened. You guys put together a Tentails again? Yes, this world still has a Jido statue. Obirama explained. After the experiment, my brother broke the Tentails down into tailed beasts once more. But that plan sounds half-baked. Link murmured. How do you vent the natural energy? What if it explodes again, or Kaguya doesn't fear nature energy? Obirama merely spread his hands, smiling. Me? Link asked, pointing to himself. I recall you have a jutsu that can disperse natural energy. Obirama said confidently. And if it does explode, well, we always have summoning, impure world reincarnation. Only I, Orochimaru, and the 2 Minatos have the chakra control to safely toggle the mark on and off. From the second parallel world's first Hashirama sacrifice, we know Kaguya can indeed use or block natural energy, plus your 5 elements seal's potency. So it's worth trying. Link shook his head worriedly. Still sounds risky. I mean, it doesn't sound anywhere near guaranteed success. Plus it means taking Sasuke, Uncle Minato, and this world's Minato into danger. Obirama shrugged. We're ninjas. What fight isn't risky? We can't wait until everything is 100% guaranteed. If there's a shot, we must seize the initiative. Remember, those future versions of Naruto and Sasuke beat Kaguya once. Even if they relied on Kamui and advanced Rinnegan. That's at least a path forward. If we just sit around and do nothing, letting her pick the time and place, the unknowns are far too many. Though Obirama looked calm, he was internally impatient. Freed from her ancient seal, Kaguya had nearly toppled them while still fresh out. If they waited for her to get a stable foothold and deeper knowledge, that might be fatal. No one knew if she could copy a human's ninjutsu or gather enough chakra to transform further. Better to move now. Link sighed. So, maybe I should come too? No need. Our chances are decent, and if you die, that's the real problem. Obirama said plainly. Meaning, anyone else dying was acceptable. After all, they had summoning, impure world reincarnation. Exhaling, he gazed down. Come to think of it, summoning, impure world reincarnation messing with our perceptions of life. I just realized how easily we treat death now, which shouldn't be. Yeah, it's dangerous. Link agreed. Overusing the technique could indeed threaten the moral fabric of the entire world. Obirama shook his head, dropping the topic. He already had measures in place to restrict rebirth in the future. For now, they needed to handle Kaguya first. I'll be leaving the village in your hands. The advisors said you've done well. He praised with a small grin. Even if tomorrow he might be heading to his death, his mood was good. Hey. Link felt a faint flush of pride at the compliment. But if you guys do fail. He gave a half smile, then I guess it's my turn to step in. After all, the final boss never steps on stage right away. Chapter 327, Link's idea. Knock, 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 come in. Final chapter. Naruto looked at Link entering the room, somewhat surprised. He wasn't an idiot. Of course he knew that this otherworldly Hidden Leaf village was guarding heavily against both him and Sasuke, not allowing them near any important figures. So Link suddenly coming to see him today left him somewhat perplexed. Is something the matter? He asked gently. No matter how the otherworld Hidden Leaf village behaved, in the end, they had come seeking his help. Even if there was a bit of exclusion and scheming involved, he was still willing to assist. Sorry. Link pondered for a moment, then apologized first. Final chapter. Naruto, on the contrary, tried to console him. It's no big deal. If he truly minded it, they wouldn't even have come here to help. In any case, the people in this other world were innocent, and a second destroyed world was something no one wanted. If Kaguya gained the power to cross worlds, that was all the more frightening. He glanced out the window again and repeated. So what brings you here? I want to cooperate with you. Link said earnestly. Naruto was a bit taken aback. You want to cooperate? That's right. Link nodded seriously. Directly following Dobirama's plan to attack Kaguya has no guarantee of success, and I don't think it'll work out 100%. He wasn't the type to be so easily convinced. Dobirama was used to the ninja way. Betting on uncertain risk was normal. Link was different. Even though trusting them could raise the success rate, it seemed the other side refused. Link felt that, in fact, trusting them was the better course. So you have a new idea? Naruto asked with interest. I can summon the dead for battle without needing a living sacrifice. Link explained directly. They come back with the full strength they possessed in life, and I can even resurrect them. In other words, for anyone who died in your world's timeline with great power, as long as I have time, I can summon them. Above all, the crucial figure from your victory against Kaguya. Obito Uchiha. Of course, I can't guarantee I'll succeed, but I think it's worth a try. He paused and said. And I'm willing to trust you. Naruto, somewhat curious, asked. Why? His eyes showed a warm smile. Because I trust Naruto and Sasuke. Link extended his hand, meeting Naruto's gaze squarely. Through the Furitsu, he had found a timeline that perfectly resembled the manga in his memory. It was the future version of Naruto and Sasuke he recognized. Anyway, if illusions weren't a threat to him, it wasn't like he had to worry about being mind-controlled. Unless someone outright wanted to kill him, he could probably escape. Creak. At the window, final chapter. Sasuke stepped inside. He gazed at the two calmly. You're the core behind that Funitsu and the resurrection technique, right? The only one who can actually cast those? He looked at Link quietly. I did some investigating, Link. In our world, you never existed. Your mother, once war with Hidden Stone's village broke out, never realized she was pregnant when she went to the front lines. She was severely wounded, and had a miscarriage. You're the only difference between that world and this one. Even sending just a shadow clone to the main world gave them a few minutes to gather all the info. Let alone half a day. That's the power of the man who once subdued 9-tailed beasts at a glance. Sasuke. Final chapter. Naruto called his name with a hint of exasperation, then said to Link. If you really can summon Obito, that'd help a lot. Need me to go back with you? After all, his heart brimmed with trust and the desire for peace. If the 7th Hokage is willing. Link smiled, pulling out the ship's sailing scroll. Final chapter. Sasuke said nothing more. Having matured, he was far different from his extremist Fourth War self. Final chapter. World, Hidden Leaf Village, atop the Hokage Rock. Clack. Naruto from the final chapter timeline landed, gazing up at the moonlit sky. Do we need anything else prepared? Despite being in a separate world, day and night seemed to align closely, the two worlds' time in rough sync. No. Link shook his head. All I need is a bit of your chakra. Before Link even finished speaking, that familiar ample chakra surged into his body. Naruto's brand of unlimited supply. He thought, as expected from Naruto, the living battery. Out loud, he said. Thank you. Then he formed seals. Obito Uchiha, Kaguya has revived. We need your help. He broadcast this message to the Pure Land. Using summoning, impure world reincarnation on Fourth War Obito wasn't an option, because that man's soul had been thoroughly wiped out. So Link took the simpler route, calling out to the Pure Land at large. Unsurprisingly, no answer at first. Link wasn't discouraged. The initial shout was just an alarm clock for the dead. His summoning of the deceased would inform them of how much time had passed in the living world. Some were in a deep sleep. He repeated it a few more times, then started flinging out ropes from the net to fish for souls. With normal chakra consumption, that would be impossible, but next to him stood the infinite battery Naruto, who didn't even break a sweat or show any sign of exhaustion. The very first soul who took the bait was Nohara Rin. Then a bunch of extras followed, soon hooking a big fish, Senju Hashirama. Next came the third Raikage, the first Sushi Kage. People once summoned by the sage, all hearing the name Kaguya and taking interest. They'd attach themselves to the net. With so many lines out, Link's head spun. He was relying on Naruto's monstrous chakra supply but still felt mental fatigue from linking all these souls. The net-based video platform? Hardly. This was a tidal wave of spirit signals. Naruto's chakra is unbelievably strong. If it was Utakata, he'd have run dry ages ago. He felt a hint of excitement. Then, forging ahead, he pushed the summoning and net jutsu beyond its normal capacity. At some tipping point, lines turned into an entire net thrown over the Pure Land, hooking countless dead. The wave of voices poured back into him, making him dizzy. "Hey, are you okay?" Final chapter Naruto asked, seeing Link on the verge of mental collapse. "I'm fine." Link barely managed, promptly canceling the summoning. He reeled back into his body, panting heavily. After a short pause, he looked up, face brightening, found him. Chapter 328, Will They Win? The next day, morning, second parallel world, at the Kanabi Bridge. "Where's Naruto?" Obirama glanced around and asked, his mental alarm bells ringing. They had agreed on a time, and now the incredibly strong final chapter Naruto wasn't here. He couldn't help worrying. Hashirama, about to say something to soothe his brother, suddenly sensed several powerful chakras arriving via this world's Funitsu technique. His face lit up with interest. That little brat, Link, Tobirama sensed it too. At once, he perceived chakra signatures similar to those of the former Hokage, along with Link's own chakra, final chapter Naruto's, and something resembling Obito Uchiha's. He instantly realized what had happened. No time to be angry. Those people had already arrived at the assembly point. Use Flying Raijin then, you brat. Yo. Link waved in greeting to the fierce little white-haired brat and then said to the other person, Lord Hashirama. Obirama held back his anger as he calmly judged the situation. Seeing how, in his own case, he'd never attempted to summon himself from another world, he knew full well that if he ever tried, he'd end up locked in endless scheming with himself for the good of the village. The same sort of plotting he was engaged in right now. After all, Hidden Leaf Village can only have one leading voice shaping the future. Ha ha ha. Final chapter Hashirama laughed aloud, giving his younger brother's shoulder a hearty slap. Seeing you so tiny, Tobirama, really brings back memories. Brother. Final chapter Tobirama's tone was cold. This is not the time for odd comments. Link. The Tobirama of the main world barely suppressed his fury. He paused, then said. Once we're back, we'll have a thorough chat. Brother. The first Hashirama tried to interject, but under his younger brother's killing glare, he just rubbed his head with an awkward laugh and said nothing more. The two Hashiramas exchanged glances. Naruto, everyone. I'll be counting on you for dealing with Kaguya. Link bowed. Final chapter Naruto patted him on the shoulder. Leave it to us. Hovering silently stood final chapter Obito, now in his younger form, wearing goggles and an Uchiha rest track jacket, quietly staring at the two childlike Madaras in the distance. Meanwhile, the three different Minatos. Each come and collected. Exchanged looks. Summoned versions plus one who was still young. Made them look like a pair of twins with someone else's kid. No point saying more. The small Obirama of the main world seethed with anger, which finally turned into a silent sigh. Brother, let's get going. They weren't bringing any Funitsu scrolls for returning. If they succeeded in defeating Kaguya, they could simply come back via the net, but if they failed, best not to let Jiraiya or Madara Uchiha end up handing Link's chakra to the enemy. Originally, each person had a clear role in the Kaguya operation, but now they were badly overstaffed. Hashirama X2, Madara X2, Tobirama X2, Minato X3, Sasuke X2, Obito X1, Sarutobi X1, Naruto X1, Orochimaru X1. Total 15 people. They had prepared 2 copies of the Funitsu scroll, but that wasn't enough for so many new arrivals, forcing them to write one more last night before departure. Then, right before setting off, the main world Tobirama destroyed it, only leaving 2 copies. Someone's impromptu idea had messed up his plan. He could only glare hard at Link as they vanished into the spiral warp. Alright, best of luck. Utakata said, coming up to Link in a gentle tone. He'd rushed back overnight from Hidden Grass Village to investigate their suspicious movements. After reporting via the net, learning the Kaguya strike force was about to depart, he hurried back to the base. Link stared at the now empty assembly ground and sighed. Friends or foes, they've all gone. How it ends, no one knows. But I've done what I can. He felt uneasy about how the battle in the third parallel world might turn out. Utakata quietly stood beside him. Shall we return? There's still work to be done. He said softly. Yeah. Link forced a smile. I've got to head back to the office. Tomorrow's the 5 Kage summit. Sigh. Carrying his fatigue, Link opened the Funetsu scroll once more and, with Utakata, returned to the main world. Once they arrived, the net promptly delivered a flood of delayed messages, from the Anbu, from Narashikaku, from the 2 elders. Nearly all official duties. Without pause, Link went straight to the Hokage's office, morphing yet again into the stamping, paper-pushing machine known as the 6th Hokage. Even though he was worried about the 3rd Parallel World Strike Team, the pressing demands of actual governance left him no free moment. By that same evening, he had to go meet with the daimyo of the Land of Fire to discuss the upcoming 5 Kage summit and all these recent disruptions. Thus, day by day, life continued, always teetering between the looming crisis of Kaguya's threat and the tangled affairs of the shinobi world. Chapter 329, Escape. At this very moment, in the 3rd Parallel World's heavenly realm, Kamui. In his youthful form, Final Chapter Obito rotated both Mangekyo Sharingan eyes. Supported by Final Chapter Naruto's chakra, he tore open the space leading to the beginning dimension, Shikakyuken. Revealed on the other side was Otsutsuki Kaguya, currently tangled in combat with First World Hashirama and Final Chapter Sasuke. The very next instant. Swish. Final Chapter Naruto and Sasuke swapped places, and Naruto swung a punch downward. Boom. Otsutsuki Kaguya fell in a wretched tumble. Got you. First World Hashirama seized Kaguya's arms with both hands. The 6 paths planetary devastation he had stored inside his body activated. Crack, 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 the ground shook. Countless slabs of rock rose into the air. Black Zetsu's 2 beady eyes abruptly widened. Kaguya's 3rd eye, the Rin Sharingan in her forehead, was gradually closing, her form reverting to the rabbit goddess shape. Her white body sprouted multiple tailed beast heads. Compared to the time she was sealed during the 4th Great Ninja War, she had now absorbed more chakra and had sufficient time to handle that power. Hence, she had not outright lost the Rin Sharingan nor all the tailed beasts. Even so, because of Hagoromo's technique, she was still inevitably being driven toward another seal. Mother, it's time. Use that jutsu. Escape to a world where you still exist, otherwise, Black Zetsu urgently suggested again. Kaguya barked. Shut up. She poured out the very last portion of Link's chakra stored within her, causing the markings of the Funetsu technique to appear over her body. Final Chapter Obito once more invoked his eye power, twisting space. Mother, be careful of that technique. Use part of your body to block it, Black Zetsu warned again. Shut up, Kaguya, annoyed, merely maneuvered her body so that the part inscribed with the technique was concealed. In the next second, the white arm covering that inscribed area got warped off by Kamui. She suddenly realized, in her dazed moment of misjudgment, Black Zetsu had also been taken by Kamui. Before she could mull it over, the Funetsu technique had already activated, violently breaking free from the binds of the 6 paths planetary devastation and whisking her off to another world. Crack. High above, the newly formed 6 paths planetary devastation hung in the sky. Pieces of stone fell away. Yet the hearts of the strike force were anything but relieved. First World Hashirama closed his eyes, streaming his chakra into the seal. Then he opened the net channel, quickly gathering all scattered members of the assault team. Was it a success? Main World Tobirama looked up at the massive sphere in the air and asked. She escaped. She used Link's chakra and the Funetsu technique to slip out of the 6 paths planetary devastation seal, fleeing to some other world. First World Hashirama shook his head gravely. Main World Tobirama frowned. What he read from that sentence, at least, was some slightly good news. The self-proclaimed progenitor of chakra still needed Link's chakra to activate the Funetsu jutsu. Alright, let's head back immediately for a look. In the next moment, he adopted a grim face and spoke. Should Kaguya attempt some strategic home base swap, things would get nasty. First World Hashirama took a deep breath and activated the net portal again. Main World, Hidden Leaf Village, Hokage Building. 6th Hokage-sama, you were too impulsive. Turning to face him, Unitane Koharu couldn't hold back her criticism. No choice. Link said with utter self-confidence. He was just spouting nonsense the whole time. He was referring to the fire daimyo he had just walked out on, mid-discussion. Nobles being troublesome as always. Mitakato Hamura sighed quietly. After this, Koharu and I will handle the matter. Then let Shikaku see the daimyo. He relented, quite helpless. After all, Link, the little bundle of trouble, was still Hokage. They certainly couldn't make him go back and apologize. Anyway, in the current climate, the leaf was no longer wholly reliant on the Land of Fire. Leave it at that. Thanks, Hamura Ojizan. Link was about to say something, when he noticed movement from his shadows. His eyes lit up, they're back. The two advisors exchanged glances, feeling their own anxieties lift. The three hurried to the lab. Once inside, they saw that main world Tobirama's expression was less than pleasant. Link ventured. How did it go? First world Hashirama answered. The seal failed. She used your chakra to cast the Funitsu technique and fled the Six Paths planetary devastation, escaping into some unknown world. We've already checked the second parallel world and their world. Kaguya didn't show up in either. Because the Funitsu technique's landing spot in any single world was fixed, verifying her arrival in a known world was simple. Final chapter. Naruto and Sasuke both wore heavy expressions. Letting one Kaguya roam at large, ready to strike any world, felt far too dangerous. Didn't she only have 3 portions of my chakra left? Link asked. Main world Tobirama cast him a sidelong look. Yes, meaning she used one piece to flee into an unknown world. 2 remain for potential sneak attacks on us. For now, we have to track her down. Final chapter. Obito spoke for the first time. We can't let her keep absorbing chakra. The Kaguya we just faced was far stronger than the one we sealed before. But we won't need all of you going this time. Just 4 of us are enough. He meant himself. Final chapter. Naruto, final chapter. Sasuke, and first world Hashirama. During the previous fight, the rest had barely been of any use. Main world Tobirama responded curtly. Chakra. He tossed a scroll over. Link caught it and, while pouring in chakra, asked, Lord Hashirama, how about the power the Six Paths sage gave you? Once I returned to this world, not much was left. Said first world Hashirama, opening his hand to reveal that the sun and moon symbol had vanished. No worries. The current me can't be killed so easily by Kaguya. Even though it had merely been borrowed might to step momentarily into that realm of power, he had gained much from it, similar to how final chapter Naruto was in the post-Fourth War era, though weaker. His 5 elements seal might be able to kill Kaguya in one shot. Chapter 330, Still Gotta Fight. Are you going along just to make trouble? Main world Tobirama's tone was flat-out rude. 5 elements seal was indeed formidable, and the onrushing sea of shadows could dominate even among super cage-level fighters. However, Link's main body was quite fragile. At least to a 6 Paths level powerhouse, he was an instant kill. A glass cannon even shadow clone technique couldn't save. So, what's your plan? Link felt equally helpless. His clone technique couldn't take effect across worlds. Even if they detached an arm engraved with the 5 elements seal for someone to take through the Funitsu or net portal, it would count as a catastrophic injury to the real body and cancel itself out. Without his mutated ninjutsu, how could they kill or seal Otsutsuki Kaguya? Final chapter. Naruto and first world Hashirama simultaneously scratched their heads. Indeed, that was a problem. If there's truly no way to seal her, at least we can temporarily drive her off, hopefully deterring her from destroying a world or absorbing more chakra. Final chapter. Sasuke said coolly. Final chapter. Obito opened his Mangekyo again. Space vortexes formed. He took out from Kamui space the severed limb of Kaguya along with black Zetsu attached to the sleeve, speaking calmly, we didn't come away completely empty-handed. Isn't that right, Black Zetsu? The half-chopped Black Zetsu forced out a stiff grin. Just a short while ago, he'd witnessed these humans beating his mother and cornering him. This sense of despair seriously beyond words. Leave it to me. Orochimaru smiled, licking his lips. I'll make sure it spills every last bit of intelligence. Be cautious. Final chapter. Obito reminded. Then he added. Before we depart, there's one more thing to settle. His gaze swung toward the two Madara Uchiha. Since we don't need their strength, let's deal with them. Especially him. Pointing at Second World Madara. He did wipe out an entire world. Main world Tobirama, arms folded, remained expressionless. He already resolved to rid himself of both Madara. Even though it was a bit sooner than planned, it was still feasible. If. Final chapter. Naruto tried to defend these two childlike Madara. Naruto. Final chapter. Sasuke cut him off. Hey. First World Madara gave a low chuckle, scanning everyone present. Hashirama, even if we unite for a common enemy, we end up resorting to violence out of hatred. Madara, we can definitely work this out peacefully. No need. First World Hashirama tried to argue. Second World Madara spoke icily, face reality. There's no such thing as everything goes your way in this world. Final chapter. Sasuke had already moved to block off their path. Meanwhile, final chapter. Obito swiftly activates Kamui, poised to drag the two Madara into Kamui space. Boom. First World Hashirama, in Sage mode, suddenly appeared in front of Link, kicking away something invisible in midair. Madara. Final chapter. Naruto also entered Sage mode, charging forward. In the blink of an eye, he and Hashirama exchanged several clashes with the two Madara. Crack. In an instant, the lab was shattered. Final chapter. Obito and Sasuke chased after the fleeing Madara outside. Were they already having internal strife before achieving victory? Link rubbed his forehead. That was indeed how things stood. Madara's track record was simply too dark. Both final chapter Obito and Sasuke harbored obvious hatred toward him. Yet picking this moment, right after they had driven off Otsutsuki Kaguya, to make a move, was it worth discussing? Leave this to me. Final chapter. Naruto spoke up. First World. Hashirama nodded, then Shum vanished in pursuit. Don't underestimate Madara Uchiha. The Rinnegan originally stemmed from Indra plus Ajura's combined power, that is, Hagoromo's might. Once reacquired, they were at 6 paths tier. Strictly speaking, the upper limit could surpass final chapter Sasuke's. However, having no time to develop, his earlier body was aged, and as a child again, his base stats were even weaker. But the Rinnegan gave high chakra and certain 6 paths style Jujutsu, not so much bodily enhancement. From Nagato's frailty, to Rinnegan Obito needing the regular Sharingan's dynamic vision to face Might Guy, to single-eyed 6 paths Madara being worn down by 6 paths Sage Mode Naruto, continuing to Kaguya being battered around by single blows. Note that Naruto's single blow with combo hits was basically on par with a group of 6th Gate Rock Lees. Real Rock Lee in the war only reached 6th Gate, still far from Guy. In simpler terms, Otsutsuki power doesn't drastically raise the body's physical stats. The biggest factor is Sage Mode. It's exactly what let Hagoromo surpass the Divine Tree. And what turned Naruto from normal to the MVP of the Fourth War. Interestingly, the Rinnegan itself doesn't significantly boost physical stats, while the Sharingan, upgrading step by step, does. For instance, the difference between under-practiced Eternal Mangekyo Sasuke, who nearly got one-shotted by 6 paths Obito, and the same Sasuke who'd adapted, able to keep up with him. Because the longer one uses the Mangekyo, the more the body is forced to adapt. In any case, the initial plan before Link brought in further backup was for the 2 transplanted Rinnegan Madara to be the central force dealing with Kaguya. They were absolutely at that almost 6 paths level. They performed well in the real assault. After the arrival of final chapter Obito and Sasuke, however, they felt these Madara were unnecessary and, more importantly, too dangerous to remain. Hence, in a show of tacit agreement, they'd swiftly made their move to eliminate potential threats. Their timing? Right after repelling Kaguya, before their power could fully recover. Once Madara grew older, perhaps only final chapter Naruto and First World Hashirama could handle him. If he also plotted to gather tailed beasts, that'd be catastrophic. Better to handle him now. Sigh. Link lightly patted main world Sasuke, who wore a furious look. Limbo, border jail was only visible or perceptible to a 6 paths level fighter. Eternal Mangekyo alone was insufficient. So he saw nothing, and neither did the others. Through the net, Link fed the positions of both Madara to final chapter Sasuke, Obito, and First World Hashirama. As the lofty admin, indeed he had some privileges. In the next moment, however, he realized the 2 Madara's net accounts had just then been cancelled, completely vanishing from his tracking. Chapter 331, Time is pressed. Unfortunately, closing their net accounts didn't mean they could actually run away. In the end, while still strengthened by the Sage of 6 Paths power unable to enter 6 Paths Sage mode, First World Hashirama was absolutely invincible in the main world. Ultimately, he personally came out and captured both Madara again. Under the wood binding from a Hashirama empowered by 6 Paths Sage mode. A force even Otsutsuki Kaguya had to take seriously. It was impossible for 2 reincarnated Madara to fight back. You really are the same as always. First World Madara lay there wrapped up in wood style like a mummy, not even able to refine a sliver of chakra. He was sprawled out, his tone lifting slightly. In the end, you still chose the village? Before going to fight Otsutsuki Kaguya, he had already guessed it might end like this and had even prepared countermeasures. He just hadn't expected that his own Hashirama would inexplicably wield enough might to slice into Kaguya's body with a single strike. When the enemy fled, he had no choice but to follow back. He'd wanted to adjust his plan, slip away during the pursuit of Kaguya. But final chapter Obito and Sasuke's sudden move convinced him that, together with the other Madara, he completely lost any chance to resist. He knew Hashirama far too well, and likewise Tobirama. Attacking Link would certainly provoke Hashirama to intervene. Being indecisive had no meaning, better to fight to the bitter end in one go. If death befalls him, so be it. Once resurrected once, he could be resurrected a second time. Whether by Link or summoning, impure world reincarnation. As long as someone needed his power, inevitably he would one day get another chance. He simply did not believe that the naive Ninja Alliance could hold forever, Nor did he believe any other parallel Hidden Leaf village would stand by while the main world Hidden Leaf village possessed a unique link. Nor did he believe so-called love could bring world peace. That was precisely why he'd once tried to shoulder everything by himself, forcibly imposing peace. Hence, all that's left now is to wait. First World Hashirama fell silent for a moment, then said, I don't want to kill you, but if we let you escape, you'll definitely make a move on Link. He wasn't that indecisive, otherwise, he wouldn't have steeled himself to kill his best friend at the final valley. Today was no different. Thanks to Link, true peace was within sight. Over in the Second World Ninja Alliance, it seemed they'd found a new path. Brother. Main world Tobirama's voice was calm as he cast a glance at the two Madara lying on the ground, bound stiff as dogs. He couldn't be bothered to look further, turning to Hashirama, just get rid of them, we can't afford any more delays with Kaguya. Final chapter. Naruto stepped up, meaning to speak for them, after all, they had recently fought side by side. But wanting to kill them now? He'd hoped they could just be placed under surveillance or something. Wait. Link suddenly spoke, halting them and drawing all eyes his way. He gazed at the two Madara. I have another way to deal with them. How about we reincarnate them to a different world? It wasn't a great solution, nor was it awful. It didn't kill them, nor leave them a chance to stir up trouble. Sending them off to another world basically amounted to exile. No one objected. In the tense atmosphere, that became the unspoken decision. Even the two Madara themselves neither resisted in anger nor showed delight. In an unexpectedly calm, subdued manner, they accepted their fate. 20 minutes later, in the lab. Phew. As the technique array on the ground activated, the souls of the two Madara Uchiha were directly drawn out. Neither the wood-style binding nor their Rinnegan could stop it one bit. Once the technique fully engaged without being destroyed, apparently nothing could halt it. All around, people stood silently watching, each with their own thoughts. Very soon, once the two souls were pulled away, one of them sent back a coordinate for its new world of reincarnation. New City. I recall, Link immediately recognized that name, Hunter x Hunter. Right? That's a pretty decent world. Even if he lost his Rinnegan, with Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan alone, Madara in the Hunter x Hunter setting still wouldn't be weak. Along with war-honed experience, if he developed some special nen ability, his future might be quite formidable. At least he wasn't dropped right into the Dark Continent. Shortly, the second Madara was reincarnated. The mutated summoning, Impure World reincarnation fed back the final info, Land of Azura. That rings a bell, aha, from Fist of the North Star. Not bad, though that post-apocalyptic environment is tough. He glanced over at Hashirama, they've both been reborn into other worlds. Main world Tobirama collected the pair of Rinnegan in a container and said. Well then, brother. First world Hashirama gazed at Madara's body lying there, closed his eyes for a moment, then reopened them calmly. Let's go. Unrolling the scroll, final chapter. Naruto, Sasuke, and Obito approached, and the four promptly vanished into the vortex. Main world Tobirama stashed away the Rinnegan and also sealed Madara's remains into a scroll. Koharu, Hamura, come help. We've got a ton to do. In the third parallel world, the entire populace was still ensnared by Divine Tree World of Trees. Probably only after final chapter Naruto and Sasuke performed the dissolution seals would it end. Meanwhile, the chaos post-Kaguya spelled massive reconstruction. Moreover, Second World Hashirama had died there, never returning, so presumably they'd want to bring him back via reincarnation. Yes, Lord Tobirama. X2 Koharu and Hamura answered in unison. You'd better leave me two people to do my own workload. Link said, feeling headache building. Main world Tobirama looked pretty cheerful, with no intention of pursuing Link's sneaky moves with the final chapter crew. If you had that many people to help, what would you do as Hokage yourself? He left that remark, using Flying Thunder God to depart. The Rinnegan plus Madara's body were extremely valuable. He needed to preserve them at once. Also, he and the two Minato needed to figure out how their choker seal had failed on them. Both the other two Minato, and Orochimaru, wore faint smiles and left together. The four Hokage from the final chapter world, who had been earlier engaged in some fighting, had already been returned to their own dimension. Thus, in an instant, the lab felt deserted. Link rubbed his temples. Sasuke, keep an eye on Izuno-Uchiha, that guy might cause trouble. Sure. Main world Sasuke nodded. Taking the Hokage hat from Bubble, Link got back to work. Then I'll go do my job as well. Tomorrow he'll attend the 5 Kage Summit. Inwardly, he felt that his life was growing more and more divided. Once Kaguya's matter was resolved, hopefully he could incorporate his main world into the Ninja Alliance swiftly. Then, with the alliance secure, he could lead teams on expeditions through all the accessible Naruto timelines, preemptively dealing with hidden threats. In those parallel dimensions from which he had already gleaned a sense, time was all flowing forward once he visited. If he simply ignored them, he might later face multiple emergent Kaguya. Especially that Asuma's death arc timeline of Shippuden. From Shippuden's start to the end of the Fourth War is under a year, so time is quite pressing. Chapter 332, Kaguya's Situation. An unknown world, deep in the mountains huff. The ground trembled, soil and trees were violently pulled by a sudden powerful gravitational force. In the next instant, boom. A newly formed sphere was blown apart, sending dirt flying everywhere. Otsutsuki Kaguya landed with a disheveled look amidst the clangs and clatters of falling earth. She braced herself on one hand, her body's surface constantly warping and then being forcibly suppressed again. Ha! Hagoromo's technique is interfering with my chakra control. It's fortunate that mysterious jutsu managed to break Hagoromo's seal and bring me out, me, the progenitor of chakra, once again beaten by the very chakra I scattered. Just why is this happening? She could blame the unfamiliar chakra, but it wasn't even involved in the actual battle. Having failed the exact same way twice, she couldn't help feeling unsettled. After a long while, Otsutsuki Kaguya calmed the agitation of the tailed beasts within her. She rose a few meters into the air, then slowly landed back down. Hagoromo's lingering technique still affects me. I can sense my Rin Sharingan forcibly sealed. I've completely lost connection to my dimensions. The tailed beasts in my body are thrashing around trying to break free. With my chakra so unstable, I can't even fly as smoothly as before. Nevertheless, I'll be fine given some time. If those humans pursue me here, that would be the real problem. She anxiously examined her surroundings. Clearly, she'd intended to find a world where another herself existed, but found herself in a time where apparently none of her kin had arrived at this planet. Extremely disadvantageous. I'd better hide, Kaguya made a quick decision. Instead of trying to waste chakra flying or using Yamatsu Hirasaka, she grounded herself firmly on the earth. Despite losing most of her chakra and many of her abilities, as the chakra progenitor, her body was still at a high level from a human viewpoint. She used only the barest bit of chakra to mask her presence, then left the mountainous region, trekking across the forest and plains. Day and night passed, she fled far, far away. By dusk, perched on a treetop, Kaguya gazed at cooking smoke rising from a primitive human settlement some distance off. Swoosh! Leaves rustled beneath the tree. A filthy girl emerged, holding a pair of rabbit ears. She glanced up and, seeing this elegant, beautiful woman, immediately froze in awe. Lady. The girl clutched her rabbit tight, hunching down and stammering in fright. Should I kill her? It felt wasteful. Give her some years, Kaguya thought, she could plant the divine tree again to suspend everyone and extract their chakra. But if she let the girl go, Kaguya might be exposed, letting those interlopers track her down, far too risky. Mama. The girl's instincts seemed quite keen. Realizing the killing intent, she immediately knelt on the ground, whimpering like a frightened animal, trembling all over. Kaguya's expression softened, tears flowing from her eyes. A mother once, she couldn't help recalling her two sons whom she so deeply resented. Humans. Hagoromo. Hamura. She slowly dropped to the ground, extending a hand to gently touch the girl's head. In the main world, in the land of fire's woodlands, swoosh. Thud. 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 Carried on the shoulders of a phalanx of shadow figures, Link sat upon a chair as they traveled forward. Suddenly, a barrage of kunai blocked their path, and a group of ninja appeared in ambush. From behind Link, Shizune quickly recognized the enemy's identity. 6th Hokage-sama, these people are remnants of the Prajna group from Land of Fire. Mere small fry. Link glanced up, raising his eyelids slightly. The shadows started off and, in an instant, subdued every ninja before they could even land. Then, in one move, the shadows returned quietly to Link. Scram. He spoke with an indifferent tone, looking down at them icily. For him, once reaching Super Cage strength and wielding the Hokage title, there was no need to kill such small fry. Years ago in Land of River, he would have unhesitatingly wiped them out. Now, perhaps because he'd grown so much stronger, he had the leisure to spare them. After that dismissal, he paid them no further heed. The shadows picked up his seat again and continued forward. Evidently, ever since the explosion event near Hidden Leaf Village, countless rogues and vagabonds were sneaking in. Link's group had already encountered 3 ambushes just in these few hours. Among them, the Prajna group at least had a moderate reputation and numbers. The previous 2 groups were even more worthless, basically small nation ninjas holding grudges from times Hidden Leaf Village had participated in warfare or missions. Seated beside Link on the chair was Shizune, and behind them, Yamato. Observing the Prajna group, Yamato saw they showed no gratitude for being spared, just glared with hatred. People are like that, If it were so easy to let go of a grudge, they wouldn't have persisted so far. As a one-time Anbu, Yamato understood perfectly well. By rights, to maintain the Hokage's dignity, they should have finished off the attackers. But then again, he was merely a normal Jonin. What advice could he give, at the heart of the village? I just hope the other 4 Kage can show some sense. I'd really rather not have to beat them down to their knees all over again. He gestured the shadows to slow down slightly, so he could flip open a book while traveling. Anyway, shadow bearers don't tire or rest, so time wasn't an issue. On the matter of chasing Kaguya, it had become a long-term mission. She escaped to a time prior to chakra existing, a world where that timeline's Kaguya had yet to descend, let alone produce chakra or ninjutsu. Without leaving any residue to follow, it was basically impossible for them to find her. Yes, Link had tried using Hermit Purple on her photo in hopes of deducing her location from starlight, but that required traveling across eons. They couldn't expect their top fighters to do nothing but search in that ancient era. Moreover, after returning from the last big fight, they discovered that progress had suddenly emerged from Orochimaru's side. Somehow, with the help of the Yamanaka clan, Sasori, future Sasuke, and Tobirama, Orochimaru managed to extract part of Black Zetsu's memories. They learned that Kaguya had already used up 2 of the 3 portions of Link's chakra while researching how to cross worlds. So that's one bright spot, at least. Chapter 333, Messy Situation. It was simply too difficult to find Otsutsuki Kaguya within an entire world. After all, that's not just a single planet. It's an entire universe. She's capable of traversing different celestial bodies. According to what the Sage of Six Paths himself said in the manga, they're technically aliens. Right now, they aren't even sure if the photo gleaned from Hermit Purple is on Earth or not, so how would they begin searching? Anyway, since Kaguya doesn't have Link's chakra, she has no way of crossing between worlds. They decided simply not to bother. As for that ancient world's humanity. Yes, it's cruel, but there's no way to station someone there indefinitely. And whom would they send? The only people strong enough to handle a surprise attack from Kaguya each have their own duties. Moreover, that world doesn't even have basic communication systems. It's still embroiled in turmoil, never having welcomed its rabbit goddess to quell the strife. As long as Kaguya isn't a brainless fool, as long as she doesn't stir up the entire planet again with a divine tree, they basically won't notice her doings. So they concluded, occasionally send someone over for a look. Aside from that, any pursuit plan was put on hold. As soon as they eased up on dealing with Kaguya, many other problems came to light. 1. The Ninja Alliance. Previously, with the threat of Kaguya looming, everyone could afford to ignore smaller issues, but now, all sorts of matters have piled up. The 5 great ninja villages have joined forces, so all the smaller ninja villages and nations are nervous. Testing them in small ways is still okay, but attempts at secretly kidnapping or assassinating members of the Ninja Alliance have occurred more than once. Inside the Alliance, conflicts abound. Resurrection doesn't resolve all grudges. Even if Link spares time to go to World Number 2's Pure Land and add them to the network, and also, with future Naruto's support, opens the Gate of Hells for a full week so that all the deceased can come and go freely. It still only temporarily addresses the issues. As long as fighting doesn't break out, that's considered good enough. 2. 2 copies of Black Zetsu, with Jiraiya in tow, in World Number 2, are currently being chased all over the place by future Sasuke and first Hokage Number 1, who finally have enough time to go after them with 6-path level strength and senses. It's just a matter of time before they catch them. 3. In the main world, Tobirama is busy beyond measure. Advisors Koharu Utatane and Hamura Midokado have left Link and used this chance to slip away to World Number 2. 4. Problems in World Number 3, canceling God, nativity of a world of trees, the large-scale jutsu Kaguya used, is easy. Future Naruto and Sasuke just make the right seals. But the aftermath is a nightmare. Large numbers of civilians have died, while the remaining ninjas are battered and exhausted. They're in no condition to fight, but the relief effort is a headache. The Alliance can't very well do nothing. Right now, negotiations with the surviving ninja village leadership in World Number 3 are underway. Hearing that the resurrected Hashirama Number 2 is pushing them to join the Ninja Alliance? That probably will take a while. It's definitely not something that can be settled overnight. 5. Future world, the Boruto era, their place is already at peace. The 5 Kage are all in a group, and once they learned of interworld travel and resurrection, they immediately started discussions to join the Ninja Alliance. Maybe they'll end up officially joining before World Number 3 does. After all, joining the Alliance doesn't mean abolishing their ninja villages. The question becomes who takes the lead? How do they cooperate? They can't rely on the strong simply opening portals via the network for every single matter. This is an unprecedented era, and everyone is a bit at a loss. So they're gathering to talk it out. Even the 5 Kage from the future world, and some prior Kage, have gone to world number 2 to negotiate. Of course it's chaotic. Finally, Link's own proposal, dealing with each parallel world's Kage revival crisis. For now, Tobirama has thrown that problem back at him. Put simply, whoever brought it up can solve it. They can't spare staff to assist. Everyone is simply too swamped. In the main world's Hidden Leaf village, the high-level personnel are already too few. Even Hiruzen, reborn at age 3, and Minato, child form, have been forced to head over to the second world to work. Meanwhile, with or without them, Link is still determined to see if he can handle going to rescue every other timeline. After all, he's so strong now that, absent any 6 paths tier opponents, he basically roams free. All in all, the Ninja Alliance is entangled in countless big and small issues. People in different worlds hold different outlooks, the same individuals have different experiences in alternate worlds. Aside from the purely peaceful future world and the war-torn third world, the Alliance's own headquarters in world number 2 still isn't fully stabilized. Each problem is a big knot that can't be untangled in short order. "Hey, Yamato, want to become Hokage?" All of a sudden, Link asked. Hearing the 6th Hokage's eager words, Yamato gave a polite yet embarrassed smile. 6th Lord Hokage, my qualifications and strength are far from Kage level." Link waved a hand grandly. "No worries. Qualifications? That's just the daimyo's approval plus a Jonin vote, right? The moment I cast my holy vote, we'll see who dares not vote for you. As for strength? That's simple. I'll assign a bunch of my shadows for you to command, and if anyone's unconvinced, have my shadows crush them. And if that's not enough, you tell me, Lord 6th. Yamato had to interrupt before Link got even more outlandish. He came clean. "I plan to switch over to the Ninja Alliance in 2 months. If not for the 3-year-old Sandame's arrangement that he stay a little longer, he'd have already gone." Link rubbed his temples. "Shizune, you don't cause trouble for me." Shizune responded quickly. "I only came along for some fresh air since my experiments got stuck. As for being Hokage, find someone else." Sigh. Link sighed. Now what could he do? He itches to go handle the other Naruto worlds, but here he's stuck with the Hokage's seat. Doesn't look like he can just foist it off onto someone easily. There's no way he can simultaneously juggle the main world's Hokage duties, his own training, and traveling to help other worlds, working non-stop. Alright, I'll settle the other 4 great ninja villages once and for all, then handle the Azuma's death timeline in Shippuden. If time goes on to the 4th war, it'll be too much trouble. Decision made. Link closes the scroll in his hands. Chapter 334, Being Pressed. In the main world, Land of Iron Lord Hokage, we've been waiting for you. A samurai with bandages around his head and a long beard came up to greet them. "I'm Mifune, the Admiral of the Land of Iron." As he spoke, he tried his best to keep his surprise from showing. Behind him stood 2 samurai, each a head taller than he was. At only about 1.70 meters, he was considered short among samurai. Yet, standing next to the Hokage across from him, Mifune actually felt tall and mature by comparison. Link's childlike face remained composed. He nodded with a cool demeanor. "Much appreciated. I'm Hokage Link. The other 4 Kage have already arrived. Please, follow me." Mifune kept a straight posture and led them inside the venue prepared for the 5 Kage summit. Normally, one arrives several days early for such a summit, but with all the turmoil in the Land of Fire lately, it was understandable if they turned up late. They walked through the corridors at a measured pace. Haven't walked this slowly in quite a while. Link had grown used to riding in style, carried around by his shadow minions, and felt a bit unaccustomed to simply walking at a normal pace. Each step he took, 3 or 5 shadow forms dashed out, blending with the shifting lights and sounds, silently gaining control of the entire building. They soon reached a large meeting room, partitioned by curtains with each Kage's name written on them. Between the curtains were slight gaps, and beyond them a U-shaped conference table could be seen. Following the samurai's instructions, the Hokage's bodyguards, Shizune and Yamato, remained outside those curtains. Link himself stepped in and took his seat. Instantly, all the Kage and their guards turned to look at him. He was the only one who arrived right on time. And so very young. It was astonishing. Though most had already heard the intel that 5th Hokage Tsunade had stepped down, replaced by a 12-year-old 6th Hokage, seeing such a child in person felt surreal. The 4th Kazekage's reaction was the most restrained. He only stared briefly before looking away. "Since you've arrived, Lord Hokage, let's begin." Mifune then sat at the head seat. By the request of Lord Raikage, the 5 Kage Summit takes place in the Land of Iron. I am Mifune, charged with overseeing these talks. The 5 Kage Summit now begins. Bang. The 4th Raikage slammed his hand on the table, glaring directly at Link. My brother disappeared some time ago, abducted by someone wielding the Sharingan. At this point in the main timeline, intel that someone can summon the dead had only just begun to spread. Summoning the dead plus Sharingan inevitably pointed at Hidden Leaf Village. Whom else could they suspect? Link met the glare fearlessly, his tone unpleasant as he retorted. What are you staring at? He'd come here ready for a fight, aiming to settle matters in one fell swoop so the other 4 Kage would back off. No courtesy or diplomatic politeness. He had no intention of it. The atmosphere instantly turned ice cold. One could almost see veins bulging on the 4th Raikage's forehead, as though he might start a brawl any second. Haha. Onoki let out a chuckle to break the tense mood. Young folks these days sure are impressive. Becoming Kage at so early an age, but... Lord Hokage, you might be a bit too arrogant. Lord Hokage, Lord Sushi Kage, let's allow the Raikage to finish first. Said Maitru Mummy, ho. Just like in the manga's 4th Great War timeline. Had only recently become Mizukage right before the summit. Because after the long years of the Bloody Mist era, Hidden Mist Village was severely weakened, there was no suitable candidate until now, forcing an elderly elder to administrate. With that elder too old and immobile to attend, they had finally chosen Maitru Mummy for Mizukage. There was simply no one else. The 4th Raikage suppressed his anger. I currently suspect that it was you Hidden Leaf Village shinobi who took my brother and the 2 Tails Jinchuriki. And, that 6 Tails Jinchuriki who defected from Hidden Mist Village has always been at the side of that little brat. He went on. The Hidden Stones Village shinobi's Jinchuriki also vanished. The Hidden Sand Village shinobi's Jinchuriki is quite close to this brat. My subordinates saw the perpetrator wearing an orange mask, using the Sharingan. You what? Link stared back at the Raikage, unimpressed. Going on about little brat so happily. He glanced around at the others. He knew perfectly well that before he arrived, the other 4 Kage likely had discussions. In short, this 5 Kage summit basically turned into them demanding answers from him. So be it. He had no intention of backing down or saying it nicely. Everyone was so busy anyway, if a fight broke out, so what? He fully intended to show them who was stronger. Sensing the tension, the 4th Raikage rose from his seat. Before he could say anything or make any move, numerous shadows emerged from the floor, restraining everyone in place. Lord Hokage, do you intend to start a war? Onoki's expression grew grim. Attacking at the 5 Kage summit was no small matter. You want answers, right? Fine, I'll give you an answer. Link motioned. A pair of shadows lifted his seat higher. Mifune, perplexed, wondered how the boy's chair had suddenly become so tall. Then he realized it was propped up by 2 shadows beneath. Someone indeed tried to gather all the tailed beasts. Link said bluntly. But that person has already been killed by us. His manner was not to hamper them by spouting a load of words. Instead, he gave a direct explanation. He couldn't be bothered with arguments. In truth, he had no desire for war either, because that would waste precious time. Everyone was already overloaded with crises. In terms of pure might, he or first Hokage number 1 alone could flatten the other 4 villages. If it came to a fight, they would likely win within a few days. But the aftermath would be a nightmare. How can we be certain? Onoki pressed. We only know the kidnapper was a man wielding the Sharingan. How do we know for sure Hidden Leaf Village already took him out? And Jinchuriki, tailed beasts. Where are they now? Possibly held captive by Hidden Leaf Village? They're in Hidden Leaf Village. Link answered without hesitation. In fact, the tailed beasts that Obito had kidnapped, plus the tailed beasts from other worlds, were indeed all in Hidden Leaf Village at the moment. He, Tobirama, and the rest were still deciding what to do with them. They were sealed up using wood style in combination with barrier seals, under supervision until a final plan was made. The 4th Raikage's face instantly twisted with fury. The tailed beasts were in Hidden Leaf Village. Didn't that mean their Jinchuriki had probably died already? Chapter 335, Summit concluded. A cracking sound echoed. 4th Raikage's muscles met the pitch-black hands of the shadow, producing a teeth-grinding friction. Lightning flickered around him. The rage on his face suddenly vanished, replaced by a look of intense resolve. Even the few shadow forms empowered by that strange technique were being gradually pried off. As expected of the Raikage, he does have some strength, Link mused. His small number of shadows alone couldn't bring him down instantly. Link looked over with a calm expression and said, I don't want to kill any of you. Having said that, He found it rather satisfying. No wonder Hashirama always liked to say that line, it really did look impressive. Boom. More shadows rushed to surround the fourth Raikage, countless small fists thudding in rapid sequence. An instant later, the Raikage, still blazing with lightning-style chakra mode just moments ago, was slammed into the wall. Because Link's shadows inherited his short stature, they couldn't effectively strike certain high spots. Yet, ironically, maneuvers like the 1,000 Years of Death worked all too well. The fourth Kazekage, who witnessed this, felt a chill somewhere down below. All calm down now. Link strode atop the table, looking down from above at the fourth Raikage, whose body was half embedded in the wall. The next second, all the shadows in the room returned to his feet, and he spoke calmly. I have no intention of killing you. Swish. The Raikage's guards, Darui and C, one dark-skinned and one fair, rushed over and drew their weapons, standing defensively in front of their leader but refraining from attacking. TCH. The fourth Raikage gave a muffled grunt. Debris fell around him as he wrenched himself from the wall. Even though the lightning-charged cloak had saved him from serious injury, the sheer speed and force of these shadows were disturbing. He realized that a headlong fight was ill-advised. He might not even survive. A typically hot-headed man, he finally forced his brain to kick in. Seeing just how strong the boy's shadows were, he recognized how serious this was. So what exactly does Hidden Leaf Village want? Onoki maintained a calm look as he spoke, though the occasional glance at the pitch-black shadow beneath the table betrayed his inner unease. Nothing at all. Link rubbed his brow. He hadn't slept at all last night. Between performing multiple transferences, turning the dead into new life, and working with Hidden Leaf Village's administrative vacuum, he had to handle everything personally whenever he stepped out. I just don't want trouble from any of you, he said, somewhat impatiently. In a while, we'll probably release the tailed beasts. That was a proposal from first Hashirama and was likely to pass under second Obirama, who doted on his brother. Plus, the Sage of Six Paths had personally requested it. They weren't planning to keep them. He personally still had more than enough chakra blocks for himself thanks to picking up so many after the Nine Tails incident world. So he had no pressing need to exploit tailed beasts. So I came here precisely to avoid wasting more time with you, Link said, focusing on the fourth Raikage. If you really want war, I'll more than gladly oblige. It was a startlingly frank statement. The new fifth Mizukage, Maitru Mummy, who had just taken over right before this meeting, wore a complicated expression. Yet Hidden Mist Village, having suffered severe losses under the Bloody Mist era, had no intention of meddling in a potential war or backing the other Kage's demands. Strictly speaking, her village had lost the Six-Tails Jinchuriki, Utakata, who fled and ended up traveling with the little brat, but after the internal coup and new policies, Hidden Mist Village no longer had time or resources for a vendetta. Even if they wanted him back, it was complicated. In that year of chaos, countless shinobi defected, so whether Utakata counted as a genuine missing ninja was questionable. Better not to get involved. I understand, she said, looking reluctant, then rose from her seat. Since none of this seems related to Hidden Mist Village, may I withdraw from these talks? Staying any longer might risk being labeled an enemy by that monstrous young Hokage standing on the table. Mifune pondered a moment, then nodded. The fifth Mizukage left the central seats, taking a seat further behind. Seeing this, the fourth Kazekage followed suit without saying a word. If this had been before Hidden Leaf Village's Chunin exams, he might have conspired with Hidden Stone's village for a war, but after those exams concluded and he'd returned to discover Seisaori's sudden disappearance. And with him the stolen third Kazekage puppet. Hidden Sand Village was now preoccupied. Seisaori had apparently planned his defection well in advance, fleeing with the famed puppet that served as Hidden Sand Village's main resource for forging contracts. Meanwhile, the village had been making quite a profit over the past year by selling iron sand. So losing that puppet was the major headache, overshadowing any notion of a war against Hidden Leaf Village. That left only Onoki. How about you? Link glanced over at Onoki. He found the Sushi Kage the most pleasing to the eye among the others for certain reasons. So he was a bit softer in tone. Onoki fell silent for a while. Then he too rose. His village's situation, Four Tails Jinchuriki, Rashi, had parted on bad terms long ago, so his death or capture was not a huge blow. Five Tails Jinchuriki, Han, was captured, that stung, but the losses were still less severe than the blow to Hidden Cloud's village, which lost an absolutely crucial perfect Jinchuriki. Now, that was all. A direct war with Hidden Leaf Village when they'd obviously grown extremely strong. Did Onoki truly want that? Probably not. Alright. The elderly Sushi Kage gave a nod, turned, and left the center seat as well. Now Link alone remained at the main table, glancing sideways at the parted curtain. Sitting behind it was Gaara, who gave a friendly smile in return. Then Link gestured to Shizune and Yamato. Sigh. Shizune rubbed her forehead with a sigh, rummaging in the scroll she carried and summoned 3 lavish chairs. The same ones they'd brought along. Arrange them. Link waited a moment while vast shadows slipped in through the door's cracks, returning to him. When all the shadow forms had merged back into his main shadow, he sat down in the chair, then, to the astonishment of onlookers, left. Time to go home, he announced. The 5 Kage summit concluded there and then. Chapter 336, Shikamaru must be Hokage at all cost. 3 days later, Hidden Leaf Village, Hokage's office. As I suspected, I really should have taken the chance to declare war on some shinobi village. Link glanced at the intelligence documents, which had again grown in thickness, feeling a serious headache. The 5 Kage summit had been dragged out as if constipated, only to end abruptly like diarrhea, and the aftermath was quite troublesome. Whether it was Hidden Cloud's village or Hidden Stone's village, both had stepped up their probing, sending in wave after wave of their Anbu and spies as though money were no object, and nobody knew what they were thinking. Fortunately, Hidden Leaf Village hadn't incurred much in the way of casualties. Mainly because Link had innovated a system in which shadows would accompany every single Anbu and ordinary shinobi going out on missions. Even the weakest among his shadow forms possessed at least special Jonin-level physical attributes, and with tens of thousands of shadows at his disposal, he could never run out of them. Strictly speaking, Link alone could match the entire Hidden Leaf Village's efficiency in handling missions, or even its productive capacity. Once the number of shadow forms rose to a certain level, they far surpassed regular shinobi. One might say that in this era, Chunin and Ganon hardly held any purpose anymore if his shadows truly went all out. Yet considering that if he alone took over everything, that would leave the other ninjas unemployed, sparking even worse troubles, he opted to let his shadow forms serve as backups alongside the subordinates. Over time, the shadows could end up supporting everyone. Sigh. He took one more look at the thick intelligence files, then picked one up, grimacing. Shikamaru. Link called out, tossing the file over. Sitting next to him with a drained look, Shikamaru caught it, giving Link a dead fish stare without speaking a single word. Only after a long moment did he breathe a heavy sigh, hang his head, and start working. Dear Lord, who would understand the pain of being a 14-year-old Hokage aide? Who truly gets it? Shikamaru. Link asked earnestly. Are you sure you don't want to be Hokage? Because those 2 advisors had run off, Link had no option but to beg his own teacher, Nara Shikaku, to come help out, and in the end, Shikaku sent him his son. Now, after the ninja clans had sent many people to join the Shinobi Alliance. Since one's power extended to encompass the entire world, high-level personnel wouldn't worry about lifespan or life-and-death issues. The clans weren't getting oppressed so severely. And because the new education system was far from producing enough managers to shore up the Shinobi Alliance, they had to rely on clan geniuses like Shikamaru. The plan by his world's Tobirama was to rebuild the Third World while also constructing the new education system in the Second World. They would set up one large ninja academy for the entire Shinobi world, greatly extending the time spent in school, splitting it into elementary, junior high, high school, and university. Cough. That entire blueprint was provided in full by Link. How much would actually be adopted or scrapped would depend on real conditions. Step by step, they'd have plenty of time to figure it out. That was why Shikaku was so preoccupied he simply couldn't sit around in the Hokage's office. He'd shoved Shikamaru here, leaving him no choice. Shikamaru lifted his eyes from the files, looking resigned. I think Naruto's the one more interested in that. Naruto, huh? Link scratched his cheek. Recently, that kid's been re-energized, hearing that a future version of himself had brought peace to the entire world. It must have gotten him fired up. He'd learned to muster 4 Warrior Ninetales chakra mode at just 14, apparently trying to reconcile with the Ninetales. He showed a lot of passion. Naturally, the main issue was, if they thrust Naruto into the managerial side of the Shinobi Alliance, that wouldn't end well, so for now, aside from his training, he had no official duties. Still, as far as power went, Naruto was pretty strong. His mind might be another matter, but the Shinobi Alliance had no immediate role for him. So all he's been doing is training. He'd make a decent pick for the squad I'm forming for going to alternate worlds. Link's fingers drummed the tabletop in a steady rhythm. If the main world wouldn't see war anytime soon, it was time to settle the Azuma's death arc timeline, or it would roll into the Fourth War, and that'd be a bigger mess. Doing it all alone might be too much, so he indeed needed a team. As for who to bring? Yukata and Sasuke were definitely free. Neither had joined the Shinobi Alliance. Both carefree. Then Naruto, who had power. Karen, maybe, decent power. Also, Sakura from this world. Why not? She barely made the cut, but well, I can always send more shadow forms to protect her, he joked inwardly. Yes, a remade Team 7. He pictures Team 7 reassembled and is enthusiastic, pondering who pairs up with whom. 6th Hokage-sama. Shikamaru's voice, heavier, pulled him back. Shikamaru had already finished scanning through several reports. Link, snapping back, looked at him. Huh? Shikamaru let out a long breath, pushing a file across the desk. Take a look. Link saw all the potential ramifications and solutions summarized neatly. Nicely done, Shikamaru. Once again, he couldn't help but praise him. He'd probably done so dozens of times since yesterday morning. This kid is just too handy. With him around, I can get through these mountains of paperwork in half an hour, whereas on my own it'd have taken all morning. If there's something I'm not sure about, I'd have to ask some Kage who's away in another world. That's how big a difference it makes. Resolved to have Shikamaru become Hokage someday, Shikamaru just rolled his eyes and slumped onto the desk, gazing at the sky through the window, while the clack of Link's stamping and approval of documents echoed in the room. Then he sighed once more, deeply. God, living like this. It's absolutely not what I wanted at all. Chapter 337, Jiraiya is finally found. A month later, in the main world, Hidden Leaf Village, in the corridor outside the records room. No way. I've been really busy lately. Main world, Sakura said with some difficulty. She was now a Jonin. When it didn't involve romance, her brain worked extremely well, and she had more stored knowledge than many other Jonin. Thanks to this, Obirama had assigned her a heavy load of tasks. She was just here to pick up some documents, only to run into the Hokage blocking the hallway, asking for help. She felt a bit torn. It's not like we'd be going over there full time, I have work to do as well. Link heaved a sigh. We'll simply use our free time to go over. We'll be 6 in total, paired in twos, so we won't waste much time. Hold on, 6 of us? Who else did you invite? Sakura, from the main world, looked rather interested. Sasuke, Utakata, Naruto, Karen, you, and me. Link counted them off. Then he added. I've already talked to Utakata and Sasuke. I haven't asked Naruto yet, and as for Karen, I'm in. Main world, Sakura agreed without hesitation. But I want to be paired with Sasuke. In Link's head, he recalled Karen's exact same words from yesterday. Sure enough, the two girls had blurted out the identical line. You'll have to ask Sasuke about that. He phrased it tactfully. Anyway, tomorrow. Once you clock out. Come by training ground 7. Main world, Sakura, so smart in all matters except romance and the man she liked, completely failed to notice his subtext. Excitedly clutching the files, she left. Link shook his head, thinking that the chances of her successfully teaming up with Sasuke were slim. Not to mention competing with Karen. From Sasuke's perspective, his top pick was Link, then Naruto. These two girls weren't in the lead at all. That sounded a little odd, but realistically, they were all still kids in their early teens. Where was there any romance? The real pairing was probably him and Utakata, especially with Utakata as the battery pack. The pairing would likely be the 4 guys in pairs, and the 2 girls in the other pair. Contemplating it for a moment, Link messaged main world Naruto via the network with a quick summary, inviting him. He'd talked to Sakura in person, but Naruto, being more familiar, could just get a text message. 6th Hokage-sama. Main world, Sakura suddenly circled back, returning for a moment. Oh, right. Obirama-sama asked me to inform you to hurry over to the second parallel world. He needs your help with something. Got it. Link replied, then reminded her. Don't forget. After work tomorrow, be at training ground 7. Sure. She nodded, then hurried off again. The network portal opened at regular intervals under normal conditions. Every half hour for 5 minutes. If he didn't hurry, he'd have to wait for the next one. As for who was opening that portal? The tailed beasts. Indeed, the Shinobi Union had decided how to handle the tailed beasts, thanks to Hashirama, from the second parallel world, and Obirama talking things over with them. They'd basically hired the tailed beasts as network portal specialists. Given their enormous chakra capacity and ability to produce chakra, operating a network portal was as easy as breathing. Humans would feel pain from expending too much chakra at once, but tailed beasts had no such concerns about physical weakness. For a tailed beast, launching a tailed beast bomb was akin to vomiting up a large mass, which caused discomfort if done excessively, whereas fueling the network portal was more like spitting saliva. A piece of cake. So the tailed beasts no longer suffered. Specifically, the 8 tailed beasts in the second parallel world plus the 4 that had been sealed in the Jito statue, courtesy of Obito, made up 12 in total. Among them, Four Tails Son Goku and Seven Tails Chomai wanted to return to their respective homelands, so they left. The rest were content to stay, thanks to Tobirama's negotiating, plus the unspoken threat of Hashirama's terrifying wood style. Possibly, they realized there was no big difference as long as they could live in an environment suited to them. Anyway, the reason Link was summoned remained uncertain. Maybe someone had finally gathered the contribution points needed for rebirth, or something else. Either way, he took out a scroll, teleported to the second parallel world. 6th Hokage-sama. As soon as he landed, a young ninja stationed to oversee the arrival point called out and slightly bowed from atop his chair. Link made a down wave with his hand, waiting for them to report to the barrier team. Then he passed through the barrier, heading for the Shinobi Union building. That used to be the Hokage building of the God Tree Bridge outpost, just refurbished. He went directly to find Tobirama, but upon arrival at the top floor office. Knock knock. No one was there. Checking the net, he learned they were all at the Shinobi Union Hospital. In an instant, he headed there, arriving outside ward number 17. The corridor was full, the second parallel world folks on one side, the main world folks on the other, neatly divided. The elderly Hiruzen Sarutobi from the second parallel world and his main world toddler counterpart sat across from each other, both wearing grave expressions. The two Minatos, young and child, stood nearby, looking tense. The second parallel world Tsunade was in a corner with her hands over her face, evidently distraught. When Tobirama from the main world saw Link arrive, he stood and said, "Go on in and help." Hashirama and the others captured Black Zetsu. Meaning Jiraiya. Link realized why they were in the hospital. Main world Tobirama nodded. Link wasted no time, pushed open the door, and saw main world Tsunade with Shizune and a group of med ninja gathered around two beds. Both Jiraiyas appeared, and neither looked good, each breathing weakly as if about to die. The entire treatment team was pouring all their energy into them. Link. Tsunade from the main world felt relief at the sight of the man who could save them. In the puzzled eyes of the other medical ninja, she moved aside so he could step in front. Shizune also stepped back, pulling the others away. Link moved right up and pressed a palm against the nearest Jiraiya. Boy, his body's functions had deteriorated so badly, his chakra must have been forcibly drained by something, and his meridians were in total disarray. Under ordinary healing, even if he survived, he'd be crippled. By Link's standards, might as well just give him a new life via rebirth. Chapter 338, Jiraiya, Get to Work. The door of the intensive care ward opened with a click, drawing everyone's gaze from the corridor. After Link walked out, his eyes suddenly fixed on the pregnant second world Kushina not far away, who was being helped to stand. Wait, going by the timeline, Naruto shouldn't even be conceived yet. Minato, you worked a bit too fast. Or rather, worked might not be the best word. He turned his head toward the young Minato of the second parallel world, only to notice that, originally, the two sides in the corridor had been sitting apart. Yet now, in their shared concern, they'd come together. Helping the second world Kushina stand was her smaller self, the child Kushina of the main world. Link felt a slight stir in his chest. Ultimately, it was love that could erase the dividing lines, uniting everyone in the same heartfelt emotion. How are Jiraiya's injuries? X2 one voice was childishly high-pitched, the other old and hoarse. Both the third Hokages, each asking in sync. They came up face to face, tension visible. Link snapped out of his thoughts, nodding calmly, "They're fine, they'll wake up soon." In truth, he had initially planned to just outright reincarnate both of them. But on second thought, that'd be letting them off too easily, especially when they'd caused so many troubles. Merely letting them smoothly begin new lives felt insufficient. So in the end, he'd used his delicate illness extraction technique to treat them up to a workable level, then left the rest of the surgeries and treatments to Tsunade of the main world. Everyone else present, family, friends, colleagues, finally relaxed. They were relieved that at least it wouldn't require saving up large amounts of contribution points to resurrect those two troublemakers. Tobirama-sama, I have something I want to talk to you about. Link issued a private invitation. Since directly manifesting chakra to communicate through the network with so many people around might seem rude. And Link wasn't Sakura. He figured it best to talk in private. Main world Tobirama nodded. The two of them stepped aside into a nearby room. Link spoke up first, about Jiraiya and the others. Have you decided how to deal with them? Tobirama paused for a bit. Indeed, it was somewhat unexpected that those two had managed to return alive. Initially, he had assumed they'd end up dead, so that their relatives could pay contribution points to resurrect them, which, from one point of view, might have been the price for their mistakes. But with them coming back alive, that changed things. After all, it involved quite a few people from 3 different worlds, including 2 versions of the 3rd Hokage, 2 versions of the 4th Hokage, multiple Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, and Kakashi. On top of that, Naruto from the future world had pleaded for them. Doing anything too ruthless would have its repercussions. Still, he couldn't help feeling anger over the fiasco they had caused, nearly leading to Kaguya's invasion. He and Link exchanged glances, each understanding the other's thoughts. How about this? Link slowly proposed the idea he'd just come up with. Actually, the second world Jiraiya wasn't so bad. He'd mostly been forcibly discovered by someone else. According to what the second world Madara had said, Jiraiya had wandered the world for a few days before Madara captured him. The major headache was the Jiraiya of the main world. In the early period of exploring other worlds, back when nobody fully grasped the procedures or the dangers of the Funitsu, he'd roamed alone. Knowing full well that his strength had declined drastically after losing contact with Mount Mayabaku. Then he'd ended up messing up everything. Thereby inadvertently letting the cross-world travel scroll and Link's chakra fall into enemy hands. Thus triggering the subsequent string of disasters. By all rights, that was a major, near unforgivable blunder. But to be fair, Tobirama himself bore some responsibility. As the second world Madara had said, Black Zetsu had followed Tobirama to the new world. If he hadn't gone after Jiraiya, he would have targeted someone else. Not to mention Obito with 2 Rinnegan. Anyone caught off guard could be instantly killed. Even the first world Hashirama might have lost if he'd let down his guard. Limbo, border jail was just too nasty. So, if one truly wanted to chase accountability to the end, you would find each side blaming the other. Still, Jiraiya of the main world remained the bigger problem. He had insisted on roaming alone, leading to the fiasco. So Link's suggestion was, let him return to the main world and serve as Hokage. Yes, Jiraiya had once expressed interest in that seat. If he took the job, it wouldn't exactly be letting him off easy. Managing Hidden Lee Village could be considered an endless punishment, plus it might give him a chance to atone. Tobirama squinted. You simply want to dump your seat on him. He fired back with that mild taunt, then added, as for the second world Jiraiya, let the second world Hidden Lee Village handle it. After all, that Jiraiya wasn't ours. Even though everyone was now part of the Shinobi Union, internal personnel matters should be solved by each world's village. And you never know. Maybe they'd want to do him some favor or hold him accountable in a certain way. Anyway, consider it some small courtesy to keep out of others' internal affairs. As for the original fiasco with those Jiraiyas, that was water under the bridge. Kaguya had shown up, but ended up repelled. No reason to fuss further. Then about the main world Jiraiya. Tobirama paused. Ears tinted red with annoyance. He can forget about becoming Hokage. Let him help you with your workload. He could at least do something. Frankly, Tobirama found the man irritating. No sense in killing him. Nor letting him off scot-free. So simply forcing him into administrative work was fitting. 2 hours later, inside the ward, Lord Third. The main world Jiraiya cast a plea-filled look at. Ugh. A 3-year-old Hiruzen Sarutobi. The scene itself was surreal. Then Jiraiya frowned and sighed, giving in. Never mind. A simple healing from the delicate illness extraction technique could have instantly revitalized them. Enough to fight pain for 300 rounds. So why were they still lying around? Only because Link was petty. Over on the side, the main world Minato also sighed, not sure how to speak up for his teacher who'd messed up so royally. Meanwhile, the third Hokage from that same world wore a helpless expression, repeatedly glancing at Tobirama for a read. Link stepped forward. He was already fully recovered. Why keep them bedridden? Precisely because they'd caused so many problems. He pressed a hand onto the main world Jiraiya's body. In seconds, he extracted the last bits of damaging patient matter with delicate illness extraction and flicked them away, then tossed a soldier pill into Jiraiya's mouth without any change in expression. Lord Jiraiya, let's be on our way. He used a polite form of address, but zero politeness in tone. Feeling his earlier stabbing pains and weakness vanish, Jiraiya opened his mouth as if to protest, but, seeing Tobirama's icy gaze, he swallowed the words back. After a pause of a few seconds, he gave a weary nod. All right, I understand. Lecherous, undisciplined, going his own way. He had plenty of faults. Yet for all that, he wasn't the type to shirk responsibility once pinned down. He would just quietly accept the penalty he deserved. Chapter 339, Going to Asuma Should Have Died World. The next day, afternoon, main world, Hidden Leaf Village, Training Ground 7. Sorry, there were some things I had to deal with. I'm not late, right? Haruno Sakura, who was saying she'd been busy, had on the rare, finally done makeup today. After arriving, she locked eyes with Karen, who was clinging to Sasuke's side. For a few seconds, the two of them stared each other down like lasers, and then both put on their trademark fake smiles. Sakura. Naruto smiled big and bright. Though he'd learned that in the future, his counterpart would marry Hinata, well, it still felt weird to him, he couldn't quite accept it. Among the girls around, Sakura was still the one he was fond of. It's fine, anyway I never specified a precise time. Link jumped off the special reclining seat he'd been using, yawned, and said. We'll be splitting up into pairs, and I plan to partner with Utakata. You guys. I'm pairing with Sasuke. X2 smack. Their eyes were once again firing laser beams at each other. The two girls glared at each other for a moment, then both turned and stared at Sasuke, who was wearing his usual white outfit. I'll team up with Naruto. Sasuke completely ignored the two girls' gazes and declared on his own. He's the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. If we go to the fourth parallel world, the Akatsuki might target him, so it's more suitable for me to be with him. That fourth parallel world referred to the one where Asuma would have died, the world Link had hastily gone to before, capturing Hidan and Kakazu, handing them over to Asuma's team, then leaving right after. At that point in time, the Akatsuki in that world should have begun their plans, which meant caution was needed. Especially if Tobi or Black Zetsu did something, like unleashing and summoning, impure world reincarnation to Madara. Currently, Naruto definitely couldn't handle that alone. But now, Sasuke had developed his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, had guidance from two Madaras and also from his future self, plus specialized training from Link. From physical condition to chakra reserves, to ocular powers. He had 0 weak points. Even if they ended up facing summoning, impure world reincarnation to Madara, he might not necessarily win head-to-head, but at least stalemating or escaping wouldn't be too hard. Plus, with the network and Earth-style dragon techniques for potential backup, Link himself could arrive with reinforcements. Dealing with and summoning, impure world reincarnation to Madara in this era was entirely feasible. Me teamed with her? X2 Sakura and Karen spoke in unison, then both followed with, what do you mean by that? Look, you're already in sync, Link spread his hands, adding. Alright, cut it out. We have more important business. The two girls finally quieted down, but still gave each other little side glares full of electricity. You both read the materials I shared on the network, right? Link asked. Those materials were notes about the canonical Naruto history. Canon meaning how events were supposed to go in a timeline without him. Link had even visited the future world's key players to ensure accurate information. All 5 nodded yes, so Link went on, last time I went over there, I saved Asuma. Just as he was about to be killed by the Akatsuki's Hidan and Kakazu. The details and timing are in the notes, so you can review. He paused, then continued, now we'll assign tasks. Sakura, Karen, your job is to head to Hidden Leaf Village and talk with Tsunade. I'll have a few shadows follow you for protection. Yes. X2 Even if the two girls had issues with each other, they were still qualified ninjas. They wouldn't protest in the middle of a mission briefing. Two-person cell with strong mental capacity, medical skill, and Tsunade connections. Visiting the Hidden Leaf Village of that world to discuss a possible alliance or cooperation. Link gave them a pretty open assignment with no mandatory objectives. Realistically, it shouldn't be dangerous. Sasuke, you and Naruto are going to find Orochimaru in that world. If that you there has already killed him, then find Kabuto. Solve it any way you see fit. Basically, cut off summoning, impure world reincarnation from that side to prevent Black Zetsu from making trouble. Got it. Sasuke nodded. Leave it to me. Naruto pumped his fists. He'd been wanting some action for a while. Freed from the constraints of the Ninja Union or any big mission, he was itching for real combat. As for me and Utakata. Link glanced at the group. We'll head to Hidden Rain Village to deal with Nagato's group. No matter how things go, let's regroup at the Kanabi Bridge site in that world before daybreak back home. Then we'll come back. He wasn't expecting everything to get wrapped up in one go. Considering how haphazard the timeline was, he just wanted to keep it from running on too long. So they each gave an affirmative. Link took out the Fujitsu scroll and motioned them over. Channeling his chakra, he thought of that fourth parallel world timeline again. Quickly, they all sank into the vortex. They felt no sense of time. Maybe it was an instant, maybe a year. The moment they regained awareness, they were standing in front of a public toilet. Ugh, that stinks. Karen and Naruto, whose senses were especially sharp, covered their noses. Gaga, a crow perched on a telephone pole, flew away. Main world Sasuke nearly launched an attack, but Sakura stepped in. That's the summon bird used by Jonin in Yamashiro Oba. So it looks like Hidden Leaf Village left some people stationed here. Link mused, not feeling particularly concerned. He had his shadows scatter, searching, but found the old cash exchange place empty. No sign of any humans having come by in a long time. He checked the watch that indicated main world time, plus the midday sun overhead. Pulling out a camera, he summoned the Hermit Purple. Let the ninjas in this world see how powerful the old guy can be. Chapter 340, each on their own. Fourth world, land of fire, on a street in a posting station town. Sasuke, someone is pursuing us at very high speed. Karen number 4 nudged her glasses up, her expression slightly flustered. Two people, extremely strong chakra. One of them. She hesitated a bit and continued, one of them has chakra very similar to yours. The other is similar to Naruto Uzumaki's. Sasuke number 4, dressed in a black robe, wore a grim expression. He paused briefly in his steps, then quickened his pace. Images of the terrain near the posting station flashed in his mind, and he took a slight detour. Suigetsu, Jugo, Karen. Prepare for battle. Are they from the Akatsuki? Or from Hidden Leaf Village? He thought, but quickly set that aside to focus on a potential fight. Soon, the four of them stopped atop a hill. Sasuke, they're so fast, they've just... Karen number 4 didn't finish her words before seeing those two familiar yet unfamiliar chakras arrive in the vicinity, standing on the branches of a tree. Another Sasuke? She murmured. Suigetsu, who was carrying the decapitating airwave sword, looked thoroughly intrigued. Hey. What am I seeing here? Which of you two's the real deal? Jugo rubbed his forehead. Though the two Sasuke's chakras felt very similar, the aura the newcomer gave off was quite different. Strangely warmer. A clone, or... Sasuke number 4 fixed a cold gaze on the pair from the main world. He refused to believe that the other Naruto-looking guy was the friend he'd encountered earlier. So this is the battlefield you chose? Wearing a white kimono and an easy smile, Sasuke, main world, looked quite a contrast compared to his other self. His tone was relaxed. Come back with us. Orochimaru is still inside your body. The Hermit Purple snapshot only showed a vague silhouette behind him. Orochimaru's figure was elongated, and below were Sasuke's grim, hate-filled face and the stern-looking Mitarashi Anko. It wasn't much to go on. As for Kabuto, they had even less to go on. The snapshot showed him in a dimly lit lab, lying on a sickbed, face full of zeal while transfusing blood into himself. That gave almost no clue to his location. Hence, the new first step, find Orochimaru, rely on that snake's sense for Link's chakra to locate him. Or stake out Rechi Cave. After all, Orochimaru wanting to become a dragon. To seek Senjutsu, must eventually go there, or else who knew which base he might be holed up in. So the target shifted to Sasuke number 4 and Anko. Yes, come with us. We won't hurt you. Naruto, main world, said earnestly. So naive, just like before. Sasuke number 4's eyes flashed. The three tomoe of his Sharingan rotated, unleashing a Genjutsu. Yet in the next instant, sweat beaded all across his forehead. What? That pair of eyes? He realized the opposite Sasuke also had a three tomoe Sharingan, identical to his butt. That one clearly had greater mastery in illusions than he, who'd only recently absorbed Orochimaru. Genjutsu. Coincidentally, I'm quite good at that, Sasuke, main world, said with a faint smile. Come on then, let me see how capable you are. He knew himself all too well. Burdened with hatred back then, Sasuke would only see sins after slamming into a figurative wall. Chidori. Lightning crackled. Fourth world, Hidden Leaf Village. We got in successfully. Sakura, main world, flashed a V sign, then remembered her partner was her romantic rival. Hastily she tucked away her childish gesture, stiffening her face. Alright, let's hurry to find Lady Tsunade. She had used her familiarity with Hidden Leaf Village's barrier core to easily infiltrate. Once inside, security was comparatively lax. Karen, main world, pushed her glasses up without expression, but inwardly felt victorious. A silly girl like that was no match for her in vying for Sasuke's affection. Humphrey. They proceeded silently along an out-of-the-way training ground near the perimeter of the village, before soon emerging onto the bustling streets of Hidden Leaf Village. At first, they walked without speaking. After a while, Sakura, main world, couldn't hold it in. You like Sasuke too, don't you? Karen, main world, paused. What are you trying to say? Well, competing for Sasuke. Recalled Sakura, thinking of that past friend with whom she once vied for Sasuke's affections. She smiled. I've done that before, too? Karen felt surprised. Her hostility dropped somewhat. Girls typically don't maintain that many walls between each other. With Sasuke not around right now, they rather quickly began chattering as they headed for the Hokage building. Sakura? A very familiar voice rang out. They looked up to see Kakashi number 4, standing there, face serious. At once, Sakura, main world, sensed trouble. She mustered up her sweetest smile. Kakashi-sensei, a good afternoon to you. Who exactly are you? Kakashi number 4 pressed his forehead protector aside to expose the Sharingan, his expression grave. You're that easy to see through, you know, Karen, main world, quipped. So sorry about this, Kakashi-sensei. Sakura, main world, quickly formed a seal. In an instant, she cast a Genjutsu. Release. Kakashi number 4 overcame it a second later. But by then, the two girls had disappeared. Lifting his headband fully, he revealed the Sharingan. Such brazen intruders. He muttered, realizing something felt off, but gave chase into the Hokage building. Hidden Rain Village, Hidden Village, inside the Akatsuki base. An intruder has come into the village. The chakra is immense. The Tendo, Deva, Path of Pain, wearing Yahiko's face, suddenly looked upward. One is extremely strong. They've even scattered the clouds in the sky, leaving half the village uncovered. That monstrous presence. He paused, feeling unsettled. Over half the drizzling rain above was forcibly blown aside, replaced by the roar of huge, flapping wings. Conan, go lure the enemy outside the village, Tendo Pain said, pressing a hand to the nearby wall, forming a door-like passage. His voice sank lower, I'll be there soon. Rousing his other 5 Pains wouldn't take long. He stepped through the passage, disappearing into darkness. Conan number 4 instantly leapt to the window. Standing on the sill, she pushed off with one foot. With a whoosh of papers fluttering around, a pair of pure white paper wings spread behind her. Foosh, the wings flapped lightly, carrying her slender body upward into the sky. Soon she reached a height to see face to face the earthen-colored giant dragon. She also saw the intruders. An unfamiliar boy, and the six-tails Jinchuriki? Conan number 4 tilted her head. Wasn't that person captured and had his tailed beast extracted? Chapter 341, Found You. 2 paper shuriken arced through the air from high altitude, clashing against the raised head of a clay dragon with resounding ding-ding sounds. Immediately after, Fourth World Conan spread her hands, making use of the dragon's bulk as it blocked those strikes, thus blocking line of sight to the dragon's back for a brief moment. She released countless sheets of paper. In the blink of an eye, they engulfed the clay dragon in a mass of paper. Boom! A thunderous explosion rang out above Hidden Rain Village, firelight flared, and the shockwaves dispersed the nearby clouds. Sunlight shone down as Conan, number 4, reassembled her body from fluttering sheets of paper. She frowned slightly. The enemy was gone. Right before the explosion, those 2 people vanished from the dragon's back. Their speed was so fast. Have they already infiltrated the village? She descended rapidly. High in the air was too exposed. If the enemy possessed any sort of long-range attack, it could become very disadvantageous. TCH. The moment she landed, Fourth World Conan sensed the enemy drawing near at tremendous speed. With no room to dodge, she activated Dance of the Shikigami. Just as her body began turning to paper, she was touched. Her whole body instantly lost control, her technique forcibly interrupted. Bam! She slammed head-first into the ground, creating a depression in the cement. Her forehead swelled up in a huge lump. Not being made of iron or steel, that violent collision had her head spinning so badly she couldn't think straight. Pardon me, Utakata said politely. He released a bubble that engulfed the dazed Conan, number 4, then tossed his severed hand back to Link. Looking off to the side of a building in the distance, Tendo Pain stood upon a high vantage point, staring coldly down at these intruders. Grower. Suddenly, the invisible chameleon summon lunged in a surprise attack. Thud. Utakata was sent flying, smashing into the iron piping behind him, only for his body to splatter into water and merge into the puddles of filthy water along the ground. A water clone? Or was it the real Six-Tails Jinchuriki? Tendo Pain calmly assessed, scanning the area. Down below, the multi-headed hound was pouncing on that other small boy watching from behind. One free hand had already beaten Conan in a single blow. That technique was dangerous. It's been a while since I last fought in person. Link didn't rush to dispatch the target with his shadow clones. He loosened his wrists and watched the multi-headed dog draw near, smiling faintly. This chakra of his reminded Pain strongly of that beast from Hidden Leaf Village. Someone who was adept with that move. Tendo Pain saw the boy's body erupt in a massive surge of chakra and vanish from sight in a blur. The mutated hound was seized by the head, tossed straight into the sky. The animal path's subsequent moves continued. A gigantic crab unleashed its foam blast technique, blocking Utakata's returning strike. On the nearby wall, the summoning formula flickered. An enormous bull stomped and instantly crushed the wall, charging forward in a swirl of dust without any delay. Crack! Link seized the bull's horns with both hands, but his small physique was none less carried over 10 meters, slamming into the far wall. Crunch. One punch downward, and the bull's forehead caved in. Even if this was the animal path's enhanced summon, under the strength of 5th gate 8 gates plus Link's own powerful physique. Enough to knead steel at will. Its skull simply sank into its chest. With a pop of smoke, it vanished. Meanwhile, from the darkness, the Azure Path emerged and locked its arms around Link from behind, only for the puppet's head to fall right off an instant later. Pow! Its decapitated head rolled, the body clattering. Link, because his head was facing that direction, had his body forcibly reversed as well. His feet pressed against the ground, forming a stance, and with one blow, he shattered the Azure Path's head. Its headless body staggered and collapsed with a loud clang, revealing it to be mostly mechanical components. Link lifted his gaze toward the animal path, extending a single finger. Next came Seals, a flick of his hand. Blades of wind tore through the air. So this is Hidden Sand Village's secret wind-style art. Nagato noted quietly. The Pretapath jumped out, arms raised in front of the animal path. Splurt. In an instant, Pretapath was sliced into chunks by Wind Blade, and behind it, the animal path lost an arm. My ninjutsu doesn't absorb so easily. Link maintained a calm smile. His ninjutsu did not operate via the standard transforming chakra principle. Whether earth style or wind style, he spent one-time chakra to create actual physical phenomena, not illusions or fully chakra-based constructs. So Pretapath's ability to absorb chakra-based attacks was useless. In short, standard ninjutsu was typically formed and sustained by chakra, so Pretapath's absorption skill disintegrated them. But Link's transformed wind or earth had little to be absorbed, forcibly cashing out the chakra at once. Conan, number 4, Azure Path, Pretapath. Defeated one after the other at first engagement. Better let the Naraka Path resurrect them, Tendo Pain thought, controlling the Yahiko body from above. Those testing moves. Azure, Preta, Animal. Were undone. Meanwhile, the intruders were formidable, but by no means beyond the reach of a god. He looked down from high ground, focusing on Utakata. As Tendo Pain was about to retake the field, the moment he realized that the dangerous little brat had broken away from the fight and now raced toward Nagato's location, he decided to retreat, leaving the rest to be reorganized. Deep in a hidden rain village base. Huff. Nagato exhaled more rapidly than usual, controlling the paths against the intruder who'd scattered them so easily. So the invader apparently knows about human path's ability. No, it's more like they're aware of all my path's abilities. A defector? Animal path's body is destroyed. The backup body is still. He mulled over it. Right then, from the corridor footsteps advanced toward the locked chamber. He could sense the intruder even more clearly. Shockingly fast. That quick. He concentrated Tendo Pain's withdrawal while redirecting the bulk of his attention to guard his real body. Creak. The door opened. Found you at last, Nagato. Shutting off his 8 gates stance, Link stood in the doorway. Light from outside spilled in, illuminating Nagato's pallid features and gaunt cheeks, revealing him in the corridor's lamplight. Checkmate. Link said cheerily. Chapter 342, Rinnegan got. Conan. Nagato hadn't appeared personally before others in many years. Let alone facing an enemy. Now confronting the foe and the bright corridor lights, he felt slightly dazed, as though shedding his role as a god and recalling his captive friend. Since the enemy had found the greatest weakness of the 6 paths of pain and clearly understood his abilities, Nagato figured his own defeat could be imminent. Huff. He spread his hands. The Rinnegan's universal pull activated. Link's body was dragged forward by a massive gravitational force. However, Link casually flicked a few wind blade shots again. Against an opponent like Nagato's crippled body, there were far too many ways Link could claim victory. Annoying jutsu. Nagato didn't dare treat those seemingly simple wind blades as trivial. Placing his palm on the ground, he summoned a giant panda statue to block the attacks. At the same time, the chameleon seized him inside its mouth, smashing through the wall and quickly turning invisible to escape. He never noticed that, in the instant the chameleon swallowed him, there had been an odd misalignment in the shadows on the chameleon's tongue. Boom. Just after the chameleon burst through the building, it was surrounded by a host of bubbles created by Utakata, each exploding. After the blasts, the chameleon's mangled body lost its invisibility. Gone. Utakata, whose entire form was cloaked in a shimmering blue glow, raised his head to see the pallid-skinned Nagato sitting astride a giant summoned bird up in the air. Nagato was once again stretching out his hand. He is going to use Almighty Push, presumably. Utakata quietly concluded, immediately weaving hand seals to fire off another round of bubbles. Pop. The resulting bubble flattened under the terrifying repulsive force, but did not burst, it simply absorbed Almighty Push's push. So it was out of range? Nagato thought, yet made no attempt to close the distance. Instead, he commanded the bird to carry him into Hidden Rain Village's labyrinth of buildings. His body was far too fragile. Even if he reabsorbed the chakra from the 6 paths of pain, any slip-up here might see him killed. And since the enemy was already inside his base, with plenty of spare bodies for the paths, as long as his chakra wasn't spent, he could drag things out. Tap. As Nagato perched the bird on some elevated pipeline, the so-called god sat with arms propping his feeble body, looking quite haggard. But no sooner had he steadied himself than he sensed a familiar chakra approaching. Turning to look, he saw Link wearing a faint smile in the corridor's illumination. "Planning on playing hide-and-seek with me?" Link asked, tone relaxed. "HN." A mechanical arm sprouted at Nagato's shoulder. Its pale hand detached, blasting forward. Smack. Link, having topped up with a combination of canceling Shadow Clone to restore stamina, swallowing a ration pill, and using delicate illness extraction to remove residual damage, thus staying in peak condition with the 5th gate open, just slapped the flying mechanical hand aside. Whish. Deprived of its hand, the mechanical limb morphed swiftly, several steel cables flailing in the air. Beneath the layered steel muscles, a hidden cannon muzzle glowed blue-white, and the muzzle flared as it fired a laser beam. A scorching ray that tore through the building behind them, warping the air with intense heat. Yet it failed to hit its intended target. "Too slow, you know," Link teased lightly. Hanging upside down from the overhead walkway, he wore the same faint grin. Ever since devouring the actual chakra of certain tailed beasts to grow stronger, his physical prowess soared at a mad rate. Even without using the Shadow Army or mutated ninjutsu, as long as he opened 8 gates to the 5th gate, his base physical strength alone rivaled a person at the 6th gate. And thanks to specialized training and his unique regeneration, his stamina outclassed even the thick eyebrow duos. He was now an unassuming but monstrous presence at the Kage level. Factoring in his mutated jutsu and massive Shadow Legion, he belonged in the Super Kage tier, able to go toe-to-toe with the likes of Hashirama and Madara from the Valley of the End fight. Pain's 6 paths, once the height of power in earlier arcs, could hardly measure up to him now. Zing. Zing. Nagato fired several more homing missiles in an attempt to cover his retreat. Link completed a single seal, wind swirling around his palm. Rushing forward, his extremely condensed wind-infused palm swatted away each homing missile, turning them into fragments, before coming just short of closing in on Nagato. Almighty push. Nagato finally had no choice but to rely on his final method for survival. The fierce wave of repulsion erupted. Forced to dodge it, Link flicked his own severed palm across, slamming him face first into a cylindrical pipe so hard that Nagato nearly slipped off, losing control of his body. He got to share in the same painful head smash that had earlier befallen Conan, number 4. The instant he lost balance, the jolt to his chakra prevented him from forming any jutsu. All at once, a half-transparent rope extended from that severed hand around his throat and drilled into his body. Hence, a tidal wave of chaotic information assaulted his mind. Already drained from controlling the 6 paths, and now suffering a brutal collision plus mental interference. Nagato's Rinnegan eyes rolled back. Though with Rinnegan's concentric rings, it's hard to show them rolling up. But in any case, he fainted on the spot. Zoom. From nowhere, an orange-masked figure, Obito, reached to grab Nagato. Smack. A speed-specialized 8 gates shadow, which had hidden in Nagato's shadow from the start, immediately landed a punch through Obito's lower back up into his torso. Obito's eyes widened in disbelief. He tried forcibly to weave a seal, but the second blow snapped his head around a full 720 degrees. He had been thoroughly killed. TCH. A moment later, as the 8 gates shadow stooped to extract the Mangekyo Sharingan, Obito's entire body vanished from reality. Izanagi. The ultimate rewriting of fate. So you want to play cunning, Obito? Shadows swarmed from Nagato's body. Countless black silhouettes pinned down the unconscious invalid. Meanwhile, further shadows extended under Link's feet, searching the corners of Hidden Rain Village for any more high-value members of the Akatsuki. At their level, a single shadow might be unstoppable by normal shinobi, let alone many of them. The only ones who could possibly handle that might be Black Zetsu or Obito. Link sighed. Failed to kill him, but oh well. At least they had captured Nagato. Retrieving the Rinnegan to bring back to the main world ended the threat of a Ten-Tails resurrection in this 4th parallel world. The rest was just follow-up. At worst, Link thought, Obito might still be skulking around. But lacking a Ten-Tails or the Rinnegan, what could he do? Hence, minimal details remained. How is it? Utakata, still in tailed beast mode, landed and resumed his role as a chakra battery. We messed up. The masked man got away, Link said, voice full of regret. He'd prepared carefully to spring the trap, only for it to fail. A pity. No matter. Nabbing Nagato was enough. With no Rinnegan in this fourth world timeline, the tailed beast threat was solved. Now let's see if there's any Akatsuki left. Link murmured, gazing upon the battered Hidden Rain village. Chapter 343, Smooth Exit. Foreworld, the Kanabi Bridge swish. The Sasuke from the main world appeared atop the water's surface, carrying the Sasuke of the fourth world. Close behind him was Naruto. With several months of development in his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, beating a mere 3 Tomoe Sharingan user. No matter that he possessed all of Orochimaru's knowledge. Was a piece of cake. Not worth mentioning. Link glanced at his watch. In the main world time, it was nearly 4 in the morning, about to be dawn. Why hadn't Sakura and the others come yet? Still, he intended to give his subordinates a little trust. If they weren't back by 4:30, then he'd contact them via the network. So the 4 of them waited quietly for a few more minutes. Suddenly Utakata said, 6 unknown chakras are following Sakura and Karen. Main world Naruto formed a hand seal, and after a few seconds entered sage mode with his eyes closed in concentration, then opened them in delight. It's that world's me, Kakashi-sensei, Sakura, Kiba, Hinata, and... He pondered for a while but couldn't recall the last one, up to the moment they approached. Swoosh. Swoosh. Primary Sakura and Karen from the main world landed on the scene. Alright, let's not waste time. Link said. We've already got what we came for. He turned a brief glance in the direction of the group from Fourth World Hidden Leaf Village but opted not to engage them. Naruto gave a nod, and Utakata began preparing the chakra to open the portal. Soon enough, the group, carrying the unconscious Fourth World Sasuke, Nagato, and Konan, proceeded through. From the opposite side, one could faintly see Hashirama of the First World glancing curiously this way. Put Sasuke down. A voice called out behind them. The Fourth World Naruto rushed over in panic. Thud. The way he arrived was exactly how he got sent flying back out. Careful. Kakashi, from Fourth World, tried grabbing his impulsive student. Watching the black shadows on the ground regroup under that short figure, Kakashi said wearily, "Who the hell are?" But the rest of his question was cut off. Link triggered the Funitsu again with Utakata, severing the portal, and vanished in a swirling vortex. High above them, orange-masked Obito stood on a tree branch, silently observing all that transpired. Second world, inside the laboratory no problem, said First World Hashirama as he deactivated his sage mode, smiling while nodding. Thank you for your efforts, Lord Hashirama. Link politely responded, then waved everyone else to leave. They had to do a brief quarantine check in case anything like Black Zetsu tried to hitch a ride back. Some untraceable parasite inside a transdimensional traveler would be a nightmare, after all. After confirming nothing unusual followed them, the group departed. Sakura soon received a message on the network, said goodbye to Sasuke, and left in a hurry. Karen also had tasks to do. Exhausted from the overnight mission, she looked half asleep and bid farewell, leaving for the next scheduled network portal. Sasuke temporarily handed the unconscious fourth Sasuke over to some hidden shadows, gave a polite nod, "If you have time, come visit the friend hub shop." Then he left. Ultimately, only Link and Utakata remained, plus the 3 unconscious captives. The Fourth World Nagato's condition was severely compromised. Far weaker than the main world versions. Link simply performed some basic healing, then tossed Nagato and Konan off to Tsunade. That left the captured Fourth World Sasuke, whose situation was more complicated. Link first took him to see main world Orochimaru so that the cunning serpent could help extract the Orochimaru from Sasuke's body. Then he had Shadows carry him to the Allied Shinobi Army's Otherworld Relief Bureau. With the Third World having so many refugees, and its decimated lands requiring indefinite reconstruction, many homeless from that world were being resettled into the Second World. All the procedures, intake, housing assignments, disbursement of relief, were handled at this newly formed bureau. The waiting lines were huge. Normally, Link could have walked right in. His status would allow it. But the staff didn't necessarily recognize him by face alone, and ironically he found it awkward to claim special privileges. So, ironically, he queued for half an hour. Only near the end did a manager from the main world, seeing him in line, come over in alarm, "Lord Link, why are?" But Link just shook it off. Anyway, the processing itself was fairly straightforward. They'd attach a network rope, the subject would fill out the standard forms online. Then they'd get allocated a place to live or at least some shelter, maybe job assistance. If the individual was a ninja, there'd be added oversight. Because the network so easily handled paperwork, everything was digital rather than on scrolls. It streamlined the entire relief effort. Still, a new crisis was already emerging. With more and more new users, the network's scale had exploded, meaning it was increasingly burdened by massive data. The old days, where one could instantly do a full search, were gone. The IDs grew lengthier and more complicated. Even Link himself could no longer quickly search the entire network. Eventually, it might become unwieldy, with corners overlooked. Some folks even mentioned that the two Hashiramas and Tsunade, for example, might be messing around with a gambling app again, hidden somewhere in the network, and digging it out was no longer trivial. Meanwhile, word was that main Orochimaru and Second World Orochimaru were working together to develop a sort of organic computer to interface with the network. Utakata abruptly glanced over at the captive Fourth World Sasuke. He's awake. Link got the hint and said, "All right. No need to pretend." The shadows promptly dropped the captive to the ground. "Who are you people?" The captive Sasuke rose to his feet, eyes stern. When forced onto the network, he had regained consciousness. He'd feigned unconsciousness until the conversation about other worlds rattled him enough to blow his cover. Link used his administrator privilege to send him all the Relief Bureau guidelines plus a portion of the Naruto timeline that Link had compiled from Part 1 up to the final valley of the end battle. That was already enough info. "Read it thoroughly," Link said. "If you want to leave, no one here is going to stop you." A mere triple Tomoe user, lacking cursed seal, not even close to being a threat. If he ran off, nobody would particularly care. Besides, before killing Itachi, that Sasuke usually refrained from doing random bloodshed. They reasoned no big conflict would arise. Oh, also, this is how you can contact your main world self. If something comes up, find him. Link added, sharing the ID. Then Link and Utakata departed, leaving the Fourth World Sasuke standing alone, still confused, in the middle of a foreign world street. Chapter 344, Frog Team 2 days later, Second World, Kanabe Bridge Allied Shinobi Force Base. Frog House. Ding dong, hello, may I help you? Frog. The one who opened the door was the child Yahiko from the main world. He froze at the sight of the two visitors and hurriedly said, "Link-san, Jiraiya-sensei, please come in." With that, he moved aside, revealing the foyer and hallway inside. Jiraiya stepped in with large strides, curious about the surroundings. "What about Conan and the others?" he asked. Child Yahiko walked behind him on his short legs, explaining what had happened lately. Several days prior, the two versions of the Akatsuki had officially merged. Essentially the main world's trio, Yahiko, Conan, Nagato, and the second world's trio, Yahiko, Conan, Nagato, forming a new group called Frog House. Sending home most of their original members to Hidden Rain Village, leaving a 5-person core that stuck together. The main reason was that the second world's older Yahiko, now knowing the future events and seeing the rise of the allied shinobi force, actively gave up on Akatsuki, deciding not to return to war with Hanzo to the bitter end. First, they were not confident of winning. Second, the second world's Nagato had already died, and Yahiko didn't want Conan in danger again. The allied shinobi force wasn't limited to the 5 great shinobi villages, any small village or group could join. Indeed, anyone who is a shinobi could join unconditionally. Under these circumstances, the 5-person Frog House joined the allied force. They managed themselves while taking on the allied shinobi force's commissions to earn contribution points, make a living, and gradually gather enough to resurrect or reincarnate their second world Nagato someday. Overall, the allied shinobi force at this stage was loosely structured. The main world's Hidden Leaf village was severely understaffed and needed managers, and although the network existed, it couldn't monitor every grassroots detail. So in the end, they maintained a looser arrangement, using a contribution points system to hold it together. Through commissions, each group, clan, or village handled its own internal affairs. If a problem arose, the allied force could hold them accountable later. Obirama wasn't in a rush. Destroying all old institutions in one go might feel good, but it would lead to massive chaos. Better to take small steps. By his count, he was still under 4 years old in this new body, and there was plenty of time to cultivate a new generation of shinobi who believed in peace. As for everyday civilians, that was still beyond their scope for now. Even just establishing a single ninja academy across worlds was complicated, and they were still in the midst of negotiations with the various daimyo, aristocrats, etc. In short, Frog House had decent strength among the small group organizations. As Obirama had some trust in them from past experiences, they'd received quite a few missions. Of the 5 members, 4 had taken a relief mission to the Third World and would be gone for about half a month, so only Child Yahiko remained. As for Child Yahiko himself, lacking Sage Mode, he was basically powerless in his reincarnated kid body. After a few months of training, he could maybe handle a Chunin due to experience, but that's it. Still better than nothing, thanks to the past guidance of Jiraiya. Essentially, he was a non-combatant. This is also nice, Jiraiya said contentedly, settling onto a tatami mat and taking a sip of tea. Seeing his old disciples having found a place in the new era truly warmed his heart. Link cleared his throat. Actually, I'm here to invite you all to work in the main world. Main world? Child Yahiko repeated, quickly realizing the meaning of that term. His expression turned serious as he shifted into work mode. Saying, alright. What sort of task is it? Jiraiya watched the kid's face go rigid with forced maturity and felt like laughing. Then he recalled his disciple's death and couldn't help feeling sadness. Link explained, it's effectively a permanent posting. Because you guys in Frog House have organizational management experience, I mean, the 6th Hokage, wish to hire Frog House to help manage the main world's Hidden Leaf Village. This was, in fact, Jiraiya's suggestion. After a few days back in main world Hidden Leaf Village, Jiraiya had been driven half crazy by the administrative workload. Once he realized the structure of the new era and the allied shinobi force, he quickly went to Link with an idea. Anyway, Hidden Leaf Village didn't lack contribution points. Instead of begging Dobirama for manpower, why not go through the allied force's official mission points by system and hire people? Yahiko, for instance, had experience leading an organization, as did both Conans, both Nagatos, etc. They were trustworthy enough. They could definitely fill a big chunk of Hidden Leaf Village's staff needs. Better yet, they had enough skill that they wouldn't need Link for every little thing. Link seized on this, since it directly addressed his biggest headache. So here they were. Child Yahiko froze, then sincerely said, if it's you who needs help, we won't charge any contribution points. Everyone in Frog House was deeply grateful to Link, so how could they accept payment for helping? Link's face took on a complicated look. He vaguely recalled that when he had first reincarnated this younger Yahiko in the main world, that kid had spat words like, no matter what, even if I die, I would never do anything for you. Chapter 345, Still Working. There's no need to feel awkward about it, Link said with a smile. How could he let them work for free just to consume his own favors? A little bit of contribution is irrelevant to someone at his level, outside the normal system of contribution points. And now that the Frog House has effectively become a gathering place for members of Akatsuki, who knows if more three-man squads will join in the future. It's definitely a force worth drawing in. Whatever reward you're owed, you should get. After all, if you don't come, I'd be paying someone else anyway. He persuaded them. Besides, the faster you gather enough contribution points, the sooner you can resurrect the second parallel world's Nagato, right? Little Yahiko looked uneasy. Since the main world's Nagato had given up his Rinnegan and earned a fair amount of contribution in return, Frog House wasn't too far off from reaching the reincarnation quota. Otherwise, they wouldn't all be working so intently to rack up points. And the closer you are to your goal, the more you want to reach it as soon as possible. All settled. You come help first, once the others return, call them all over too. Link cut straight to the point. How can we accept that? Little Yahiko, reduced in size by his reincarnated body, revealed a slightly childlike bashfulness like someone receiving a New Year's gift, sounding more and more embarrassed as he spoke in a small voice. In fact, Link wanted to reach out and pat Yahiko's shoulder, but looking at their relative heights, he might not even be able to reach him. Humphrey, it's all because this little Yahiko is too short. Link changed the topic. Oh, right. I recently explored a new parallel world which I'm calling World Number 4. This morning, on my way back, I invited that world's Nagato and Conan to come here. They're both resting in the hospital now. If you're interested, maybe you'd like to go talk with them. Little Yahiko hesitated a moment at his phrasing invited. But thought, no point quibbling over small details with a benefactor. Alright, I'll go speak with them. He answered quickly. Given his experiences and the role he plays in Frog House, his main concern is straightforward, as long as everyone can live happily, that's good enough. As for the matter of achieving peace, well, frankly speaking, their small group at the moment can't really sway the situation on a grand scale. Sounds good. In that case, we won't bother you. There's still plenty to do in the main world's village. Link rose to his feet and, seeing Jiraiya's lingering look at his disciple, added, once you're ready, just go find him at the Hokage's office. Jiraiya let out a wry smile. In just a few days, he'd plunged into a living hell called work, where there was no time left for collecting research materials or writing his novel. Practically no breaks at all. Indeed, using the network for official tasks had improved efficiency, so he couldn't find any excuse to sneak away. He had to stay available at all times. Presently, he was nominally the Hokage's assistant, but functionally the Hokage in all but name. Because the 6th Hokage spent every day acting more like a hands-off boss, he even gave Jiraiya the official seal to sign documents. After stepping outside, Link took out the scroll for the Funitsu and brought Jiraiya back to the main world. The second they landed, Link's shadow rose to support his feet, allowing him to put on a dignified Hokage look and pat Jiraiya on the shoulder encouragingly. Hang in there. In 2 years, when I retire, I'll hand the position over to you. After saying that, he strolled away at an unhurried pace. Jiraiya recalled the 6th Hokage's pretense of maturity and felt an urge to laugh, but then remembered his own fate. Forced to labor as an assistant for who knows how long, and likely coerced into becoming Hokage in the future. So the laughter wouldn't come. He glanced around, no one else was present. Maybe there's time to slip away for some fun. But just then, a flood of messages came pouring in on the network, all at once. Sigh, so that's the superior efficiency of the network at work. He ground his teeth slightly. Such is the advancement of the era, it leaves no room for the 5th Hokage Tsunada's frequent absentee style. Meanwhile, Link thought, there's no way I'll be the one putting in hours and hours of desk work. A short while later, he walked leisurely, scroll in hand, to the 7th training ground. The threat in World Number 4 had been dealt with so smoothly that many backup plans weren't even used. And since not everyone can go without sleep day and night, the Interworld Exploration Squad had not departed again after that day. All the other timeline worlds were still in their pre-Shippuden phase. Even if time were flowing in sync, there was still a long way to go before the 4th Great Ninja War. No need to rush. After more than a dozen prior crossings, he'd visited many iconic timeline points and made some changes. For example, the timeline where the Uchiha massacre was approaching got adjusted when Itachi and Shizue never died, and Denzo was conveniently taken out by Link. During the Nighttails incident, he harvested large chunks of the beast's chakra. During the Hidden Leaf Village crush, Orochimaru never got a chance to proceed. Link sealed him with the 5 Elements Seal plus Body Pathway Derangement Jutsu, captured him, and transferred him to another world. Hard to say whether Orochimaru could resurrect through Anko's curse mark. In many worlds where tragedies were about to happen, he intervened. Without letting events reach the Shippuden timeline, there's a time buffer of a few years. No need to go over right away. Reflecting on it, the mutated impure world reincarnation can send people to other worlds, but evidently only certain Naruto parallels. Once he's done exploring all the major tragic time points. If he wanted to see entirely new Naruto parallels, there's no telling where he'd end up. That could be dangerous, he thought. For now, it can all proceed slowly. Take it one step at a time. He checked his watch. The group from the final chapter world would come to pick him up in about an hour. In principle, everything should go through a proper procedure under the Allied Force system. Even Link isn't exempt from the rules. They'll come for me, he mused, then we'll do some stuff over there, so I've got to wait a bit. He found a boulder, used replacement to swallow one chunk of the leftover tailed beast chakra block. His skin reddened and steam rose off his body as he resumed reading his own handwritten notes. Given how strong his body has become, he doesn't need any special cooling jutsu to withstand swallowing tailed beast chakra's side effects. But that also means the effect of strengthening each time is weakening. Perhaps soon enough it will no longer work at all. In any case, that was all in the future. For now, he just had to wait for the final chapter Allied Squad to arrive. Chapter 346, Random Thoughts. Oh, right, there's also the scroll in Link's hands. It was during one of his Wind-style, great breakthrough training sessions that he had a breakthrough in his knowledge of ninjutsu. A truly useful breakthrough among tens of thousands of others. He instantly grasped everything he had in his mind, from the 5 basic releases to forbidden techniques. But the awkward part is that knowing doesn't equate to being able to perform the techniques. If his body hasn't trained in the corresponding chakra nature or doesn't meet the casting requirements, then he simply can't perform them. Take the simplest example, Flying Thunder God. Although he's fully mastered the theoretical principles and memorized every tiny detail of the jutsu, his sensory ability isn't up to par, and his mutated ninjutsu won't show him any mercy. If it's going to fail, it just fails. Fortunately, a sudden thought occurred to him. He uploaded all the ninjutsu study methods into the network so that they're preserved. Afterwards, he copied them into a scroll to learn them slowly later. As for how to actually cast them once learned, he doesn't seem to have any quick solution. He can't just keep gambling on Great Breakthrough. After countless experiments, Wind-style, Great Breakthrough is even more troublesome than the body replacement technique. At least with replacement, the random pool is finite. As for Great Breakthrough, his body, mind, skills, domain, and so forth combine into an uncountable mix. No one can see the bottom. Most vexing is that regarding the replacement, the Great Breakthrough's final effect still reflects upon himself. It has complied with the principle that a clone is part of the user's psyche. So any new abilities are all pinned onto him. Why won't the clone count as an independent life form or entity? If. Amid his usual daydreaming while studying, Link suddenly realized something he'd previously overlooked due to the threat of Kaguya's invasion. Why not cast Great Breakthrough on an external object? He froze, then put down the scroll and gathered chakra, forming seals. He picked up a small stone and tried tossing the Great Breakthrough onto it. Next second, the stone began to glow brightly. Success. This technique can be used on other objects. Link's mind whirled with a flood of random ideas. Though he's not sure how to use it, being able to cast Great Breakthrough on a thing is undoubtedly a massive step forward. He set down the stone, studied it carefully, then cancelled the jutsu. After returning to normal, the original effect from Great Breakthrough was undone. He tested again with destruction. Why is it that the object's shape reverts, yet when it got bigger earlier, once I crushed it, the size effect stayed? He tried different ways, casting Great Breakthrough to enhance hardness, casting to let chakra permeate, casting for softness, color depth, or size. At one point, after he crushed the enlarged stone, the jutsu forcibly cancelled, yet the stone fragments didn't vanish or revert, seemingly leaving the effect locked in. Link felt an excited tingle in his spine. If enlargement remains permanent after the object's destroyed, it suggests the transformation locked in place. He quickly tested. Another stone had been cast with brightness or transparency. But after shattering, the effect cancelled normally. Another with smoothness. Cancelled upon destruction. So why did that one enlarged stone remain altered after being shattered? Strange. Maybe. We need further tests. He kept methodically trying new approaches, but someone coughed to catch his attention. Turning his head, he saw Naruto, final chapter version, on the other side of a network portal. Link abruptly realized the other had arrived to pick him up. Naruto, I was just testing something. Thanks for waiting. He withdrew from the experiment. Then Naruto said something like, "Got time to come over?" Link was slightly embarrassed at being caught playing around. He stowed away all these half-finished notes, formed a seal, and stepped through. Naruto, I went to a new world 2 days ago. I didn't manage to kill the Obito there, so I thought I'd swing by your place first to summon your Obito for help. The adult Naruto nodded and said, I see. This trip you're making. Let me have someone accompany you for a bit. They stepped from the portal into the Hokage's office. Inside, Tsunade and Kakashi were seated on a couch. There's no need to show me around, I'm a bit busy. Is there something else? He found it interesting that the older Naruto had begun using more subtle language, evidence of maturity. Naruto hesitated. You recall last time you opened a Rashomon in our world without listing it on the Allied Force exchange menu? Oh, that. Because it couldn't be done by him alone. And it was hard to control, causing some trouble in the third world. Obi-Rama never added the 1-week Rashomon to the Alliance's official redemption system. If you guys need it, I can do it. Not a problem. He was generous. Summoning that gate cost him only a short time to form seals. Chakra from their side would be provided, so it wouldn't cost him anything. Meanwhile, he could have strong people from the other side owe him a favor. Naruto nodded apologetically. We appreciate that, but it'd be best if we went through official procedures with the Alliance. If we just went straight to you every time, it sets a bad precedent. Since the new system belongs to everyone, I don't want to be the first to break its rules. All right. Link agreed easily. The main reason he was here was to bring Obito along to help. Then he'd head back and keep working on Great Breakthrough. Chapter 347, Same Life, Different Trajectory. 5 hours later, in the second world, inside the research lab, a jutsu that changes the properties of objects. The two Orochimaras exchanged glances with different expressions, and the Orochimaru from the main world turned his head. Based on your description and comparing all the experimental procedures, the conclusion is: when you reverse the property you've changed, it'll be preserved. X3, Obi-Rama joined in and spoke. If the enlarged stone you crushed ended up being saved, but not the other properties, then yes, the answer is quite obvious. Link patted his forehead. On the surface, it sounded like another bizarre bug similar to how shadows are born. But can one really enlarge an object out of thin air without paying any cost? On second thought, if it can be permanently preserved, why only under some conditions? It all felt contradictory. He reined in his wandering thoughts and carefully considered how to utilize this new bug. The new issue was that reversing the property wasn't straightforward. If it grew bigger, how exactly do you shrink it further? If it turned harder, how do you make it softer? If it became transparent, how do you make it black again? Even if it remains after that reversal, what's the point? If there's nothing else, we'll be going now. The Orochimaru from the main world said, sounding a bit disinterested. Obirama also showed little of his initial excitement upon first seeing Link's mutated ninjutsu. Keeping a calm manner, he said, "The Ninja Alliance has plenty to do." He noticed Link's perplexed look and explained plainly, "When all's said and done, this property-changing jutsu of yours still comes down to yin-yang style creating something from nothing. The core is simply yin style conjuring a form out of nothing, which should be easy for someone with your vast spiritual power. But as for this technique, we can't replicate it," he remarked, shrugging. "It's a unique personal bloodline trait beyond the bloodline selection, KK Toda, or even above that, in the realm of bloodline web, KK Mora. Like the Sage of Six Paths territory. There's no way to recreate it." Even the space-crossing jutsu, shiplink technique, was another unusual reflection of Link's colossal mental energy. So colossal, in fact, that not even Kaguya, the so-called progenitor of Chakra, could power it herself. The logic is simple, they haven't even finished studying normal Chakra, let alone transformations like KK Genkai. How could they possibly jump straight into something akin to the Six Paths yin-yang style and succeed? After all, if jumping ahead was that easy, the final era's ninja world would have soared long ago. In simpler terms, they can't help Link do these experiments. They can't replicate it themselves. Even repeating the experiments can only be done by Link. Hence, there's no great significance for them. Once he realized their point, Link felt both exasperation and amusement. His mutated ninjutsu was too advanced, so they set it aside. Now he had no one to help or talk with. Just left tinkering on his own? "Anyway, if you do any more experiments, do them alone," Obirama said, as he left with his short stride. "If you need help, just find Tsunade and ask for staff. You don't have to call all of us over." He cast a final warning, "And absolutely do not cast your great breakthrough on the planet we stand on. If by some freak chance it triggers a weird transformation, even for a moment, it may destroy the entire world. Increasing gravity or oxygen levels, changing the planet's rotation or revolution. Humans are too fragile, even ninjas aren't strong enough to survive that sort of planetary upheaval." After that, they left in a hurry, each returning to their own work. "Right. I'll be careful. At least for now, I won't tamper with the planet," Link muttered. He planned to thoroughly test Great Breakthrough on various items. Anything except the planet. Meanwhile, in the Second World's Kanabe Bridge area, at the Friend House Cafe, tap, tap. Sasuke, Fourth World, stood across the street, gazing at the shop. Inside, an ordinary shopkeeper, who looked exactly like himself, was politely seeing off customers. Sasuke, Main World, wearing a gentle smile. The Fourth World Sasuke felt at a loss. Such a peaceful life. He reflexively touched his neck, as if checking the cursed seal, only to recall it was gone. Once the last customer left, the Sasuke in the shop spotted him. His calm smile warmed slightly, and he waved. Despite both being Sasukes, the younger one in white attire appeared notably more laid back and composed. Fourth World Sasuke crossed the road and entered Friend House. He paused for a while before speaking. The other Sasuke didn't press him with any questions, waiting silently. Finally, the newcomer broke the silence. "So do you like sweets?" "Not that much." The Main World Sasuke answered. "I just don't dislike them as I used to." "So how've you been recently?" Fourth World Sasuke stayed silent. Yet the atmosphere in the shop wasn't tense. The Main World Sasuke patiently waited for his counterpart to open up. Because he understood himself, if he'd never hit a dead end, he might have walked a very dark path. "It's pretty nice here," the other Sasuke finally said. "You and I are different." He looked up. "Link. My world doesn't have Link," he murmured. He'd never felt anyone truly respected his personal resolve. Even among Squad 7, or his family who loved him, no one had ever fully stood at his vantage point. Main World Sasuke didn't make any condescending remark, letting him continue. "So I want to meet that Sasuke from the future." Pressing away confusion, Fourth Sasuke said resolutely, "I want to see how he thinks, how he ended up where he is. Will you help me?" "Of course," the Main World Sasuke said, extending a hand. Just as someone had done for him in the rain that once changed his life. Chapter 348, New Organization. 35th Wind Style, Great Breakthrough Experiment, Target, Tailed Beast Chakra Block Breakthrough Effect, the Chakra Block becomes enlarged. Process, during the jutsu's duration, I used the substitution technique to swallow it. The enlarged Chakra Block did not contain increased Chakra. After the jutsu automatically cancelled, the physical strengthening effect on the body did not disappear. 72nd Wind Style, Great Breakthrough Experiment, Target, Tailed Beast Chakra Block Breakthrough Effect, the energy inside the Chakra Block grew more potent. Process, during the jutsu's duration, I used the substitution technique to swallow it. successfully digested and absorbed. The stronger chakra enhanced both the body's strengthening effect and the side effects. After the jutsu automatically cancelled, the power did not vanish into thin air. Conclusion: any impact caused by an object that has been strengthened by great breakthrough remains in place afterward. Goal change for experiments: 159th Wind Style, Great Breakthrough Experiment. Target: the webnet cord breakthrough effect. The webnet cord surpasses its limit on usage for animals. Process: during the jutsu's duration, using the cord, I connected a large tree, special experimental subject number 01, to the webnet. Even after the jutsu automatically cancelled, the link remained. Note: future observation pending. Plant link to webnet, observation journal, day 3, special experimental subject number 01 is unable to communicate, send and receive information. Continuing observation. Plant link to webnet, observation journal, day 7, 2:50 a.m. Special experimental subject number 01 produced its first meaningless message. 305th Wind Style, Great Breakthrough Experiment. Target: the webnet cord breakthrough effect, surpassing the animal usage limit for the cord process. During the jutsu's duration, I used the cord to link a rock to the webnet. After the jutsu cancelled, the connection still remained. Link: Sasuke, main world, called out from behind. Link looked up, noticing 3 Sasuke standing not far away. He immediately recognized his own and asked, "What's up? I heard from Utaha that you've been busy with experiments for the past week or so. Remember to take a break." The main world Sasuke offered some concern and then said, "We have something we'd like to discuss with you." "Alright." Link massaged his still slightly feverish cheeks. Recently, he'd been completely absorbed in experiments, obsessively uncovering all the mysteries of his jutsu. It was exhilarating. But yes, he should indeed give himself more downtime. Taking the 3 Sasukes back to his home, the shadows had already prepared tea and snacks. After they all sat, Link saw no one touching the teacups, so he got straight to the point. "So, what is it?" "We want to visit the 4th world again," said Sasuke, main world, seriously. Link pondered a moment. "I can more or less guess why, but what do you plan to do there?" "Right now, the 4 known worlds. Main, 2nd, 3rd, final. We're so busy that everyone was running themselves ragged. Obirama's plan for the Ninja Alliance extended at least 10 years. Adding another world to the fold might not necessarily help. Besides, in the 4th world, Kabuto could well be mingling with Black Zetsu, and Tobi might still be lurking in the shadows. Stationing tailed beasts there to open the webnet portal would be too dangerous. That would leave them reliant on Link's ship link technique, which required caution. He trusted his Sasuke, but as for the other 2, he wasn't so sure. Especially the Sasuke from the 4th world. If he took the shiplink jutsu and caused trouble, it could be a nightmare. If they didn't bring a shiplink scroll, Link would have to go back and forth too often, which might be okay once or twice out of courtesy to his own Sasuke, but overdoing it would be too much of a burden. Seeing Link's doubts, Sasuke sat upright and explained, "I established a new organization. I intend to take on the mission from you to prevent any future Kaguya incursion." In his era, after Kakashi became Hokage, he roamed outside the village. The more he saw, the more deeply he understood life in the world. Though he had little involvement in administration. Observing the new era, he felt somewhat lost. The unstoppable time seemed not to need him. Fighting? Naruto and first Hokage, alternate, overshadowed him. The webnet did not demand maintenance. He couldn't find a place. But then the Sasuke from the 4th world arrived, looking for how he had changed, trying to understand how he overcame his darkness. In that moment, final Sasuke realized, if he's not good at statesmanship, let those who are handle it, while he does what he's best at. Besides the 4 known worlds, other unknown ones might have threats lurking. He could go fight them or any hidden menace. Thus, he registered a new group in the Ninja Alliance. "So that's it," final Sasuke concluded calmly. "Both of you want in?" Link glanced at the other 2. Sasuke, 4th world, nodded. In truth, he had personal goals. Revenge, resurrecting his parents, etc. But for now, he was determined to join that group. Otherwise, how could he even return home? He was Indra's reincarnation and could awaken the Rinnegan, but returning without strong allies would be turned down for sure. "Yes." Sasuke, main world, agreed. "Since you're so busy, just leave that part to us. We've already negotiated with Lord Obirama about the contribution points," he said, transmitting the agreement document via the webnet. "Hold on." Link checked the messages in the webnet carefully. They listed repeatable S-rank tasks, capturing Black Zetsu, capturing Madara Uchiha, capturing Tobi, capturing tailed beasts and Jinchuriki, acquiring the Rinnegan, etc. The points varied depending on difficulty. But it also mentioned not to senselessly kill or wage indiscriminate war. like standard alliance regulations. Judging by that, final Sasuke obviously wasn't purely altruistic. Why else haggle for so many points? Everyone has regrets to fix. I'll talk with Tobirama and Naruto. Link said instead of replying. I'll give you an answer tomorrow. Chapter 349, let's take a look. Bon voyage. Link watched the three Sasukes disappear into the vortex, then sighed, feeling that it might be somewhat unnecessary for his friend to go off on another adventure. Obviously, if they needed something, they could have just told him. Utakata stood behind him and spoke slowly, don't worry. His strength right now is very high. Even without the Rinnegan, he shouldn't be much weaker than a future version of himself. Link sensed something in Utakata's tone and asked, you seem to know something? Utakata rarely smiled like that. He appeared in a good mood as he tapped a finger to his eye and said, that's for you to ask him. He's awakened the second Mangekyo ability. Link paused. Why didn't he tell me? Wait. Hold on. He suddenly realized that these past few months, he hadn't spent much time properly interacting with Sasuke. Almost every day, he was busy. Always busy. Being the Hokage, worrying about other worlds, training himself, developing his variant ninjutsu. After a while, he muttered a quiet apology, sorry. Not just Sasuke. He also treated the always present Utakata as though he were only needed on command. Even though he used to say you're all just my tools. He still felt uncomfortable actually using them purely as tools. Utakata didn't mind in the slightest, smiling casually. It's fine. Link slumped down onto one of his shadows and sighed, I guess I've gotten used to living life in a hurry. Always in a rush to get things done. Ever since Kaguya was locked away in that ancient past world, and the Alliance no longer faces threats, I don't really need to force myself to power up so desperately, do I? I ought to relax properly. He'd realized he seldom stopped to see the changes around him. How everyone was progressing, or what exactly he himself had changed. He didn't know. He knew nothing. Every day, he was just caught up in his own head, rushing forward alone. Link, a bit forlorn, remarked, don't you think I'm failing somehow? Utakata responded in a reassuring tone, no. If, after all you've done, you still couldn't live as you like, then we'd be the ones who failed. Link exhaled, got it. Staring at Naruto, main world, who'd been waiting eagerly nearby, Link unexpectedly felt amused and said, how about tomorrow we tour the second parallel world for a bit? Utakata agreed cheerfully, anytime. Then he added, as your tool, let me remind you of one thing, in a few days, the Sand Village delegation will arrive. You still owe a certain someone a date. Temari, huh? Link hopped down from the shadow and glanced over at Naruto. He felt somewhat awkward. Back then, right before he thought he might leave and never return, he casually agreed to a date. Now that he was back, that promise returned to haunt him. He really had no interest in that sort of worldly dating. Besides, he preferred a tall build and a softer personality. Temari's bold tomboy style simply didn't match his taste. So complicated. Amused by his thoughts, he strode over and waved at Naruto, who beamed as he trotted over. Sasuke and the others already left? Where'd they go? They went to the fourth parallel world to do missions for the Alliance. Link said simply. What about you? Weren't you doing Hokage lessons with Jiraiya? That guy Jiraiya had been racking his brains to lighten his own workload. Not only was he scheming against Obirama, but also trying to poach staff from the Alliance. Since that failed, he then pestered Naruto to help out at the Hokage office. In short, he had no shame. Naruto grumbled, that pervy sage was forcing me to memorize all sorts of documents I don't understand. Being Hokage should be cooler, you know. But, well, that's where you're wrong, kid. In the new era, being Hokage is basically being an overworked public servant. Link thought of how the Ninja Alliance's new basic education program was in full swing in the second world. They demanded the same from the main world's Hidden Leaf Village. It was complicated. Endless paperwork, to the point that even Link avoided it and let Jiraiya handle it. Otherwise, he'd be driven insane. Noticing Naruto's disillusionment, Link said, anyway, go study well. Once you've memorized all that, I'll support you becoming the 7th Hokage. Really? Naruto's eyes sparkled with excitement. Even if he felt a little let down by the reality of being Hokage, his dream was far from dead. His old habit of longing for the Hokage seat still lingered. Of course. Look at me. I'm younger than you by 2 years, yet here I am. If you wanna be Hokage, it's just a matter of me speaking up. Grinning, Link's tone had the subtle vibe of tempting a little kid. Heck yeah. Naruto suddenly whipped out a white cloth to tie around his forehead and clenched his fist. I'll do my best. Main world, Hidden Leaf Village, Hokage's office. The brand new office furniture from Link's inauguration as 6th Hokage was now lying in pieces. A huge section of the upper Jonin waiting room's wall had been ripped apart, the floor, ceiling, and walls all bore signs of having been struck by chain whips, with extensive peeling of paint and concrete. The so-called Hokage's assistant, the renowned Jiraiya, was currently sprawled on the rubble, a potted succulent, belonging to the 5th Hokage Tsunade, perched atop his head. Link crouched beside the unmoving Jiraiya, carefully nudging him. Still alive? KRRK. A limp arm from beneath the debris rose and wobbled slightly. Link nudged him again. Don't lie around. If you're alive, get up and get back to work. Stop messing around. Came Jiraiya's muffled, feeble voice. Just let me rest for a bit. Can't you? Well, didn't you dig your own grave? Link replied flatly. All that about prophecy and life. TCH. Jiraiya went silent. That hurt even worse than being beaten senseless by the wife of his student. Chapter 350, Incognito Churha. The entirely blue, flame-cloaked Two-Tails Matatabi yawned, then wisps of flame curling from her nostrils and evaporating instantly before they could land. Those in the back of the line, stand behind the yellow line. Hey, you with the stack of documents, yes, I mean you. Kotetsu Hagane called out loudly, directing the ninjas waiting in line for the network corridor. There always seemed to be some ninja who believed they deserved to stand at the front and cut the line. But the one opening the gate was a tailed beast, for goodness sake. A random sneeze or a turn of her body could severely injure an average Chunin. At best forced into the hospital, at worst forced to reincarnate. What about Geinin? Well, according to the ninja assessment regulations issued half a month ago, most Geinin, due to age, knowledge level, or ability, didn't meet the new standards. Over 90% of them were sent back to the Ninja Academy. Incidentally, some Chunin were also being demoted to restudy. It's said that from now on, there'd be no more simply recommendation to take the Chunin exam, nor the old style of advance by merit. Instead, thorough evaluations would be introduced. For example, a written test, Nintaigen, Ninjutsu Taijutsu Ganjutsu, exams, plus specialized categories like Fuinjutsu or medical ninjutsu. They'd open free training classes accordingly, each taught by special Jonin or normal Jonin, with mid-level teacher staff handling deeper instruction in the Ninja Academy. Only when test scores reach the standard would one qualify for promotion. Fail, and you wait another year. They say the requirement is set pretty high. In the old days, whether you had a deficiency or not, it didn't matter. If you could kill, if you had the ability to complete tasks, you'd pass. Now they demand well-rounded development in ethics, intellect, physique, aesthetics, labor. Or something like that. In short, it sure sounds like they're trying to hamper promotions. Thankfully, I'm done taking exams. Kotetsu Hagane mused with heartfelt relief. He'd become a special Jonin under Lady Tsunade last year. With the new reforms, special Jonin was abolished, he was recognized as a full Jonin. An actual promotion historically. Since his buddy Asuma, assigned to next month's ninjutsu exam, gave Kotetsu some tips, Kotetsu got a glimpse of the new test content. Put simply, if he tried to retake the test now, he doubted he'd still be a Jonin. He let out a sigh, then glanced at the time. He shouted, "Time's up, Matatabi-sama." Got it. The Two-Tails, a tailed beast with a notably good temper, responded politely. She yawned again, stepping back half a pace and gently reminding them, "Watch your step now." When she was sure everyone was prepared, she released her chakra. A massive gateway opened in front of her. The size of the Ronet corridor depends on who opens it. If a tailed beast opens it, it's huge, convenient for all sorts of usage scenarios. Public staff first, public staff first. Kotetsu Hagane repeated again and again. Nearby, Izumo Kamizuki checked each passenger's ticket. By now, the tailed beast corridor had passed its trial period and was fully open to ninjas. Some were simply traveling for sightseeing, others, families of the reincarnated going to another world to visit relatives, many were traveling for official business. But everyone in line was a ninja. Yes, they used tickets. But for the moment no fare was charged. The tailed beast's wages all come from the Alliance. Word is, soon they'll allow ordinary civilians to use it too, charging a fee. Lord 6th Hokage, Izumo Kamizuki said in surprise while checking tickets, "My apologies, I didn't notice it was you just now." In truth, he'd almost missed him, skipping right to Utakata behind him. Because, to prevent tailed beast trouble, the corridor station had wards set up. For transporting goods, they built a small facility and track. With a building came various rules. Like no cutting in line or forcibly rushing in. Thus they introduced additional protocols. But the ticket table was precisely 150 centimeters high. Link's face darkened. He handed over his ticket, having wanted to do a secret inspection. He'd planned to see how folks were doing, but having to stand on tiptoe. From now on, lower the table. We must accommodate families with kids, he recommended. He'd heard that the one in charge of the tailed beast corridor was Mitakato Hamura. He planned on telling him soon. Yes, sir. Izumo Kamizuki was covered in cold sweat. They all knew how petty the sixth Hokage could be. Link then moved forward, the two-tails Matatabi noticing him. She shivered reflexively, which nearly disrupted her chakra flow, making the corridor tremble along with her fur. No wonder. These tailed beasts in the Second World were all forcibly extracted by Link from their Jinchuriki. Once they defied him, they ended up under his chakra scalpel. After a few times, aside from Shukaku who remained mouthy, all the tailed beasts had become quite docile. All good. Link said, leaving the corridor. On the Second World station side, the tailed beast on duty was the Eight-Tails Chuki. The moment it perceived a certain terrifying, familiar chakra, all its tentacles stiffened. Among them, as the largest tailed beast with the most tentacles. And the highest output of chakra blocks. Juki had also been repeatedly cut up in the past whenever it tried to act tough. But after 2 months of trial period training, the beast had grown used to its public service. Juki reminded itself it was an employee now and that the humans wouldn't actually harm it. So it relaxed. Let's go see the third, or maybe see Hamura first. Link changed his mind. This station facility was too poorly thought out. He and Utakata headed to the Ninja Alliance building dedicated to the tailed beast corridor. After knocking, they entered. Something you need? Hamura, still the same as ever, wore glasses and sorted papers. Looking up and seeing the visitors, he asked politely. Link explained the situation about the ticket table being too tall. Or lack of convenience. Hamura's smile froze, replying stiffly, all right, I understand. Hence the time for extra funding. Utakata, ever stoic, just grinned. Got it, Uncle Hamura. Keep up the good work. Link left the corridor office in better spirits, heading upstairs. Here in the Alliance Relief Office, Saratobe Hiruzen spent his days coordinating assistance for the Third World's war-torn refugees. He had the right temperament. Kind, easygoing, patient. During his term as Hokage, he was always at the mission assignment desk or greeting academy kids. Now, as an older man reincarnated as a child, he continued spreading warmth in this new role. Chapter 351, Incognito Tour, 2. Just before he reached the office door, there came a loud bang. Sounds like someone slammed the table? Link paused. Considering this was the Ninja Alliance building, it probably wasn't anything dangerous. Deciding not to send his shadows ahead to check, he stepped up to the doorway and was just about to knock when. Bang. Cook. Today, you have to give me an explanation. A sharp, childlike voice pierced his ears like a needle. Auntie Kushina? Link recognized the speaker an instant later and, recalling that business with Jiraiya tricking Naruto into turning into a bikini-clad woman. The fiasco Kushina discovered. He silently took a step backward. Creak. The door opened. A 4-year-old Minato stood on tiptoes, gripping the doorknob from inside. Seeing Link's wide-eyed look, Minato gave him an apologetic smile. No help for it. If he didn't bring in someone with enough influence to cool things down, there might be no end in sight. Just as he expected, discovering Jiraiya's misdeeds with her son was only the tip of the iceberg. Naruto had come home, cheerfully telling everything about training, participating in the writing of the Kaka series, sneaking with Jiraiya to various red light districts, host clubs, bathhouses, hot spring peeping. Everything. All of it touched upon Kushina's worst triggers. Last night, Minato had barely calmed her down. Early this morning, she comes straight here to demand an explanation from the Sandame. Link? The childlike Kushina's glare practically bristled. Even so, she was controlling herself enough not to unleash her fury on him. Well, Sandame Dano, I came here to see you. Inside, 4-year-old Saratobe Hiruzen perched on the windowsill looking like a monkey, while the entire office was in disarray. Some pieces of furniture were scattered, chairs crooked, presumably from an outburst. Kushina's face still glowed with anger, but she forced a polite smile and tried to speak gently. Link dear, we have some personal matters to deal with, so could you? Ahem, Kushina. Minato cut her off. Gritting his teeth, doing his best to ignore the predatory light in his wife's gaze. And the retribution likely awaiting him at home. He awkwardly pressed on, since Link's here, maybe he's got important business with Sandame Dano? Meaning, let's not cause more trouble, let them get on with whatever they need. Everyone's eyes turned to Link. 1 second of blankness. He realized Minato and Hiruzen were both silently pleading for rescue. Link, after that brief pause, replied, yes, exactly. I do have a matter to discuss with Sandame Dano. Kushina narrowed her eyes suspiciously. She could spot that single second of hesitation. But since Link was their benefactor, she wouldn't push it. In that case, we'll excuse ourselves for now. She flashed a bright smile, her long red hair glistening in the sunlight. Then, in her little girl form, she stepped toward the doorway. In an unyielding tone, she added, Minato, let's go. A forced smile appeared on Minato's face. Almost as pitiful as Jiraiya's yesterday. Then he led her out the door. Kushina turned back with a sweet grin, voice calm, Link, dear, do drop by our place sometime. Naruto loves playing with you. Sure thing, Auntie Kushina. Link agreed. The moment she turned around, her face switched from warm smile to black storm fury. She left. The air pressure in the room seemed to revert from dangerously low back to normal. Phew. We're saved. Sandame Saratobe hopped off the windowsill, complaining, Jiraiya sure loves causing me trouble. And Kushina, for goodness. Sandame Dano, maybe say a little less. Link knew how sharp the Uzumaki clan sensory was. The shadows in the corner were already tidying the place, dragging out a spare chair. The three of them sat. Still looking like a small child, Saratobe Hiruzen folded his legs on the chair, seemingly unaffected by the ruckus. So, you really came for me about something, or was that just a cover story? Well, no, I did come specifically to see you. Link hadn't really thought that part through, but seeing how things turned out, he just went with it. Saratobe gave him a glance, then hopped off his seat. As you can see, I've got a bunch of messy business here. If there's nothing else, I should get going. He patted the messy, creased files, scanning the wrecked office. Then, with a faint laugh, next time you want to see me, come to the third parallel world. I'll be transferring over to help with reconstruction. On second thought, forget it. Don't come see me there either. Because the third parallel world was an entire war-ravaged planet. The scope of tasks. Simply removing or repairing the devastation caused by God Tree World Rest was massive. Relief missions alone would occupy them for over a year. And who posted these missions? Because previously, a large, overextended Rashomon had been placed in the third parallel world, letting in many revived spirits. They had no shortage of tasks. Payment or bounties. Earn them all there. People had died en masse. It was both post-apocalyptic wasteland and, ironically, a giant treasure trove waiting to be explored. So the ninjas in the Alliance often grouped up. 10 or so elite ninjas. Took a small assignment and snuck in, rummaging for valuables or ninjutsu knowledge. Saratobe planned to flee there. Possibly under the pretext of any random mission. If things went well, he could hide for who knows how long. The only issue was how to tell his wife. Sigh. Anyway, not going home might be safer. Kushina was obviously furious. Jiraiya was one thing, she'd whack him into sense. But if she wanted an explanation, she'd go to the root. That root was the one who allowed Naruto to travel with Jiraiya. Oh well, guess I'll just run for it. He sighed again, turning to go, apparently resolved to vanish rather than face the storm at home. Link watched him leave, at a loss for words. He's that busy, huh? Utakata, who'd stood silently this whole time, let out a chuckle. Link lifted his eyes, meeting Utakata's. After a moment, he smiled dryly. Anyway, seems the third and the fourth are still doing alright. I guess so. Chapter 352, Incognito Tour, 3, Ninja Alliance Executive Committee Office. Something you want? If not, go outside and play. Without looking up, Senjudobi Rama said. Have you seen Minato? Why isn't he here yet? Turning around, Koharu spoke in a slightly hoarse voice. Ninja Alliance Hospital. Make way, make way. Lady Tsunade, come quickly, we need you. Several shinobi wearing Hidden Grass Village headbands clamored as they rushed in. Tsunade spread her hands helplessly. All right, we'll chat again tonight after work. Ah, you can't drink yet, forget it, we'll talk later. Having said that, she followed the patients and nurses into the central treatment room. Interworld Relief Office. If you have business, send it over the network. I've got to go. Kakashi Hatake threw out that line and vanished with a swift teleportation jutsu. Tea shop next to Alliance headquarters. Just a moment. Nara Shikaku said something to an Hidden Stones Village shinobi from the second parallel world seated across from him, then got up and moved to the doorway, asking quietly, something on your mind? Link felt that all morning he'd been running into a wall, as if everyone was busy while he had nothing to do. He felt particularly idle. Hesitating, he said, I only came by to see you, sensei. I see. Shikaku didn't sound impatient at all. Instead, he smiled reassuringly. How's Shikamaru doing lately? He's been working hard. Link actually hadn't shown up in the Hokage office for a few days, so he paused, then continued, "On the days I'm there, he's always pretty diligent." Truthfully, it was odd. Even though Shikamaru would complain that he hated his current life, seemed reluctant about it, he was extremely thorough when it came to actual tasks. If Tsunada's style, when she was Hokage, could be rated 100 points but she'd only do 60 then idle off, Jiraiya would do 80 at most before slacking. Shikamaru, though, would always go for 120 out of 100, pushing himself above and beyond. That's good. Narashikaku wasn't surprised. He knew his son best, a lazy attitude but a strong sense of responsibility. As for me. He then spoke, unhurried, about his current situation. The Ninja Alliance's work nowadays was not just education and the new shinobi system. Aside from cultivating new ninja, it practically severed itself from civilians altogether. This was on purpose. With the Alliance's power, if they did not sever ties to the general populace, in effect they'd be unifying the entire world's civilians under themselves. That would create a raft of issues. Laws, administration, security. Things ninjas, who'd been raised to fight and kill, simply had no capacity to handle. Even ignoring intelligence levels, they just didn't have the relevant political and administrative experience. They couldn't even keep internal village politics from turning into strife. Governing an entire nation, or even the entire planet, would be far beyond them. Hence the Alliance was focusing inward on the ninja side. Originally, the Alliance was a sort of simplified structure in the Second World. The moment they showed their might, some rebellious villages cowered. To keep them in line, a combination of carrot, the points contribution system, and stick. By now, nobody resorted to mindless killing. If the executive committee truly took action, it wouldn't just be about death, it'd be about erasure from the system. That was why at first, with only a simplified structure, the Alliance ran quite smoothly. More than half the shinobi from the main Hidden Leaf village had been enough to staff it. After all, the central motive was stopping wars, not forcibly ruling everyone at once. Displaying their power once was enough. With the new points system as an enticement, they believed that over time, conflicts would subside, and mutual interests would knit them together. Even if future disputes arose, at least it wouldn't collapse the entire system. The appearance of the epilogue world, the one where Naruto is Hokage, had proven that with sufficiently strong individuals in top positions, the world could remain at peace for a long time. Once deadly foes like the 5 great shinobi nations there could also unite. So if in the future the Alliance collapsed into dog-eat-dog within itself, that would be a problem for future generations, not now. But with the addition of the epilogue world, Tobirama's schedule accelerated. Because the epilogue's Hidden Leaf village leaders, powerful in their own right, would inevitably join the Alliance Executive Committee, the Alliance had to open up more thoroughly to other villages and organizations. So the once flat organizational structure had to start dividing up responsibilities and departments. That's why the committees were so busy these days. Some form of formal structure was essential once they let other world leadership in. Thus, Shikaku and his colleagues had been swamped in negotiations and arrangements. With everything explained, Shikaku concluded, "So you see, your timing in coming to visit the Second World is really not so convenient now." So Master realized I'd been going around all morning and got nowhere, huh? Link scratched the back of his head. "Then I'll leave you to your work." Narashikaku nodded graciously in thanks, turning back to continue his discussion. Leaving the building, Link walked along the street, sighing, if I'd known, I wouldn't have come." At his side, Uekata said nothing. "I might as well go train. Special experimental subjects O1 and O2 are left with the medical corps for observation, but somehow I'm not comfortable." Link muttered away, venting. The Friend Cafe is still open?" He halted, spotting a shop's open sign. He strode over for a look. "Welcome." "Oh, Link Dono." Inside, the attendant wearing an apron turned around. It was Shizue Uchiha. A 3-year-old child, looking very tender, but with that dumpling nose, it felt odd in real life. Link had assumed he might see Fugaku-san or Mikoto-san. Seeing it was Shizue, he lost much desire for conversation. After a few casual words, he left with a bag of sweets. Checking the time. It wasn't even midday yet, around when he'd normally eat lunch. "Where to next?" he asked, somewhat at a loss. So rarely coming out incognito, it felt wrong to just head back. He also wanted to have dinner with Tsunade tonight. Uekata was no help as usual. After thinking for a while, Link clapped a hand on his palm. "All right. Let's go see Orochimaru and them." He'd feel bad bothering anyone else, but harassing Orochimaru? That guy deserved it. Chapter 353, Incognito Tour, 4. Several hours later, in the Second World, at the Shinobi Alliance base in the Kanabe Bridge District. An experimental facility. When are you actually leaving? X33 nearly identical Orochimaru spoke in the same tone. They were truly annoyed by the visitor. When Link first arrived, the second and fourth versions of Orochimaru found it a bit novel, but the main world one had a bad premonition. Sure enough, once he came, during their experiments, this brat kept chattering away, asking this and that. When they were discussing experimental data, this brat would interject random whimsical remarks or incomprehensible dark jokes. When they summarized results, the brat was casually messing with their test subjects. They put up with it for several hours and finally had enough. Of course, they felt uneasy about telling him to get lost, for a very simple reason: they couldn't beat him. Even the three of them together couldn't. The Alliance's rules could restrain 99% of shinobi across the four connected worlds, and the remaining outliers were mindful of the rules themselves. The one exception was the short, petty, and extremely inquisitive little brat in front of them. Someone with both fists and background to match. Huh, that's all it takes to make me unwelcome. Link sat on top of a computer desk, two short legs dangling in the air, speaking with a casual tone. You three are too stingy. Anger. X3 All three Orochimaru harbored the same fury. In the past, they themselves lorded over weaker test subjects as they pleased, so now they tasted what it was like to be at someone else's mercy. The Orochimaru from the main world forced a smile and said, "What do you want so you'll leave?" "Oh." Link withdrew the mischievous smile on his face and replied lightly, "Soon." Before they could react, the Eight Gates shadow, lying in wait while Link acted like he was fooling around, stood up and swooped in to seize the three. The fastest to respond was the main world Orochimaru, who immediately entered Sage mode. Yet before he could do anything, a hand imprinted with 5 elements unseal was pressed onto him. Flip. Due to the massive natural energy unleashed by the 5 elements unseal, in a flash he not only lost Sage mode but also began having his chakra forcibly purged. Colored motes scattering off his body. Thump. He was pinned to the floor by an Eight Gates shadow, and Utakata fixed a prepared sealing scroll. Lion's closing howl. Onto him. The other two, who had completed their original body cell transplants, lagged a split second behind. Pop. 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 Link, having cancelled his shadow clone technique, unleashed a wave of palm sage jutsu, smacking them both left and right. Seeing the sealing technique hold down the main world Orochimaru, the other two realized the child's actual purpose: settling accounts. But what could they do? One of them, the fourth world Orochimaru, had extensively modified his body by coming from the future. Facing a formidable foe, he opened his trump card, 8 branches technique, to gamble. Yet in the blink of an eye, the shadows piled onto him, and Utakata used another scroll to seal. That ended everything. The second world Orochimaru, who'd been at war in the third Shinobi World War just half a year prior, had less blood on his hands. His strength lagged the other two's even after the original body cell transplant. Especially with the enemy's sage chakra to suppress him, and seeing the other two versions instantly fold, he lost the nerve to resist. "It has nothing to do with you, just stand aside." Link waved him off, not even taking out a third lion's closing howl scroll. Afterward, he slowly walked up in front of the main world Orochimaru and said, "Hello." He wore a smile devoid of warmth. No matter how much time passed or how strong he grew, he still remembered the day. He'd practically risked his life, and Sensei Narashio almost died. Fighting Orochimaru for the first time. "We can still be of use." The fourth world Orochimaru, half his huge snake form destroyed by the Eight Gates shadows, hissed hoarsely. "The biological computer is about to succeed, and once it's connected to the network." Crack. One of the Eight Gates shadows elbowed him. The giant serpent fang stabbed into his own mouth, blood spurting. No point babbling. The main world Orochimaru was calmer and accepted his fate quickly. He lifted his gaze from under the sealing technique. "I figured this day would come, but not this soon. Given I at least contributed to the Alliance, why not just have me transmigrate, be reborn, into another world?" Even though it looked like he cooperated with Senju Tobirama, the entire time he'd been monitored. Leaving the facility would trigger a record. He was sure Link, that petty brat, wouldn't let him off. His original plan was to steal the scroll of world travel or to escape, but after the Kaguya incident, Tobirama was extremely vigilant. There had been no chance. After seeing what happened to the two Madara, he knew that the best outcome was just to be sent away. Hence he'd done his best to show loyalty to the Alliance and awaited the day Link would come. "No problem," Link said, snapping his fingers. Utakata handed over the prepared summoning, Impure World Reincarnation Scroll. In a flash, the original Orochimaru's body was enveloped by inky curse patterns. Link's expression calmed, his tone flat. "Farewell." "No, I hope we never meet again." The main world Orochimaru forced a relieved smile. His spirit felt as if a great burden had been lifted. While the soul peeled away from his body, he muttered out a string of codes. The biocomputer is done, sealed in my personal computer. It's in an encrypted file on the desktop. He had no intention of encountering Link in another world. He might just die again. Or worse, he wouldn't even get another chance at transmigration. As the jutsu took hold, Orochimaru's soul vanished. His limp body still breathed but was effectively comatose. If not put into a medical apparatus, in due time it would perish. I can too. No. You cannot. Link casually signaled a shadow to kill the fourth world Orochimaru on the spot. He had no interest in giving that one a chance. He was useless, only full of vile cunning. After the headlopping, the network ID was blacklisted so that he'd remain forever in the Pure Land. The second world Orochimaru, watching the entire scene with sweat breaking out on his forehead, fretted that the kid might kill him on a whim too. Rest assured. It's not about you. Link glanced at him. After the shadows and Utakata finished cleaning up the scene, Link left. Chapter 354, Incognito Tour, 5. Alright, that settles another matter. Walking away from the experimental base, Link happily shook off his hands. He then went to the executive committee office, dropping off the two Orochimaru corpses and the computer that supposedly contained the biocomputer data. Senju Tobirama accepted the scroll and reminded him that Orochimaru from the second world was originally on loan from that village. I know, I didn't touch him. Link replied, fully aware. A while ago, he'd asked if he could kill Orochimaru. For various reasons, it dragged on until now, mainly because the devious little Senju brat in front of him had been reluctant to discard such a hard-working tool. Now that Link had come here, seeing how Tobirama did not explicitly say don't take out Orochimaru, Link naturally wasted no time taking action first and reporting later. In Link's mind, if someone has offended him, they must die. Reflecting on it, he indeed might be petty. But soon enough, he set that thought aside. No point thinking too hard on someone who would never appear again. You're leaving already? Tobirama asked casually. Yes, I'm done. Link answered with a smile, then left. Inside the executive committee office, Senju Tobirama shook his head. He had guessed Orochimaru's motive. So he thoroughly exploited him. In the end, each got what they needed. After all, once you've offended Link, the possibility of a decent outcome was small. Unless you performed well enough and bent low enough. Thinking of it that way, Orochimaru had not done too badly. Even so, from the vantage of Tobirama, all these rogue individuals with great talents, once they stepped out of line, ended with either forced transmigration or being sealed. It was indeed a new era shaped by the strong. You look quite cheerful today. Nara Shiasui said while closing a document after stamping it. Due to the Nara clan's strong intellect, nearly all of them had followed Nara Shikaku over to the second world for work, making them the top supporting clan in the Shinobi Alliance now. It's nothing, Link said, glancing around with a carefree air. Then he nodded. Tomorrow, once Spinwai and Zai are back, let's all go have some barbecue? Those two. Once his personal tools. Each had pretty robust bodies, presumably special Jounin level. Because they lacked broad experience, even after so long they remained regular Chunin. But they had not been forced back to the academy, thanks to cramming for the new standard-based ninja tests. At least they hadn't fallen behind. Shiasui had no habit of prying further. He smiled and replied, sure, tomorrow evening then. I haven't gone back in a while. Alright, it's settled. Link said brightly. After stepping out of the office, Link glanced at the sky. It was nearing sunset. Leading Utakata along, they strolled over to the commercial district. Where once there were rows of simple wooden houses, now renovation had created a prosperous look. With the Shinobi Alliance's presence, ninjas from across the second world gathered at the Kanabi Bridge outpost, and hence many ordinary merchants had followed suit. Truly, this place seemed to change every day. Signs and banners spread all around, even a blimp with Gigi's sword overhead. Technology from the future, epilogue, world. Interactions among the different worlds over time had borne wonderful fruit. So, is the world finally at peace? Link murmured, uncertain if he asked himself or the friend beside him. Utakata softly affirmed, with a hint of emotion in his gaze. All thanks to you. Born amid the Blood Mist era, Utakata never dared dream of personally witnessing peace. Even if it might last only a few decades, it was something precious. Never expected it. Link patted his cheek, the corners of his mouth lifting. Hey. Would that make me the man who ended the chaos of war? Or rather, a boy. Utakata held back a laugh but sounded quite earnest. Yes, indeed. Without question, you're the man who brought an end to the wars. Hey Link gave a self-satisfied grin. Come on, let's go see Tsunade. Whether or not Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha at age 17 overcame countless trials and soared with power to quell the realm, Link had already beaten them to the punch at just age 12, and in a much more thorough manner. Which only proved that, well, his cheat was bigger. But a cheat is part of one's personal ability, right? This so-called Deep Blue system, or add points system, also counted as personal talent. Thus he guided Utakata back to the hospital. Inside, Tsunade was finishing filing documents, a sake bottle in hand. She took a small swig and, upon seeing them, said, "Let's head out to eat." Wait, Tsunade, you're drinking on the job again?" Link said, unable to hold back. "I'm off duty, off duty." Tsunade waved it off. "Someone else will cover for me." Taking another sip, she continued. "I know a place with great yakitori. They have a parent-child special. Their drinks are good." Link felt the vein on his forehead twitch. He held back and only half-jokingly quipped, "Surely the job's done, right?" Chapter 355, Incognito Tour, End, Izakaya. Gulp. Ha. Tsunade took a big swig and leisurely picked up a skewer of yakitori. As she ate, she said, "I've looked over your physical exam results from last week. Your cells are no longer the same as a normal human's. Whether it's density, weight, or capacity for storing energy, all are far beyond human. That jutsu of yours, while it removes ailments, also partially retains the benefits of you forcibly devouring tailed beast chakra. Extending your lifespan isn't the big problem. The main issue is that your growth period gets indefinitely prolonged. You wouldn't want to remain a kid for decades, or even 100 years, would you?" "Got it," Link responded. Somewhat out of character, he wasn't getting upset, he just accepted it naturally. "I'll cut back on using delicate illness extraction technique." At Tsunade's mention of the name, she sighed inwardly. She truly didn't want to admit that that bizarre ninjutsu of his shared the same label she was familiar with. It felt too off. Link tried a bite of the yakitori. A classic salt-grilled flavor. Tasted good. He casually said, "I've sent Orochimaru on his way." "I see," Tsunade said, a bit wistful. After all, those three Sannin shared quite a lot of memories. Yes, many memories and close brushes with life and death. Now there truly was no chance they would meet again, which brought on a tinge of sadness. But after all, she had long since gotten used to separation as a kunoichi, so she quickly set aside her feelings and said, "Right, so about that, when do you plan to experiment with Sage Mode? Honestly, with the condition of your body, I'm sort of worried that if you go on getting stronger, you'll directly end up digesting the original body cells." She sighed and lifted her cup. Previously, they had never promoted any large-scale Sage Mode experiments mainly because of Tsunade's own cautionary example. In her past confrontation with Orochimaru, merely a touch from him had rendered her nearly helpless. With him gone now, that big safety concern was removed. No matter how big the Sage Mode boost was, if confronting Orochimaru meant losing in an instant, there was no point. "We'll see," Link said, not in a hurry to chase after any Sage Mode or similar. He was planning to stop using delicate illness extraction technique for a while, see how his body would develop, and only then consider how to further increase his strength. Either way, with the world at peace right now, he could afford to take a slow approach. The Sage Mode, 5-element seal, and original body line had not been thoroughly figured out yet. Jumping recklessly into something that might be dangerous? Not a good idea. Tsunade snorted softly and took another small swig, then continued, "Also, that demoted original body cell animal experiment you asked about? Something went wrong." She began to explain the situation in detail. Once demoted, weakened, original body cells were implanted into animals like rabbits. The cell modifications created reproductive isolation. In other words, these newly bred creatures could only mate among themselves or required artificial methods. They were too few in number and couldn't naturally proliferate. More awkwardly, over multiple generations, the beasts carrying such demoted cells began to aggregate or intensify the original body traits, becoming even stronger, but the side effect was that when they got emotionally agitated, they would mutate. Among them, one rabbit specimen somehow turned humanoid during a conflict. Huh? Link was stunned. Wait, did you say it turned humanoid? What do you think the original body was? Tsunade retorted with a question. Isn't it? Well, oh, I get it now. Link realized the logic. The so-called original body cells belonged to a human body that Orochimaru once discarded, meaning they were fundamentally human cells being implanted into rabbits. Furry? Beastmen? He felt goosebumps rise at the thought. On Earth, people often joked about commanding their cats to transform into humans, but if a small animal really became humanoid, Link found that hard to accept. Basically. Tsunade confirmed. If we keep cultivating them, they might end up producing a group of naturally adept at using nature energy. Let's call them people? Or some kind of new species. Hey, since that time, the body Orochimaru used was originally female, so the original body adaptation suits females better. It's much easier for them to mutate. Tsunade unexpectedly gave a smirk and said, "You wouldn't believe how those mutated female beasts got so strong, plus their intelligence noticeably increased. Because of the nature energy influence, they're quite fierce. Most normal males can't handle training them at all." I guess that means those are, well, a man-beast? Or a beast-man? Link's mind reeled. He took a moment to calm down. "So what's happening with the experiment?" "It's been shut down," Tsunade answered matter-of-factly. "What else can we do? We can't really mass-produce a batch of beasts that are basically almost human now, can we? Think of the ethical issues. The entire experimental team has been disbanded. They pushed up a report on how to dispose of that group of rabbits. They'll wait for higher-ups to make the final call." Link fell silent. From what he knew, they hadn't only implanted it into rabbits. They'd also done tests on many other animals, capturing them inside the forest of death, breeding them, monitoring them. Even if none had escaped, there were simply too many. So even if they ended the experiments, the beast population that had already been cultivated was bound to keep producing more mutations. They already had humanoid forms. Plus intelligence was rising. The ethics problem was indeed serious. What if the only solution was exterminating them all? "Don't worry about it too much," Tsunade said with a shrug. "Even if they do evolve to a point of replacing humans, that'd be centuries from now. And if they can't naturally use chakra or ninjutsu, they're basically just special summons. As for them being too human-like, we'll leave that problem to future generations." With that, she lightly swirled her drink. Link exhaled, feeling both curiosity and a complicated sort of alarm at the thought of beastmen derived from his 5-element seal experiments. He definitely wanted to see it for himself. But not today. It was late. Tomorrow, he'd file a request to get involved in the experiment, then see how it was going in detail. Chapter 356, Idle. A few days later, in the main world, Hidden Leaf Village's Forest of Death. Huff. Huff. A pink-furred, humanoid rabbit stood upright, baring its teeth and emitting a snarl-like sound from its mouth. When it opened its jaws, rows of sharp teeth were revealed. Nothing like a typical rabbit's. 2 long ears drooped down its back. Thank goodness, at least it doesn't look like any weird furry design. Just a big rabbit. Standing on a tree branch, Link felt a hint of relief. Even if they ended up killing this creature, there seemed to be no ethical reason to hesitate. Given that it looked nothing like a normal rabbit. More like a savage beast. One wouldn't associate it with a person. Just as Link was thinking this, boom. The pink rabbit opened its mouth, launching a massive fireball. The fireball whooshed through the air and struck the trunk of a tree, instantly exploding into bursting flames. Fragmented embers scorched the upper half of the tree to cinders. Right after spitting the fireball, it dropped to all fours and fled without hesitation. Taking advantage of the smoke and countless embers, its speed was frighteningly quick, vanishing beyond view in a blink. So perceptive and smart, huh? Link quietly hopped to another branch in pursuit. Shadow clones trailed the pink rabbit from behind, making it impossible for it to truly escape. Yet the rabbit seemed able to sense the shadow's presence, darting left and right, refusing to stop at all. Suddenly, it dove into an underground rabbit hole. Even though it's become the apex predator in this forest of death, it's still extremely wary. That intelligence is definitely high. In just a moment, Link's clone reappeared with intel. The rabbit was continuing to flee deeper underground. Unhurriedly, Link followed. After all, his shadows could dig down as well, ensuring the rabbit had no real chance to escape. Shortly later, the pink rabbit again sprang out at a new location. Huff. Huff. 2 towering brown bears, both standing upright at over 2 meters in height, roared at the approaching shadows. They can sense the shadows in this shadow-laden forest? Link was quite intrigued by their heightened senses. Usually, only specialized ninja beasts or summons would be able to detect subtle presence, yet these mutated beasts were doing it too. The pair of brown bears glared at the powerful human, evidently feeling threatened. They lowered themselves, shielding a small cub behind them. Even though their instincts told them to run, they stayed to protect the young. Apparently their intelligence and maternal instincts had grown significantly thanks to the original body cell infusion. Boom. Crash. A bulge abruptly appeared in the ground, then burst open. The large tree overhead tilted and collapsed, snapping branches and revealing thick, twisted roots. From within the torn earth, 2 shadows emerged, holding the unconscious pink rabbit. They leapt onto a nearby treetop. Such a high intelligence. And it still got caught anyway. The moment the pink rabbit had tried to hide behind the two bears, the shadows took advantage of the opening, subduing it and knocking it out. Link took a final glance at the two towering brown bears who remained behind, then vanished from that spot with the subdued rabbit. In the second parallel world, within the Shinobi Alliance building, at the Executive Committee office. How do you plan to handle these mutated experimental creatures? Link asked idly, toying with an ornament on the desk. You must be really bored lately. Tobirama replied, setting aside his paperwork. I read your messages about capturing that pink rabbit. Link sighed. Yesterday, after bringing the pink rabbit back, Shizune had scolded him for messing with test subjects from a restricted enclosure. Although the rabbit's intelligence was alarming, it had apparently concealed itself from monitors. Link had forcibly captured it. If you look from the rabbit's perspective, it's basically the protagonist of a story, awakened from ignorance, striving to survive under the watchful terror of upright apes. Still, the rabbit ended up unconscious and sent to a lab for thorough examinations, revealing it to be more intelligent than anticipated. Because of that, it received an official classification in the original body cell experiments. I watched over your previously submitted Naruto chronology file, said Tobirama, closing a folder. He was ready for a real talk with the restless kid in front of him. I never realized until now, the moment you don't have a big goal, you're so idle. Indeed. Link replied. Since he'd decided to stop using delicate illness extraction technique and realized the world was effectively at peace, he'd truly relaxed, acting carefree. Weren't you going to go to all those parallel worlds like ours, dealing with threats of Kaguya, etc.? Tobirama asked. No rush. Link said, flipping the desk ornament around. I've worked so long for peace. Let me rest a bit. He had visited many parallel worlds. All that remained were worlds set earlier than Shippuden, nowhere close to the Fourth War. That gave him plenty of time to roam. About that pink rabbit. And the other mutated ones. How do you plan to handle them? Link circled back to the topic at hand. Let's do this. Tobirama glanced at the time. Give me an hour, and we'll talk it over properly. He needed time to shuffle his duties aside. Chapter 357, Fourth Ninja World War. Link. Was he important? Yes, very much so. The very existence of the Shinobi Alliance depended on him. One might say that everyone's hopes for peace stemmed from that astonishing mutated ninjutsu of his. Yet from another perspective, he also wasn't that important to the current alliance. Because Tobirama, in the Shinobi Alliance framework, had deliberately left no particular position for Link. Yes, deliberately. The alliance's growth into a behemoth was inevitable, and Tobirama himself did not have a firm expectation of what it might become. Just the dozens of documented parallel worlds represented an unimaginably vast force. More people, more factions, more unknown threats. Such is the world. Sure, it looks like there are dozens of parallel worlds. But if not for various accidents, perhaps the Alliance's development plan would have remained confined to the main world and the second world. From the Alliance, to the entire planet, then slowly venturing beyond the planet and into space. How big is a single world? We're talking about the starry seas. In Tobirama's original three-step plan, there was never any mention of complicated parallel world linkages and such. 1. First step, use the second parallel world as a pilot region, testing out the Alliance's operation. 2. Second step, implement the matured framework in the main world. 3. Third step, head for the stars. Parallel dimensions? There were just too many unknowns, and you couldn't progress one step at a time there. You might step right into fierce conflict, and blind expansion would make the Alliance unwieldy. But because of Kaguya's revival and all sorts of incidents, that first step encountered a detour. They had no choice but to accept a third parallel world in need of rescue and also incorporate the final prologue world. The Alliance became bloated, they had to do it that way. There were many reasons, Link going to the final chapter world for help, the death of Second World Hashirama, the soft-heartedness of First World Hashirama, and so on. As a result, Tobirama's plan had been forced off track. Which is why, for a long time, he deliberately downplayed Link's presence, waiting patiently for a new plan. Essentially 2 steps. To crystallize, let's declare war. Tobirama wore a calm expression and said plainly, with your strength, plus Sasuke Uchiha and Utakata, conquering the main world shouldn't be an issue, right? Huh? Link was stunned. He pointed to himself. Me? Tobirama tapped the desk. Yes, you. Considering your abilities plus Sasuke and Utakata, I see no problem subduing the main world. Don't pretend you're unaware. Link's relaxed facade collapsed. He stared. Wait. How did you know about that? He looked quite embarrassed. Tobirama rolled his eyes lightly. When you said ascend to the seat of heaven or whatever nonsense, Didn't you realize Black Zetsu might be eavesdropping? Link's face instantly darkened. All those earlier secret ambitions of wanting to rule the world or ascend to some lofty throne. It turned out Black Zetsu had overheard everything, and probably half the Alliance's top brass already knew. Who else? Link thought, and how many? Relax. Obirama said. Only me, my brother, Orochimaru, Naruto, Sasuke. He deliberately dragged the sentence. Alright, enough already. Link was exasperated. Fine, I'll handle the main world. And once you unify the ninja world. Then what? Link asked. You don't think I'll govern it, do you? Obirama shook his head. When the time comes, I will be assisting. Ah. Link realized what Obirama meant. He nodded. Then, standing up, brimming with energy, he declared, alright then. I'll personally fight. The Fourth Great Ninja War. He apparently stopped using that technique, and he still hasn't grown taller, sigh. Obirama thought, exhaling quietly. Meanwhile, in the fourth world, at the mountain graveyard. Got you now, said Sasuke from the main world, arms hanging casually at his sides, a faint air of ease in his tone. You think without the man holding the Rinnegan, you can beat me? The orange-masked Obito snorted, but inwardly felt uneasy. He'd recognized that the Sasuke from another world possessed terrifying visual prowess and chakra. Zetsu even said it felt not much weaker than Madara. So he really couldn't afford to underestimate him. Surrender. I don't want to kill you. Sasuke said calmly. Orange Mask Obito's eyes narrowed under the mask. He felt mildly insulted being treated so lightly, yet prepared himself. Suddenly. Thud. A figure dropped into view, clad in familiar armor, dust swirling with summoning, impure world reincarnation markings, and wielding a pair of Rinnegan that, ironically, didn't offer him much power. Madara Uchiha had arrived. Grandly. With 100,000 white Zetsu, summoning, impure world reincarnation, sage mode Yakushi Kabuto. Perhaps in a frontal clash, even a single Rinnegan Sasuke might be in danger, Obito mused. Not wanting to remain, he started to phase out, only for his vision to go black a split second later, pop. His teleportation jutsu ed, fading away like a phantom. Under his mask, his expression tensed. He cautioned Madara. Be careful, that guy's Mangekyo technique seals away one's eye powers. Don't underestimate him. Then he was gone, swirling into his dimensional warp, rushing off to the main battlefield. Fourth World Madara curled his lips into a grin, letting Susanoo envelope him. Well then, little Uchiha. Shall we dance? Chapter 358, Entertain Me. The next day, morning. Hidden Waterfall Village. Clear weather. So-called taki is the Japanese word for waterfall. Hidden Waterfall Village, as the name suggests, is a village surrounded by waterfalls. Naturally, the country itself is likewise full of waterfalls. Besides bringing large amounts of water vapor and a yearly half-season of rainy periods, in this autumn weather, the sunshine and temperature here are still fairly nice. There was nothing unusual about Hidden Waterfall Village's Anbu today. They were patrolling their borders when suddenly they noticed a gigantic shadow passing through the sky. What is that? The Anbu aren't fools. They looked up at once, barely able to see a colossal summon beast. That's the sixth Hokage of Hidden Leaf Village's summoning beast. Sound the alarm, whoosh. Pop. After they launched the signal flare, the Anbu wasted no time rushing back. The present shinobi world knows all too well that the sixth Hokage is an insane little dwarf. He attacked the other four great nations during the 5 Kage summit without hesitation, so who knows what he'll do this time. From their vantage, that truly enormous mountain drake was flying at a terrifying speed, disappearing from view in the blink of an eye. The Anbu, anxious but helpless, could only hurry back. Half an hour later, when they arrived at the outskirts of the village, they saw that colossal mountain drake sprawled lazily outside Hidden Waterfall Village. And inside the village. Dead silence. With hearts racing, the Anbu split into 2 teams, one to probe the dragon, the other to head into the village. Shortly after, the mountain drake rose back into the air, and the Anbu who had gone into the village heard a shocking report from their comrades. Right when the dragon descended, countless shadows, like a surging tide, rushed into the village. Effortlessly, they subdued all the shinobi within and declared war on Hidden Waterfall Village. They demanded that in 1 month's time, they must travel to a place called Mountain Graveyard, where the Fourth Great Ninja War would commence. Launched by the 6th Hokage of Hidden Leaf Village against the entire world. If they didn't show up, next time he came, he'd directly wipe Hidden Waterfall Village out. What kind of nonsense is this? Has the 6th Hokage really lost his mind? 7 hours later, Hidden Clouds Village. We've finally arrived. Link said, standing atop the head of his mountain drake, gazing down at the countless Hidden Clouds Village shinobi on high alert. He yawned. The giant mountain drake summoned by Bubbles Chuckrock can fly fast enough to cover the distance from the land of fire to the land of lightning in about 3 hours. But along the way, Link had a spur-of-the-moment thought, if he wanted to declare war on the 5 great nations. Actually, the other 4 great nations. Why not also rope in the smaller hidden villages as well? So he simply took his time hitting them one by one. Hidden Waterfall Village was the first stop. Not very used to the routine, so it took a bit longer there. Afterward, the process was pretty straightforward. Humphrey. The mountain drake gently parked in the gorge near Hidden Clouds Village. But because its body was so enormous, the gorge's narrow walls couldn't contain it. Under its immense bulk, the canyon collapsed into rubble. At a casual shove of the beast's wings, both gorge walls snapped and crumbled. Boom. The dragon's belly slumped down, half submerging itself in the rushing water below, sparks shooting out from the friction between its iron-hard scales and the rock wall. For the dragon, it was just a refreshing dip. Childlike in intellect, it sent a happy feeling to its master. Rumble. The sudden transformation of the terrain caused changes in the weather. In moments, thunder boomed and dark clouds gathered, an almost doomsday-like spectacle. Pair that with the dragon's savage visage, and it truly looked like some world-ending villain's arrival. Sigh, please don't let it start raining. If I end up drenched, that'll be a pain. Link touched the dragon's head to communicate, then glanced up at the overcast sky. Sure, Shinobi can do amazing things with chakra, but they can't just part the rain like those fancy cultivator stories. Even if you're as strong as Hashirama or Madara, you'd still get soaked in a downpour. Maybe one day we should develop some scientifically based Shinobi tool that repels rain. He mused. And in that moment, Hidden Clouds Village as Shinobi rushed forward to meet them. 6th Hokage, what do you think you're doing? The 4th Raikage led the charge, roaring at the top of his lungs. Behind him followed the 2 bodyguards, glancing about warily, for the 4th Raikage's hot-headedness was famous. Link waited until they climbed onto the dragon's body, getting within hearing range, before speaking. What am I doing? He grinned mildly. I suppose I am declaring war. Then he casually raised 2 fingers to adjust the 0 prescription glasses he'd bought earlier that morning. You bastard. The 4th Raikage shouted in a rage, lightning flickering across his body. In a flash, he streaked forward like thunder. If you want to protect a bunch of ants without killing them, you've got to control your strength well. Link thought. He sighed gently, too slow. Boom. Boom. The 4th Raikage flew back out even faster, crashing into the 2 bodyguards. Those shadow clones. Rather, living shadows. Didn't even bother with him. They surged on, knocking aside every Hidden Clouds Village shinobi in their path, flooding into the village. Ugh. The 4th Raikage, trying to stand back up for a second strike, was pinned down again by 8 Gates shadows. His 2 bodyguards likewise. What do you want? He demanded, pinned to the dragon's back. Link was seated on a specially prepared, luxurious king's throne. Resting one cheek on his fist, his other hand drumming on the armrest. In a relaxed tone, he replied, Don't sound so hostile. It only makes you look insecure. As for what I'm here for. Surely you've heard the news by now? Hidden Grass Village, Hidden Waterfall Village. I didn't do anything too extreme, nor did I kill your shinobi. When you want to step on ants without crushing them, you have to control your force. That's tricky, you know. Pinned to the dragon's scales, the bodyguard named C said, 6th Hokage, have you forgotten our alliance? Rules. Link interrupted lightly, his voice full of amusement. Are merely something those who can't live outside them create, to protect themselves. Turning to the 4th Raikage, his tone gentle, 4th Raikage, if you don't want your village destroyed, come stop me. I'll give you all 1 month. In 1 month's time, meet me at the mountain graveyard. Entertain me. Then the shadows hurled the 3 away. Throngs of shadows came pouring out of Hidden Clouds Village, remerged under Link's feet. High above, the 4th Raikage felt a wave of helplessness as he watched that arrogant foe fly off, perched atop his giant beast. You bastard. Chapter 359, Cool. The next day, afternoon, near Hidden Sand Village in the desert. Link stood atop the head of the mountain drake, gazing at the 4th Kazekage and his son, who were standing at some distance, using gold dust and sand beneath their feet to float. Yesterday, the very first major hidden village he had single-handedly challenged was Hidden Clouds Village, followed by Hidden Mist Village, interspersed with various small hidden villages. Early this morning, he set off once again, directly speed-running Hidden Stones Village. Famously the most stubborn hard bone. Yet no matter how tough the bone, or how hot-tempered one might be, in the face of outright power, it was all just a joke. He left Hidden Sand Village for last. Are you really the Link I know? Gar asked, his expression heavy. He couldn't understand how this friend of his, who had once changed his life and whom he and his siblings admired so much, could have become so deranged and unfamiliar. Also, since when did his friend adopt this hairstyle with bangs and glasses? Link calmly surveyed them. This morning before setting out, he had carefully styled his bangs, which now fluttered slightly in the desert wind as he wore a wide-sleeved robe. He spoke unhurriedly, no longer the Link you once knew. Such a pity. Gara, that Link you believed in never existed to begin with. Nice. Someone thought. Having a cooperative partner to help me act this scene out feels awesome. He strove to keep his face and gaze just the right amount off kilter so Utakata's recording would be extra clear. As for the background, Hidden Sand Village at this moment was practically silent, a hush over everything. Countless shadows had surged into the village in an instant, deciding the outcome before they could put up a fight. The weakest of those shadows possessed physical prowess on par with a special Jonin, the strongest could fight evenly with top-tier Kage level. Adding their huge numbers, in an instant they could have leveled Hidden Sand Village, had they wished. The fourth Kage's expression turned very complicated. After a moment of silence, he said, "You once told me to try trusting Gara as a father. But can you still make Gara trust you now?" Hey. Link curled his lips upward. So-called trust is a form of dependence, a behavior of the weak. But I can't blame you for that. After all, humans are that kind of being. Putting faith in someone stronger than oneself, if they don't obey, they won't survive. As he spoke, the shadowy army, like a vast tide, returned from within Hidden Sand Village, merging back under Link's feet upon the mountain drake's head. Gara, the sky, in fact God is colorless. It didn't lie to you. Only your eyes lied to themselves. Hey. The mountain drake raised its massive head, flapped its wings once, lifting its body into the air. Allowing its master to finish the final, dramatically cool line, admiration. Is the greatest distance from real understanding. With that, the mountain drake accelerated abruptly and, in an instant, carried Link and Utakata off beyond the horizon. Gara stood stunned, staring off into the distance. Let's go back and prepare. The fourth Kage calmly said. After all, last night they had gotten word of what had happened in Hidden Clouds Village and Hidden Mist Village. Through communication lines, they knew that if the sixth Hokage was truly insane enough to face the entire world, they had to resist. They'd guessed the Hokage might show up, so neither Hidden Stones Village nor Hidden Sand Village put up much intense resistance. Just a few probing attempts. But none of it was effective. They still didn't know what had happened in Hidden Lee Village or why the sixth Hokage was acting like this. That bizarre shadow jutsu. How to handle it? As of now, it was anyone's guess. Link wouldn't do this. Gara suddenly murmured. The fourth Kage glanced sideways at him, saying nothing. He's not like this. Gara repeated resolutely. He was always so gentle. He must have some other reason. I want to go find him. With that, he formed a single seal, sand raising him into the sky toward where the mountain drake had departed. But soon, gold dust locked him in place. Holding out a hand, the fourth Kage controlled the gold dust without harming his son the Jinchuriki, and in a low voice commanded, "Go back." No room for objection. Gara looked at his father's emotionless eyes for a long while before lowering his gaze. Trust. Still too difficult. If even his own father couldn't trust his son, could he, in turn, trust Link? Not bad, not bad. Link finished watching the recorded footage and nodded in satisfaction. Taking off the uncomfortable glasses he had worn, he remarked to Utakata, "You've really got potential. You could be a proper cameraman." "A movie cameraman?" Utakata asked curiously. In the shinobi world, films certainly exist, and Hidden Leaf Village has had movie theaters for ages, plus some TV programs. But everything is backward compared to, say, Earth. There was rarely time to develop entertainment, given the constant wars. About that level. Link said while editing the video inside WebNet. If one day we want a WebNet cinema, filming movies we can share on WebNet, we can do it. Right now, the movies out there are mostly kids' adventures or romance, even some borderline adult films. But we can make comedies, horrors, fantasies. Any kind. WebNet simplifies the filming process a lot. I've already tinkered a bit, setting up a simple editing tool. How would we shoot a comedy, for instance? Utakata asked, intrigued. Well, for example. Utakata listened in silence, occasionally asking questions. Though outwardly calm, he was quietly excited. Filming some fictional stories as a movie for all to see sounded really interesting. Having roamed around alone in the past, he'd never encountered anything like that. Now, hearing it from Link, it indeed made his heart race. TSK, I do look so dashing as Aizen. No, I mean, wow, I look awesome. Link chuckled lightly while editing. Then he sighed regretfully,
Only issue is, I looked a bit too short. You should have used more upward camera angles from below, so the perspective makes me look imposing. But in those situations, lying down on the mountain drake to get that angle wouldn't have been very convenient. Utakata couldn't help but laugh. Ha. Guess that's the trade-off? Chapter 360, Movie Shooting. With a crisp click, the icy and murderous look on Link's face instantly collapsed. After letting out a shout, he rubbed his sore cheeks and opened WebNet to look through the photos Utakata had just taken. This one's not bad. It can be the cover. Hey, tall, cool, handsome. Watching him carefully select his photos, Utakata sneakily recorded his silly grin. No, he was filming it. I suppose this counts as behind-the-scenes footage, Utakata thought. The sixth Hokage, will single-handedly topple this world. Having finished editing the video, Link slapped on the title, then saved it. When the changes in the main world could be made public, he planned to post it online and enjoy everyone's astonishment, going all out in style. Quite satisfying. Great, things in the main world are basically settled. We'll see how it turns out a month from now. He still felt a surge of excitement. Man, playing the role of Aizen with those lines and camera angles was really a blast. I'm off to the fourth world to hang out with Sasuke and the others. Wanna come? Link asked. Utakata thought for a moment, then shook his head. No, I'm going to study more about film stuff. Alright, then I'll head over. Link took out a scroll for the Funitsu, and in the blink of an eye, disappeared into a vortex. If I'm going to make a movie, Utakata mused inwardly. He genuinely found filming fascinating. Because with WebNet video, you can directly extract your memories as footage. Recording basically meant capturing your subjective viewpoint, then feeding that data into WebNet for editing. The logic behind the WebNet video platform was exactly that. Occasionally, Utakata would upload relaxing videos of scenic shots or blowing soap bubbles, but they rarely got many views. Currently, the mainstream video content on WebNet in the second world still leaned into the more adult side. A lot of it was more or less smut, not easily regulated. The root cause was that WebNet still lacked any formal management. The Shinobi Alliance was too busy to handle it, and though Link had proposed a few rules, none had yet been implemented. Presumably, Obi-Rama didn't really mind. After all, for ninjas who were used to killing and violence, a bit of lewd or gambling content hardly mattered. Otherwise, how would places like Fun Street or Dansaku Town exist near Hidden Leaf Village? In the past, Utakata's leisure time mostly meant being alone somewhere quiet, blowing soap bubbles and letting them drift free in the air, even if they would burst beneath the sun's rays. Still drifting freely for a lifetime. Later, he discovered that what he really admired was the bubble's freedom. Yet once he became truly free, he felt at a loss, not knowing what to do or where to go. Then Link had grabbed him and assigned him a purpose. That felt reassuring. After that, he gained another hobby, observing others from the shadows. He'd watch their joys and sorrows without making a sound, unnoticed, traveling all around the village, watching different faces. Different lives. He found a certain out-of-the-world enjoyment in their emotions. But just yesterday, Link asked him to film, intending to create a movie. Utakata suddenly realized he himself was also quite enthusiastic about it. Taking all the scenes he witnessed and turning them into a coherent story from his viewpoint, sharing it with others. He wouldn't have to show his own face, merely film others. I want to create a movie all about Link, Utakata thought excitedly. He hadn't felt such a rush of excitement in a long time. From what Link taught me, the category of his story is probably a comedy, right? Fourth world. Tap. Once Link landed, he instinctively held his breath. Only to realize the previously foul-smelling public toilet had been torn down, replaced by clusters of mock lemon. Cautiously letting out a breath, he caught a familiar scent. He raised an eyebrow. In the past, Sasuke had planted mock lemon in the yard at home, telling him that the flower's symbolism meant, where there is love, life will blossom. Who on earth replaced the toilet with these plants? He let out a knowing smile, then used the webnet to contact his own Sasuke, sending a message. We're busy fighting summoning, impure world reincarnation Madara. Sasuke from the main world sent a brief voice note plus a short memory snippet. In that memory, Sasuke was standing upon his Susanoo, which was engaged in fierce combat with another massive Susanoo. So in the end, Black Zetsu must have resurrected Madara via summoning, impure world reincarnation. Link wasn't too surprised. They hadn't captured Yakushi Kabuto, Tobi had escaped, the Rinnegan was stolen, the backup Indra reincarnation Sasuke had vanished. If Black Zetsu wasn't stirring up trouble, it really wouldn't be Black Zetsu. Then let's hurry over to help Sasuke. He stepped aside some distance away before summoning the Earth Dragon. After all, channeling it would forcefully manipulate the underground terrain, and he didn't want to damage the flowers Sasuke had planted. Even without Utakata as a power source, his long-time training had expanded his chakra capacity to rival Kisame, the tailed beast with no tail. Lately, he rarely needed to pop ration pills, and using ninjutsu freely wasn't an issue. He was basically free from the low chakra clan label now. Still, not having Utakata around was somewhat inconvenient. He had no cinematographer. He gave a quick sigh, had a shadow double help him tidy his outfit, put on that pair of glasses, and got himself ready for a bit of show. That direction? Swiftly, he sensed the location of Sasuke and soared off on his Earth Dragon. Based on the readings, they were near a place called the Mountain Graveyard. Could this be a fourth war scenario? He wasn't sure. But from the massive swirl of chakras, with countless white Zetsu and an allied ninja army, it seemed the entire region was locked in a raging war. And from the webnet, it looked like both final Hokage Sasuke and Fourth World Sasuke were fighting side by side, so presumably, it wasn't that big a crisis. No need to worry about the main battlefield's death toll, which had zero bearing on him. Helping his own Sasuke was top priority, so he had the Earth Dragon accelerate toward the mountain graveyard. Far off, he could make out two towering giants locked in combat. Edo Madara was clearly holding the advantage. Even without a real Rinnegan, Madara's underlying power overshadowed them. In just one glance, Link swung out a massive chakra scalpel, letting a few Eight Gates shadow clones hurl it forward, and broadcast over webnet, "Catch, buddy." With the rapport they'd built up, Sasuke immediately controlled Susanoo to grab the incoming blade. Slash. In a single stroke, from being on the back foot a moment ago, that colossal Susanoo sliced the opponent into two halves. Chapter 361, Always You. Until the moment he was pressed down by the complete body Susanoo and sealed away, Fourth Madara was utterly at a loss for words. He had an eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, and his junior's strength wasn't really inferior to his own. Originally, he thought he could once again savor a thrilling fight. Then, a random brat suddenly appeared, conjured some bizarre weapon via summoning to slice through his Susanoo. Countless strange shadows, very likely Yin-style creations, swarmed him, each with speed and strength matching his own. That clearly capable junior didn't show an ounce of a true expert's pride and piled on the group beating. All in just 2 minutes, and he was successfully wrapped up tight by a sealing scroll. Now that I think about it, I really don't have any particularly good jutsu to deal with summoning, impure world reincarnation. Drawing the summoning, impure world reincarnation ritual lines, Link pondered. Of the jutsu he possessed that were effective against summoning, impure world reincarnation bodies, the best was 5 elements seal. But once you brand in summoning, impure world reincarnation with 5 elements seal, it effectively turns them into a ridiculously explosive chain reaction of talismans. Immortal body plus infinite gathering of natural energy. If he imagined how it might blow up, the whole concept was beyond bizarre. Other ways of handling summoning, impure world reincarnation revolve around swamp of the underworld or his own mutated summoning, impure world reincarnation, neither of which target the body or the jutsu directly but rather assault the soul. That works fine if it's an enemy, but if the other side was a controlled ally, that's a headache. After a little more thought, he said while painting the lines on the scroll, "I'll go help out." Main world Sasuke had quickly rested up and was controlling his Susanoo, flying off from the mountain graveyard. Link felt a bit uneasy, dispatching a few dozen shadows to follow. Then he patiently sealed the unresisting, speechless Fourth Madara. Before long, word came back, Masashi no Kuni. The land of Masashi. A very obviously Japanese-sounding place. Could be a war-torn era? He only guessed casually. Indeed, they'd had random weird place names before. During earlier experiments, the main world Orochimaru had ended up in some vague, Z city. It was difficult to figure out what kind of world it was. Possibly Link had seen it in a show in his previous life, but not all details remained. His golden finger memory only clearly remembered the Naruto series content. For other anime, novels, or games, he definitely didn't recall everything. Currently, it seemed that unstoppable spiritual power in him remembered everything about Naruto, but not everything else. No matter. Link thought, stepping a few times, bounding atop the mountain drake's head, then heading to the main battlefield. On the main battlefield, Sasuke and the summoning, impure world reincarnation Madara had been fighting fiercely. Countless white Zetsu thronged the field, chaos everywhere. Just a quick glance, main world Sasuke had momentarily retreated, controlling Susanoo to swat an endless wave of white Zetsu like whack-a-mole. Very crude but highly effective. Under normal circumstances, a single person wasn't enough to turn the tide, nor were 2 or 3. With so many white Zetsu lurking underground, shape-shifting, and infiltrating, plus a bunch of summoning, impure world reincarnation experts each at least at the level of a top-tier Jonin, the battlefield was an utter mess. In the original Fourth War, Naruto single-handedly changed the entire situation by unleashing the Nine-Tails mode. But in this fourth world scenario, the fourth war began half a year early, leaving that world's Naruto no time to power up. Sure, the two travelers, final Hokage Sasuke and main world Sasuke, were formidable, but their chakra was finite, and they lacked strong sensor powers for large-scale coverage. Splitting into countless clones to support an entire allied army just wasn't feasible. Given enough time, they could no doubt handle the situation eventually. As for fourth Obito, he had fled. So be it. It's not my problem if some outsiders die in the crossfire. He just wanted to quickly wrap up things and share with Sasuke the events of these last 2 days. From high above, Link noticed the battlefield so unbelievably chaotic. He let out a sigh. Sure enough, clearing them out single-handedly is too slow. He was disinclined to watch the battles. Immediately, he spread out his black shadows in a sweeping wave. With his newly soared body stats, the Black Shadow army was unbelievably massive. If you consider a ballpark figure, it should be around 50,000. They were fewer in number than the 100,000 White Zetsu, yet infinitely stronger in actual combat ability. Among them were about 2,008 Gates shadows, capable of interfering even at 6 paths level battles. Yes, physically, the shadows were vulnerable. If they were up against a true 6 paths level fighter's large-scale ninjutsu, they'd easily get wiped out in droves. But with their astonishing speed, they could usually dodge. Their mobility was maxed, so swarming up en masse was more than enough to replicate or even exceed that famed Night Elephant volley from Might Guy. Hence Link felt no rush to continue powering up. In his eyes, with the world in a peaceful age, he had enough strength. And indeed, once the Shadow Army landed, they spread across the battlefield, quickly assisting the allied ninja forces. Summoning, impure world reincarnation bodies couldn't be killed, but the ninja could handle sealing. The White Zetsu, though, were trivial. The entire battlefield fell silent within a minute. So swift a victory. Consider that a rehearsal for the fourth ninja war in the main world, he mused. Compared to that, the 4 Kage, minus Hidden Leaf villages, were definitely weaker. No White Zetsu, no summoning, impure world reincarnation. He guessed the fight there would end even more quickly. Maybe 30 seconds. If he wanted to put on a grand, stylish display, he had better spend more time on a dramatic entrance. Thinking so, Link exhaled, his mountain drake flapping its wings. He headed to see the 5 Kage of this world. Because the 4th Raikage had impulsively attacked and destroyed a few of his restraining shadows, leading to them subduing the reanimated former 5 Kage. He had to meet them personally. That 4th Raikage's brashness. Always him, huh? He inwardly sighed. Chapter 362, Speed. So it really is you. Tsunade, the 4th Tsunade of this timeline, composed herself upon seeing Link descend from the sky and utter those words. Immediately, she asked, just who on earth are you people? Because shadows had previously captured their Hidan and Kakazu, the information had long since spread among the upper echelons of that Hidden Leaf village. They simply had never expected the shadows to be so strong in such massive numbers. During the recent battlefield sweep by the Black Shadow Army, she had already suspected the shadows were that same jutsu, remembering the mysterious appearances of Sakura and Karen in the village. But the notion of parallel worlds still struck her as unbelievable. It's too complicated to explain. Link felt no inclination to clarify. He only said, you all. Nearby, the reanimated 5 Kage were having their summoning, impure world reincarnation bodies gradually break down. The second Sushi Kage, wrapped in bandages and clearly displeased, said in a sullen voice, so you undid the slow-down jutsu, damn it. And what a disgrace. Grumbled the second Mizukage, Genjutsu Hazuki, half his body still made of slimy fluid as he returned to human form. Does the Hidden Leaf village just leave their forbidden jutsu out for anyone to use? Enough to trigger a shinobi world war? Because the Hazuki clan's liquefaction techniques were tricky, the usual sealing was quite ineffective, so the shadows simply pounded him non-stop, preventing him from returning to solid form and escaping or attacking. An extremely rough approach. Soon, the reanimated 5 Kage in front of them all departed. Slap. Slap. In the distance, a few shadows delivered 2 hard smacks to the unconscious 4th Raikage, who had been duking it out with the reanimated 3rd Raikage in a frenzied melee. Evidently, once the shadows arrived to contain the fight, he actually killed one shadow, thinking it an enemy, and teamed up with the actual enemy 3rd Raikage to destroy 2 more. So once the backup arrived, they flattened him too. The 4th Raikage, looking as though he'd calmed down, rubbed his swollen face. His vision blurred, ears still ringing, and mind muddled. He stood, somewhat swaying, scanning around, at last taking in the figure of Link standing there with arms folded. Ha ha ha, old man Anuki let out a carefree laugh. The fifth Mizukage pursed her lips, suppressing a laugh. Gaara and Tsunade kept straight faces, more focused on what that unknown powerhouse planned next. 5 Kage. Link said without emotion. Why don't you go finish cleaning up what's left of the battlefield? Initially he'd intended some stylish pretense here, a rehearsal for the future fourth great shinobi war in his own main world. But thanks to the stupidity of that musclehead, the Raikage, he'd lost the mood completely. Never mind. No point engaging further with these natives. As his countless shadows returned to his feet, the massive earth dragon lowered itself so that its head touched the ground, letting him step calmly onto it before lifting off slowly and leaving. The 5 Kage gazed up in silence. Even after the earth dragon vanished from sight, the disoriented fourth Raikage was still unsteady, pressing one hand to his knee. What did he just say? In that split second, he'd been hammered senseless by the Shadow Army for resisting them. Even now, his vision and hearing remained fuzzy. He really couldn't process what had happened. Tsunade of this timeline furrowed her brow, pondering. Since the other side really had shown up and solved the war so swiftly, perhaps what the Sakura and Karen from before had claimed was true after all. Parallel worlds, another hidden leaf village, a ninja alliance. She mulled over how this changed her entire worldview. Some distance from the main battlefield, up on a hill. All finished. Link landed lightly. Nearby, the sage mode Kabuto of this world lay unconscious on the ground. Main world Sasuke stood watching the allied shinobi forces cleaning up the battlefield. Personally witnessing such a large-scale war left him significantly shaken. The me from the future has gone off to find the me of this world. He gave Link a brief explanation. It was rather confusing to phrase, a time-traveled future version, a local self. 2 Sasukes. But no matter. Link, seeing no sign of interest in the unconscious Kabuto, likewise paid little attention to 4th Obito's earlier escape. At this point, that outcome didn't matter. He was more concerned about talking with Sasuke. And told him all about what had happened in the main world these past days, his intentions for upcoming plans, including the unification of the main world and the 4th ninja war to be staged there. Link's mood had brightened as he spoke, obviously excited. He certainly wasn't keeping anything secret from Sasuke. Presumably Tobirama also knew that Sasuke would learn it all. If Tobirama truly wanted secrecy, he would have done something else. Unifying the main world and launching a war might sound ludicrous, but from Link's vantage, once they had the Shadow Army, it wouldn't even be a challenge. He merely wanted to do it in suitably theatrical style. Unlike how he blitzed the earlier small fry wars. When it came to going full Aizen, you had to do it with flair. So that's how it is. Main world Sasuke listened quietly, occasionally offering an opinion. After seeing Link's recorded videos, he responded with a faint smile, I'll likely be quite free once we wrap up things here in the 4th world. I look forward to your performance when the time comes. Ha ha ha, Link laughed, feeling fired up. The two began discussing how to handle their own 4th Great Shinobi War. One idea was simply unleashing the entire Black Shadow Army, but that would be too fast. No chance to show off villainous grandeur. If the aim was a full Aizen moment, you needed a more elaborate setup. Most importantly, they'd prefer to avoid unnecessary casualties. Sasuke smiled softly, if you like, Utakata and I can go out first. After all, what kind of deity enthroned above the heavens wouldn't have trusted subordinates appear first? Chapter 363, Secret of Body. Before long, final chapter. Sasuke showed up, looking completely unbothered. Taking on Sage Kabuto and Orange Mask Obito solo really wasn't much of a challenge for him. With just one Rinnegan, he could handle them both. His only problem was dealing with their Kamui plus Izanagi combo. Even if he sacrificed his own eye to use Izanami, it still wouldn't help. Obito knew all the Uchiha clan's secret techniques inside and out. Madara had really taught him everything. In a high-level fight, Izanami's conditions are way too strict. It might work on someone who's never seen it before, but against a seasoned pro, there's no chance. Tap. Shirtless and covered in dirt, 4th Sasuke landed nearby, clearly out of chakra. He took a breath and said, "Sorry I'm late." His personality was slowly getting back on track. It helped a lot that main world Sasuke not only lent him a hand but also got his parents to talk to him sometimes. After going back to the 4th world, heading to the old Uchiha hideout to settle things with Itachi Uchiha, and walking out alive on his own, he started acting more like final chapter Sasuke. It's about time. Link said. He could sense that all his shadow clones had returned. Pulling out a scroll, he added, "Let's go home." Hold on a second. 4th world Kakashi, looking wiped out, rushed over. "Sasuke, are you coming back again?" By now, he more or less believed all the parallel world stuff. seeing 3 different versions of Sasuke with 3 vastly different skill sets. And ruling out any simple explanation like clones or transformation. Made the parallel world idea easier to swallow. 4th Sasuke paused for a moment, then walked on without another word. Right before he stepped into the swirling portal of the Funetsu, he glanced at Sakura and Naruto, who were sprinting toward him in the distance. A second later, the group arrived at the designated spot in the second world. 4th Sasuke still kept his expression calm. Sorry. He muttered quietly. After coming to terms with his old grudges, the friends who'd tried so hard to bring him back tugged at his heart now. But he had more important goals. Seeing the Shinobi Alliance's peace with his own eyes, plus visiting the final chapter world to learn about the past, convinced him that the future lay with the Alliance. For the 4th world to join the Alliance, to revive the Uchiha clan, to achieve peace. He needed power. Getting wrapped up in close bonds again wouldn't work for him. It was just like when he originally left the Leaf and went to Orochimaru. Drop by my place for dinner tonight. Main world Sasuke called out, raising his voice a bit. He was trying to share the warmth he'd received. Alright. 4th Sasuke answered flatly, although he didn't seem as weighed down anymore. Even though Fighting X showed him the real story behind the Uchiha massacre, he still hadn't awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. Maybe it's because his other self from another world gave him a lot of comfort, or maybe he just wasn't as consumed by hatred anymore, or maybe there was something else going on. Either way, he was happy to be starting a new life. Join us tonight. 4th world Sasuke said. He started to leave, but someone grabbed his sleeve. Link was standing on the side with his arms folded, clearly enjoying the scene. Watching his own Sasuke turn into something of a ray of sunshine felt pretty strange. Got it. Main world Sasuke replied, keeping his mature, handsome face totally serious. As soon as the other Sasuke let go, he used the teleportation jutsu and disappeared. Not bad. You guys really have a little support squad going on, and it looks like you're the captain. Link said with a laugh as he tried to sling an arm around 4th Sasuke's shoulder. Only to realize he could barely reach. Link was hyper-aware of height stuff and immediately estimated 4th Sasuke's height, about 5'9", 1.74 meters. Wait, the 4th Sasuke from that timeline was only about 5'6" or so, 1.68 meters, right? How'd he get so tall? Link quickly shifted his half-hug into just patting his friend on the shoulder. He kept a grin on his face but was definitely sulking inside. I even stopped using that delicate illness extraction technique. Why am I still not shooting up in height? Maybe I need some external tricks, like literally stretching my body. Breaking bones and letting them fuse again? Is there a growth boost ninjutsu out there? I really should talk to Tsunade about this later. You have to come to dinner tonight too. Main world Sasuke said. He'd obviously noticed Link's weird reaction but acted like he didn't. A subtle smile crept into his eyes. Got it. Link replied. I've got something to take care of first, but I'll show up tonight. With that, he casually let go, stepped back, and vanished on the spot. He's been getting more emotional and relaxed lately. Maybe he really is hitting a growth phase. Main world Sasuke strolled through the Shinobi Alliance's streets, soaking in the peaceful vibe and thinking about Link's situation. Aside from Shizune, Sasuke was probably the person who knew Link's body the best. Every time Link had a medical checkup, Sasuke was the first to ask about the results. He didn't really have a choice. Karen, who handled the checkups, had a crush on him. Since Sasuke couldn't give Link chakra like Bubble could, and brute force had become less important now that Hashirama #1 and final chapter Naruto and Sasuke were around, Sasuke decided to dive into medical ninjutsu so he could help Link more effectively. As talented as Sasuke was, he was still pretty new to actual medical science. Sure, he could copy medical ninjutsu with the Sharingan, but the knowledge behind it couldn't be copied. Luckily, he wasn't alone. Karen, Jugo, and Shizune supported him in a bunch of ways. After running countless tests, compiling endless data from checkups, and comparing that to the notes Sasuke took on himself before and after he received delicate illness extraction, they reached a peculiar conclusion. Link's delicate illness extraction doesn't just heal regular injuries, it slowly extracts all the inherent flaws in the human body. Aging, sickness, even death. Bit by bit, so that his body is gradually evolving thanks to the chakra involved. But the more perfect his body gets, the more energy it needs to keep developing. Non-stop creation of chakra and shadow clones puts a lot of stress on him, which slows down that evolution. That's why, whenever Link eats those solid chakra cubes, his body experiences a sudden growth spurt. Even though he still looks human, he's probably genetically incompatible with normal humans by now. A new human. In a way. The catch is that this conceptual perfection doesn't really exist in reality. Trying to achieve it again and again stretches out the time he needs to grow and demands bigger and bigger amounts of energy. Fortunately, he's been getting a stable energy supply from the physical chakra blocks lately, and he's not pushing his body too hard, so now he's growing into the form he was always meant to have. Once he stopped using delicate illness extraction, he officially stepped into a real new human growth phase. I wonder what he'll be like when he's fully grown? Main World Sasuke thought as he walked, smiling as he took in the peaceful atmosphere of the Shinobi Alliance. Chapter 364, Something Terrible is Happening. Main World, Hidden Leaf Village, the Hokage's home. A cool morning breeze drifted in through the half-open window, and slender beams of sunlight found their way into the room through gaps in the curtain. Link flipped over, riding atop his blanket. His tiger-shaped pajama top was all crumpled under him, and the gap between his pajama shirt and pants exposed a bit of pale skin. The cool wind brushed against him, making his cheeks scrunch up slightly. Ah! Yawn. Sitting up bleary-eyed, he stretched and yawned, still not fully awake. One of his shadow clones, as usual, stood up to tidy his messy pajamas and help him brush his teeth and wash his face. Tui. Clink. Link suddenly felt something else leave his mouth as he spat into the wash basin. He heard a hard little object clatter, and immediately jolted awake. He used his tongue to feel around inside his mouth. Where his front teeth should have been was nothing. His tongue could press right up against the back of his lips. Time seemed to freeze. The shadow clones, with their limited intelligence, weren't sure if they should keep going with the washing routine or not. Panicking, Link jumped out of bed without even putting on the slippers his clone had laid out and dashed straight to the mirror near his bedroom door. It's over. His heart sank. No, no, no. Why are my teeth falling out now? Link leaned in close to the mirror, mouth open. He could see a tiny new tooth growing from the pink gum in place of the old one. It was as if 1,000 alpacas were stampeding through his mind. The key point was, he was about to turn 13, why on earth would he be growing a new tooth now? And swapping teeth doesn't happen overnight or even in a week or two. Next month, he's supposed to head off to the 4th Great Ninja War. A kid in the middle of losing his baby teeth, going off to fight in the 4th war, as the final boss? What's he supposed to do, speak in some grandiose, intimidating way while whistling through the gap in his teeth? The tragedy was real. With his face pulled long in dismay, Link, who rarely took care of his own morning routine these days, brushed his teeth on his own, worried his clones would knock out even more if they used their usual force. Besides the 2 missing front teeth, he also noticed a small amount of hair shedding, although overall his hair looked thicker. Oh, and he was way hungrier, too. Despite the gap in his front teeth, he tearfully ate 3 times his usual breakfast and still felt his stomach rumbling afterwards. In a somber mood, Link rushed over to the medical corps building right after breakfast, clutching the teeth that had fallen out. Every shinobi he passed on the way could feel his low-pressure aura, each secretly wondering what might have happened. A new shinobi world war? The end of the world? An alien invasion? As 6th Hokage-sama. Aruki Kanoichi at the medical unit's front desk forced a stiff smile as Link stared her down. Is there something you need? Link lowered his head, not letting his lips part too much as he mumbled. Where's Shizune? The section chief is in the top floor lab, she was doing an experiment last knee. Before she could finish, he was already gone, moving so fast that the documents on the desk blew everywhere in his wake. Knock knock knock. The sound of urgent knocking pounded through the iron door of the lab. Shizune glanced over and saw a very grim face peering through the glass window. Set at about chest height. Outside. Frowning, she guessed something must have happened, so she quickly gave instructions to her assistants and colleagues, disinfected herself, took off her protective gear, and stepped out of the lab. What's going on? She asked, serious. Still hanging his head, Link said. I need a full medical exam. Right now. Huh? Shizune was momentarily perplexed and didn't even notice how odd his voice sounded at first. But didn't you have a checkup not too long ago? She paused as realization hit. Wait. You're having health issues? That was no trivial matter. If the most crucial figure for the village and the allied shinobi forces had a health problem, every medical ninja would drop everything. In a flash, she had the entire corps in action to perform a full medical evaluation of the 6th Hokage, not noticing his unwilling expression. Height, weight, blood pressure, heart rate, blood tests, cell analysis. Apart from collecting his saliva, which Link insisted on handling personally, everything else was carried out by Shizune, head of the medical corps, and a bunch of top-level medical ninjas who'd earned big names in the field. They even ended up calling every skilled medical ninja available in the allied shinobi forces, except Tsunade, who was in the second world and apparently still drunk from the previous night. Since Tsunade was being urgently contacted, they had to get started on the checkup first. When the results were finally in, they were abnormally normal. Why abnormally? Because he was too healthy. It had only been a few days since his last check, but his vitality was already off the charts. When they separated some of his cells from his body. No blood supply, no proper temperature regulation. The cells remained remarkably alive, showing no sign of death anytime soon. It was practically on par with Hashirama's cells. So what exactly is the problem? Tsunade asked after rushing in, hungover but reading the report with a puzzled look. What are you feeling? I want to talk to you alone. Link muttered, head still bowed. Tsunade lifted her gaze. Everyone else left the office, until it was just the two of them. Link hesitated, then slowly raised his head and parted his lips. PFF. Tsunade started, only to choke in surprise. She prided herself on her mental fortitude as a ninja, but seeing the sixth Hokage standing before her with gaps where his front teeth used to be, and remembering the faint lisp she'd just heard, made her burst out laughing. A moment later, an enraged Link pounced, grabbing her by the collar and shaking her back and forth. She ended up coughing violently, tears in her eyes. Quit laughing. Once he let go, Link glared at her, voice sharp with irritation. Unfortunately, he still sounded a little funny. Struggling to keep a straight face, Tsunade said. In a bit, Lord Obirama and the others will be here. They heard you asked for a checkup and might have a serious problem, so even the me from the future timeline is showing up. Plus the me from the second world, so you... Stop, just stop. Link said, cheeks growing red. Hurry up and think of a solution. Maybe you can do some surgery and implant me 2 new teeth? He never imagined that just because he was acting slightly off, it would shake up the entire Light Shinobi forces. At first, there were so many medical ninjas around that he was too embarrassed to tell Shizune what had really happened. After a half-hour of examinations, it felt like the whole world had found out he might be sick. If he'd just quietly told Shizune earlier, none of this fuss would have happened. He was too numb to care anymore. Where are the teeth you lost? Tsunade asked with a playful shake of her head, holding out her hand. Link handed over the carefully wrapped old teeth, muttering. Just help me let everyone know it was a fluke. Nothing's wrong, and I don't need visitors. He gritted his new gap in frustration. If you won't help, I'll have my shadow clone follow you everywhere. Then you can kiss your booze goodbye. Chapter 365, What's under the mask? Everything's fine. You've just hit a growth spurt, that's all. For now, make sure you get enough energy, sleep more, try not to refine chakra too much, don't overwork your body, and don't use the delicate illness extraction technique to interrupt your development. Unless you're okay with your new teeth not growing in and staying in a kid's body. They'll probably be here soon. I can help you keep this lost tooth thing under wraps, but the rest is on you. After finishing a quick exam on Link, Main World Tsunade took the report and left with a yawn. But things weren't over yet. Weighed down by his worries, Link left the house wearing a Kakashi-style face mask he'd just bought. Then he received a message via Obirama's web network, summoning him to the Hokage's office. Walking in, he found quite the gathering, basically the entire all-star lineup. Everyone who really mattered in the allied shinobi forces was present. Why the mask? Obirama was the first to ask. No reason. Just felt like wearing one. Link replied, unwilling to explain, and not sure he could. Fortunately, no one could force him to take it off. Obirama's face tensed in a little frown, but he didn't push it. After all, kids can do random stuff sometimes. He went straight to the point. So what happened? Nothing at all. Link answered stiffly. I just suddenly felt like getting a checkup. Everyone turned their eyes on him, and the pressure was suffocating. Though not because of hostility. On the contrary, they all genuinely cared about him, which made it even harder for him to admit what was really going on. How would he even say it? Say that it was all a false alarm, and it's just me losing a tooth and freaking out, so everyone rushed over to worry about me? Too embarrassing. Besides, losing a tooth is something he absolutely had to keep secret. If anyone found out, that would be, well, catastrophic. Trying to look calm and determined, Link put on a serious face. If you don't want to talk about it, said Hashirama number 1, breaking the silence. Then let's just leave it at that. Final chapter. Sasuke was first to stand up and go. Hashirama number 2 scratched the back of his head, saw there was nothing more to say, and left as well. Obirama sighed, like he still had something on his mind. In the end, he kept quiet, stood up, and gave Link a look that said come see me if you need anything before heading out. Final chapter. Naruto patted Link on the shoulder before leaving too. One by one, they drifted out until only Main World Sasuke, Utakata, and Main World Jiraiya remained. Why are you still here? Link asked Jiraiya, none too politely. Jiraiya spread his hands. This is the Hokage's office, isn't it? Oh. Right. Link suddenly realized and walked toward the door. Well, do your job. Good luck. Once the three of them were out of the Hokage building, Link spoke up. Don't ask why. I'm totally fine. Healthy as can be. Yukata looked curious but didn't push it, exchanging a glance with main world Sasuke. We'll talk about this later. X2 They communicated instantly through a subtle genjutsu link. Ugh. Link sighed, looking tired. I'm heading home for a nap. He planned to follow the doctor's orders. There really wasn't much else he could do. After all, he definitely didn't want his teeth to stop growing in or his body to remain stuck at its current size. And his shadow clones could handle everything in the meantime. Even without his mutated ninjutsu, just his Black Shadow Army alone was enough to keep him at 6 paths level power. If he stayed put in the main world, there were basically no threats. Plus, the main world was his home turf. He had Utakata on one side, Sasuke on the other, and if worst came to worst, he could summon other 6 paths level big shots through the web portals. There was no scenario in which he'd be in real trouble. Sleep. Feeling dazed, Link made it back home. His shadow clones had already prepared everything, tidied the room, laid out fresh sheets, fluffed the blankets, giving them a light, comforting scent, closed the curtains, and lit one of his homemade incense burners to make the room as cozy as possible. He collapsed onto the bed, and his clones helped him change into pajamas and get under the covers. Within seconds, he was out cold. Meanwhile, at Training Ground 7. Let's figure out what's actually going on with Link. Utakata said enthusiastically. He still needed more material for his movie. And investigating the secret behind Link's mask could make for a fascinating plot. Main world Sasuke thought it over and agreed readily. Alright. But with the Black Shadow Army always on alert, we might not even get close to him. Any weird moves, and the shadows will stop us. You and I alone can't handle that. Sasuke pointed out. It wasn't that he didn't want to know what was up with his friend, it was just that, realistically, they couldn't pull it off. Maybe if they got everyone to team up, they'd stand a small chance of ripping off that mask. But considering the two Hashiramas and the adult Naruto and Sasuke from the future world wouldn't join them in such mischief, that was basically impossible. True. Utakata agreed. The Black Shadow Army didn't just represent raw combat power. It was full 360-degree defense. He recalled that some of those physically enhanced clones were tough enough to tank a tailed beast bomb to the face without flinching. Unless you had sage arts or truth-seeking orbs, breaking that defense was impossible. I can handle the defense-type shadows, Sasuke said with a confident tap on his eye. He'd awakened another Mangekyo Sharingan ability before fighting against Kaguya, though his own power level at the time had slowed him down. In the final fight, he'd gotten thrown into one of Kaguya's alternate spaces and barely participated until the very end. In truth, his new eye power was extremely strong. Enough to matter even against an Otsutsuki. It was how he'd had the confidence to challenge Madara Uchiha in the fourth world. The other shadows are still a big problem, and there's a ton of them. We need the right timing. Utakata mused. Then both he and Sasuke's faces lit up with the same realization. 1 month from now, the new fourth great ninja war. They both exclaimed in unison. They were already planning to put on an epic show together, so when the Black Shadow Army was deployed, that might be their chance to make a move. The only worry was whether Link could keep his secret that long. Sasuke shook his head. We'll play it by ear. If the opportunity arises, we'll try. If not, we'll just let it go. He'd initially thought teasing his friend might be fun, but it started to feel a bit off. If he really wanted to know, he could just ask Link directly. Doing something sneaky seemed a bit out of character for him. He was the cautious type, after all. Right. Utakata calmed down from his earlier excitement and sighed. Arg, seriously. It did seem interesting, but going full prank mode just felt wrong. So, what do you think is under the mask? He wondered aloud, still brimming with curiosity. Chapter 366, Heaven Above, I just wanted to look cool. Main world, Hidden Sand Village, confinement room, click. Hearing the door open, Gaara, who had been locked up for attempting to leave the village a few days earlier to go find Link, looked up, surprise flickering across his face. What are you staring at? Hurry and come with me. Kankuro lowered his voice. Gaara hesitated. What's going on? No time to explain. Kankuro said quickly, yanking his younger brother to his feet and leading him out. They stepped over the bodies of unconscious Anbu in the hallway and soon emerged outside. Gaara shielded his eyes from the dazzling sunlight with one hand and followed close behind his brother. Kankuro, you. Both sis and I think something's up with Link-sensei. Kankuro rattled off. But with our abilities, we can't escape the Anbu's pursuit or sneak into the Hidden Leaf village. So sis is keeping dad busy. I'm here to get you out. The rest is up to you. Gaara went quiet for a moment, then asked. But what about the barrier? In truth, He wanted to ask how his brother and sister would fare after helping the Jinchuriki escape, but they'd already done so much. Knocking out the village Anbu. Worrying about it now was pointless. Even as the Kazekage's children, they'd essentially be labeled traitors for something like this. While they might not be executed as rogue ninjas, the outcome they faced certainly wouldn't be good. That's how it is for ninjas. Tap. Kankuro stopped at the edge of the village. An old, hunched figure stood in front of them. Granny Chio. Gara felt his mouth go dry like never before. Was he going to have to fight a senior who'd always been kind to him and his siblings? But to his surprise, Kankuro smiled. "Come with me," Chio said, her wrinkled face kind. She turned and walked away from the village. Huh? Gara stood there, stunned. "Don't just stand there. Come on, we're short on time." Kankuro nudged him. "Thanks to your attempt to negotiate with Sasori earlier, Granny Chio's willing to help us." So that's how it was? Gara felt a renewed surge of determination. His faith in what he'd been striving for hadn't been in vain. His trust in others had been met with trust in return. Chio was Hidden Sand Village's best puppet master and one of the top sealing jutsu experts. She led them through the village's grand barrier in no time, and they soon arrived in the desert beyond the village walls. "Thank you," Gara said solemnly, then added, "I'm going to stop this war." With that, he took off across the sand. Kankuro exhaled in relief, about to return to find their sister, but Chio grabbed his arm. "So it was you who's been helping him all along." The fourth Kazekage had appeared at some point behind them, gold dust quietly hovering in the air. Boom. The legendary 10 puppets of Chikamatsu materialized. Chio gave a wry grin, clutching a smoking scroll in one hand as her raspy voice rang out. "Honestly, Raza. Why can't you just have a little more faith in the younger generation? Helping the Jinchuriki defect." The fourth Kazekage's expression was ice cold. "You've certainly got some nerve." The gold dust began to stir. Meanwhile, back with Link. "Maybe I'll stop losing teeth soon, and my growth spurt will end if I just eat and sleep enough." That was Link's hopeful thinking, but unfortunately, his body wasn't cooperating. 1 week after his 2 front teeth fell out, he lost a molar as well. And his new teeth were not growing in quickly. Not only that, but his formerly childlike body was starting to mature. His Adam's apple and secondary sexual characteristics gradually emerged, forcing him to switch to baggier clothes. Otherwise, certain areas would, well, bulge too obviously. Even more troublesome was his sudden hair loss. Yes, that's right. He wasn't just losing a few hairs here and there. He was losing body hair. All of it. Faced with the possibility of going completely bald, Link had no choice but to swallow his pride and consult privately with Tsunade again. But even after testing, his condition was still perfectly healthy. It turned out that his delicate illness extraction technique hadn't completely remade his body in real time. Finishing that body perfection required massive amounts of energy. The technique was continuously rewriting his genetic junk code without giving his cells or organs time to catch up. So for a long while, he'd looked relatively normal on the outside. Main world Sasuke had also gone through a major growth spurt after stopping the delicate illness extraction technique for a while. His physical abilities soared, and he even got taller than the older Sasuke from the fourth world. Basically a second round of development, as the genetic upgrades were finally realized. So when Link completely stopped using the delicate illness extraction technique, all his delayed improvements kicked in at once. His cells kept regenerating, which naturally affected every part of his body. He'd lose teeth, only for new ones to grow in. Losing body hair meant new hair would grow later. The problem was that all the built-up changes were happening in one huge wave, from the inside out. Hence waking up to find his teeth suddenly gone, or after sleeping a few days, discovering large clumps of hair had fallen out. His body's internal changes were even more drastic. Just not visible. But the signs were obvious. He could eat several times his normal portions and still digest everything quickly. He went a whole week without needing the bathroom at all. In one of Tsunade's tests, she found that even munching on leaves could sustain him. It wasn't so much a matter of digestion efficiency but that his dietary range had massively expanded to include things like inorganic matter. If he got hungry enough, even rocks, wood, and steel started looking appetizing. He could basically eat anything. Well, not anything. But almost. One morning, Link woke up starving and discovered he'd dreamed about eating his pillow. And woke to find he'd actually taken a few bites out of it. Besides losing teeth, shedding hair, and sudden hunger pangs, there were other changes. His skin peeled at night, his eyes glowed in the dark, his ever-fluctuating strength caused him to accidentally break furniture, and his senses became so sharp he could hear, smell, and feel things he never noticed before. In short, life in this so-called growth period was a complete mess. Crack. GRR. Link was brushing his teeth when the toothbrush, softened by his saliva, snapped in half. Before he could think, he swallowed the front half. Bristles, toothpaste foam, and all. He let out a minty-scented burp and felt a wave of sadness wash over him. He got off his newly customized steel bed, carefully controlling his ever-increasing strength so he wouldn't break anything. Walking over to the mirror in the dimly lit room, he saw his eyes glowing faintly. The white of his scalp showed under a layer of short, downy pale yellow fuzz, and when he opened his mouth, gaps were visible where teeth should have been. He let out a deep sigh. He had only 10 days left before this new fourth great ninja war. Could he possibly finish growing up in time? He was no longer optimistic at all. The drastic changes in his body had his emotions all over the place, and tears pooled in his eyes. He just wanted to look cool, damn it. Why was it so hard? But the arrow was already on the bowstring, he couldn't exactly stand up the other 4 great ninja villages now. He'd just have to grit his teeth. Those that were left. And power through. His shadows helped him get dressed in his new attire, a mask and a loose robe with a hood. He had to admit, it gave him a real mysterious mastermind vibe. So long as no one looked under the robe. Clinging to that last bit of hope, Link headed out, his silhouette looking rather desolate.